Green is plentitude. Green Hong Kong, where the world looks ahead.
Every morning is a new dawn in Hong Kong. Fueled by fresh ideas and endless energy, Hong Kong is looking ahead. Home to communities from across the globe. Hong Kong is a place that speaks your language and shares your aspirations, with unrivaled access to mainland China and connected to everywhere. Hong Kong is a place to live, to love, and to succeed. So come and say hello, Hong Kong, and let's look ahead together in Asia's World City.
你嘅想像係未來嘅起點。清新嘅世界，健康嘅生活，成長嘅空間。當你繼續追求，我哋持續創新，由你去想像，我去實踐，再想像，再實踐，讓未來不斷延續，觸動你想像。恒基兆業地產。
專利制度係保護創新同鼓勵科研嘅重要法律後盾。喺新推出嘅原授專利制度下，可以喺香港直接遞交標準專利嘅申請。
有價值嘅技術發明需要更完善嘅法律保護。新專利制度為研發產業提供一個理想嘅專利保護環境，有效推動香港創新科技嘅發展。
詳情請瀏覽網址 ipd.gov.hk。
Where can I buy yoga products?
Yogurt products can be found at supermarkets.
Your pronunciation needs work to be really good.
But I know where to buy the real goods.
Look for the No Fakes logo to enjoy happy and worry-free shopping. The logo is valid for 1 year, subject to annual updates. This website shows a list of No Fakes pledge shops. Online shops are listed too.
No fakes. It's great.
begins with content. China Content Hub begins with opera. In our daily practice, we are facing new challenges that might disconnect the workforce and decelerate growth. Thanks to the opera team and the agility of our China teams, we are able to create an add-on solution, China Content Hub, to satisfy local needs. The management of content is the foundation of everything. Strength number 1, a visualized content approval process, establishes workflows, manages.
infinitude. Green is magnitude. Green is attitude. Green is plentitude. Green Hong Kong, where the world looks ahead.
Every morning is a new dawn in Hong Kong. Fueled by fresh ideas and endless energy, Hong Kong is looking ahead. Home to communities from across the globe. Hong Kong is a place that speaks your language and shares your aspirations, with unrivaled access to mainland China and connected to everywhere. Hong Kong is a place to live, to love, and to succeed. So come and say hello, Hong Kong, and let's look ahead together in Asia's World City.
你嘅想像係未來嘅起點。清新嘅世界，健康嘅生活，成長嘅空間。當你繼續追求，我哋持續創新，由你去想像，我去實踐，再想像，再實踐，讓未來不斷延續，觸動你想像。恒基兆業地產。
專利制度係保護創新同鼓勵科研嘅重要法律後盾。喺新推出嘅原授專利制度下，可以喺香港直接遞交標準專利嘅申請。
有價值嘅技術發明需要更完善嘅法律保護。新專利制度為研發產業提供一個理想嘅專利保護環境，有效推動香港創新科技嘅發展。
詳情請瀏覽網址 ipd.gov.hk。
Where can I buy yoga products?
Yogurt products can be found at supermarkets.
Your pronunciation needs work to be really good.
But I know where to buy the real goods.
Look for the No Fakes logo to enjoy happy and worry-free shopping. The logo is valid for 1 year subject to annual updates. This website shows a list of No Fakes pledge shops. Online shops are listed too.
No fakes. It's great.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 3 of Business of Design Week 2024. My name is Vincent Tang. This morning, we will kick off with several creatives and business leaders will share their visions on AI and future tech. We will begin with Dr. Fan Ling and his keynote navigating the intersection of AI, creativity, and business innovation. Dr. Fan Ling, founder and CEO of Design.com and director of the Tongji University Design AI Lab, will share his insights on how AI is revolutionizing creativity and business. He will delve into the strategies for integrating AI into these fields, highlighting how it will dive into innovation and shape the future of this industry. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Fan Ling.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in Hong Kong again to speak about artificial intelligence, creativity, and business. My name is Ling, and I've been here in the past year for 3 times to talk about AI and creativity in different occasions. My major talks are all on my research side. You know, I have 2 sort of a full-time job here. One is entrepreneur, and the other is a university professor. And the last 3 times when I was here in Hong Kong, I talk about my research. So if you want to know more about my research, scan the QR code. But today, it's the Business of Design Week. I'm going to talk about something else. I want to talk about business, how AI, creativity can help business growth. I started this company called Design about 9 years ago. Design is a compound word of tech and design, Design. Based in Shanghai, so welcome to my office next time. We're actually located in the perfect location for the company. On one part, it's really the area of AI, while on the other part is the area of art museums. So we are sort of in between those 2 areas. As an entrepreneur, what we do is pretty simple. We raise funding, and then do R&D, and go to market, and raise funding again, do R&D, and go to market. We did that for 7 times in a row. And 2 years ago, we became a unicorn company, which means that the valuation of the company is over $1 billion. We're really in this intersection, how to use AI to really build creativity for enterprises. So we build different softwares, technology tools, and now also services that to help enterprise and creators to really make their business better. We work with some of the leading companies, both in China and the world. 70% of our clients are actually the international brands, and 30% are the Chinese but international companies. And we really learn a lot from them. We are tool builders, we are a technology company, and through all these brands that we work with, we really understand how we can solve their problem and how they use technologies to drive business growth. The subject I'm going to talk about today is called content and AI. Content is a word that we're probably familiar with, but also it's keep being redefining. We're in really a world of contents. We consume a lot of contents. Like my talk today is part of a content. Text, images, videos, podcast, sound, metaverse, all these are contents. It's really a sort of the political economy of content production and consumption. There are a few trends that's happening, make content really interesting and challenging. One is that we're really shifting from an economy from the scarcity of product to the scarcity of attention. So before you buy a product, before you probably need to test the product, see the product, and touch the product, and feel the product. But now, instead of getting the product first, you consume a lot of the content of the product, short videos, KOL videos, etc., etc. So content is really between the product and the consumer. Before you actually touch the product, use the product, you touch the content first. And because there are so much information around, and if you do not have enough content to be consumed, you won't even be, as a brand, you won't even be able to touch the consumer. So if we think about a brand that's doing their business, it's always about these three territories. One is, of course, where to find a consumer, a great product, and then also the places that you build business, online and offline. And all in between all these areas, there's content in between. When we're in a shopping mall, we see the windows first. When we're online, we see the text images first. And the second, we're also encountering a lot of change in terms of platform view. Let me give you one example. You guys all drink coffees, a green cup of coffee, right, with a mermaid on it. Let's say green coffee. I had a conversation with the CEO of the green coffee a few years ago, and she told me that they only need to do 4 campaigns every year. That's 5 years ago. 4 campaigns every year. Christmas, Chinese New Year, Valentine's Day, and something else, 4 times. But guess what? After 4 years, what they need to do, instead of 4 campaigns, they have to do campaigns almost every day. Instead of every shop, every social media they own that do the same content, every shop right now have separate contents. They have 7,000 shops in mainland China, and every shop, every day, are doing their own unique content campaigns. And that is what changed within just 5 years. Apart from the frequency, we also see other changes as well. The touch points become so fragmented. No one's going to consume just one touch points. It's not just like turn on the video, turn on the TV, and everyone see the same TV program. We all have our personalized device, cell phones, headphones, cameras, etc., etc. So the touch points also becomes highly fragmented. Not even say the diversity of content types. Recently, we see a lot of brands are doing podcast. Podcast, the sound becomes a new media of content. Last few years was metaverse. We also can see that the types of content become so diverse. Okay, technology. Technology brings another dimension for content. We all know that generative technology really helps us to make content production really easy. You can produce video, you can produce images, text, sound, recently 3-dimensional model, what we call world model, right? That's very easy to understand. But what I would like to argue, and you can see this image is actually generated by a proprietary model that we developed, which is for e-commerce purpose. But what I would like to argue, it's not just generation. Generative AI also help us to better understand the content and tag the content. When I started doing AI and creativity, I built data sets. We have to build billions data sets in order to help the machine to understand very little about design of a content. But now, if you just turn an image into GPT, you already would get all these kind of tagging automatically. The tag of how to describe this image, what flavor is it, what color combination is it, maybe what purpose is it. And perhaps if you connect this image, the metadata behind this image to the consumer data, to the purchasing data, sales data, you will get a lot of insight automatically through a large language model. So AI for content is not just for generation, but also for understanding, which is very, very the key for business really to use artificial intelligence for content. So that's why I think content and artificial intelligence are perfect combined together to drive business growth in the first place. And we all know that business is in struggle. And this perhaps would be a new vehicle that we could do something to drive the growth. Next, I would like to talk about how 3 scenarios, 3 best practices we would like to say that perhaps to use AI to help business. First, always about cost reduction. And the second, it's about the fluidity of collaboration to increase the efficiency, lower the budget, increase the efficiency. And the third, to find a new territory for growth. I will unpack these 3 best practices one by one. So when we talk about content production, we always have this kind of dilemma. The dilemma between creativity and productivity. We always think that the better content, the better creativity takes time and takes money. That was true. That was true when all the contents are produced by human beings. But let's see how AI could help. We are going through, just like I mentioned, the green cup of coffee, right? Green coffee. 5 years ago, I think they were still in the age of so-called big idea age. In the big idea age, idea really dominates. We need great ideas. We need great representation of the ideas. And what happened right now, I would argue, is the massive content age. Massive content age, instead of just have the great idea, you also need to have a lot of content, regardless whether you like it or not. We are immersed in a content ocean. And all these contents, it's not just about idea, it's also about quantity. It's also about intensity. So if you use the same way to produce this kind of content, what will happen is over-budgeting. Because before, you have the time, you have the labor, you have the money to produce that small amount of content, so you can do it really great. But now, you have to make massive amount of content. And if you are still doing it in the same way, you definitely run out of budget. So what they did is they lower the quality of the idea, which we don't want. So what perhaps could happen is that if we think about content into 2 ways. One is 0 to 1. Idea still matters. Idea even matters more because we are trying to attract consumers' attention. And the other part is the 1 to infinite that we need to consume through our cell phones, through our computers, through our TVs, right? And that part, we really need to lower the cost so that we still got a large quantity of content, but try not to lower the quality of the idea and try not to go over budget. I think it's always a pros-con, a balance between the cost and the amount and the idea. And so AI here, let's try to solve this impossible dilemma. Give you one example. This is, of course, what I was trying to argue, especially in front of a lot of creative people. AI, just as a tool like Photoshop, to help you for 0 to 1. But AI is the tool for you to really help to do the 1 to infinite. We work with all these brands have a lot of products. If they want to produce content for each product every week, that's a huge amount of content. And as you can see here, a little calculation. And what we try to do is really, when the 1 to infinite amount of content, we really try to unpack the process through different AI agents. Here, I just give you one simple example, the landing page, the e-commerce landing page. And in the e-commerce landing page, there are 3 parts of the content. One, you have the product introductory text. And the second, you of course have all these images. And the third, you also need to put them together into a layout. And then end up, you go to the product page or EDM in the international market. And what we do is to create 3 separate AI agents. The first agent is to, when you give me a product, we generate different sort of photos through that product. And in order to get the photo right, we need to fine-tune the model. To fine-tune the model so that if this olive oil or if this sneaker all have a different taste, different brand requirements for the image. So we need to fine-tune the light, the reflection, the color, etc., etc. So everyone sort of have a little bit of difference. And then it's not the end. We need to put all these photo image that generated into the layout. So we build sort of so-called smart layout model. And within this model, you could see all this purple color are dynamic content. So it's a direct reference to what was generated, whether it's text or images. And then all this dynamic content will automatically put into this layout model. And if you have 30, 100 different products, it will generate automatically on one endless page. So you don't need to open one file and manually turn the image into it, and then save the file, export the file, and go. You actually can do all your product at the same time. And with this, it really saves like 99% of the one-to-infinite content production. And what the designer could do is really focusing on to setting up the rules. The rules, how to produce the photo, the rules, how to produce the text, the rules, how to produce the layout. So what we are trying to do here is instead of this kind of linear relationship between productivity and creativity, therefore, to try to solve this impossible dichotomy of productivity and the creativity. And what we do is really to try to think how AI could help us to make content also have an R&D phase. The R&D phase means you do input in the first, and then you have sort of a duplication stage that have very low cost. So we're not just looking at how to cut the visible costs. We're also looking at how to use AI to cut the invisible costs. This is a brand that produces a shampoo. We probably all use their products. And what they do, use our technology, is to really using AI to understand the social media that relate to shampoo. So instead of understanding the social media related to shampoo for them to produce better social media content, they do something different. So you see on the third part, there's product keywords. All these keywords are what was discussed in the social media about shampoo, different brands of shampoo. And what they do is to really build this kind of taxonomy of product ideas that's talked about by consumers. And then using AI really to sort of turn all these keywords into ingredients, into product ideation texts. So they have tons of product ideations that's generated through the keywords into product idea. And then for them, the content is not just about images. It's also about flavor, the form of the bottle, the texture of the bottle, the technology of printing. So we generate all these sort of demo product for them, and then to put on the landing page. And then they will put their online try shop. Before, in order to do an R&D for a product, they probably need 2 years to experiment. And 90%, of course, of this kind of R&D will be eventually go to market. But what they do right now is only 2 weeks. 2 weeks, they have a product that can test run on their e-commerce shop. Of course, that means 99% of the product they tested would not eventually go to market. But that makes their iteration faster, the feedback loop faster. And so AI is here really help to lower the invisible costs of time, invisible costs of failure, so which really help them to be more agile as a large conglomerate company that react to the very, very agile business. So the second, what we call user satisfaction, and really sort of what this is about is really to think about how effective our work would be. Give you some numbers when we talk about content. In 2015, we probably consumed 5 times more content than 1986. And 10 years later, till today, guess how many contents we consume more? 50 times more? Or 500 times more? Or 10 times more? The answer is actually 1,000 times more compared with 2015. And about 26% of all the knowledge workers spend time every day are looking for right contents, looking for the right informations. And 56% of the time, you won't even get it. And every year in the United States, the employees in the office, they spend 76 hours per year to really to look for the content that they need. That's such a huge waste of time. And 95% of all the content we consume are so-called unstructured data. Unstructured data means that if you do not name them right, you probably would never find them. For instance, if you search a video of your daughter or something, if you don't name the video under her name, you probably would never find her. So that's the sort of a challenge that we're facing. So we build this map. This map is really like a traffic map. And this traffic map shows within an organization which part that are stuck, the content sort of are running very slowly or even stopped. And the green part is smoothly. So every company, if you look at this like a content traffic map, you will find a lot of problems that needs to be solved in order to lower the number that I just mentioned. And what we do here show a quick video of the product we build. There's a sound on it. It's called Content Hub. We work with a company called L'Oreal to build their China Content Hub. And of course, there are a lot of premises that the Content Hub need to solve. And as you can see, here is quite comprehensive system. It's a complex system. Every year, it's 10 million of contents will be stored in the system across different brands within this company. And every content using manual or AI to label it. To label it in order to be able to find it and then use it. And what's interesting is, after you label it, you really also need to connect the content with the channel and product that the content needs to be used. And sometimes the content also have problems, whether it's AI generated or human made. For instance, for a cosmetic company, one of the biggest risks for the content is actually the violation of IPs. Of the movie star probably they sign, it's already expired, but they still use their faces in their advertisement. So what we do is really to build an AI monitoring system so that they will immediately know which movie star, which KOL that it's already expired in terms of the contract. So that saves a lot of potential legal lawsuits for them. So this is really sort of a very interesting way if you go deeper into the content operations within the brand, whether it's for security reason, collaboration reason, or it's for business reasons. And with this, it actually becomes very important database for them. So they really use this system that to build their own content database. They're like, imagine they're like a TV station right now. They have a database of contents so that they actually can deploy those clips or videos or images in different places that they need to build a business. And of course, that increased greatly of their collaboration and efficiency. Last bit, I want to talk about what AI can do, otherwise cannot be achieved. We are facing a lot of business problems. Remember the green bottle coffee I mentioned? They have 7,000 shops in mainland China, probably a few hundred in Hong Kong. Before, when they grow, they just need to open more shops. But the problem right now is that every shop gets less profit compared with before. So what they need to do is every shop, they will open an online shop window, which is building small accounts in different social medias. So every shop, so 7,000 shops, online shops, shop fronts, and to attract the consumer to their local shops. And all these online shops, it's free to open, but it's expensive to run. This videos probably would not appreciate their quality, but even this kind of video, it takes about 1,000 RMB, 2,000 RMB to produce. And 2,000 RMB, it's like 30 cup of coffee, which would never generate that kind of revenue for them if they really spend a much amount of money to produce this kind of video. And what we try to do is really to spend 1 cup coffee's amount of money to produce this kind of video. And this kind of video needs to be unique for all these 7,000 shops. So every shop will have a unique video every day in the cost of 30 RMB or 35 Hong Kong dollar. And what we do is pretty straightforward. First, we use AI to really learn what's hot, what's viral in the internet. And the second, we turn this viral video into what we call models. And the models basically are scripts and scenes. So if we compare them together, it's like a data sets, the images and the text and the metadata to describe that image. And then we build 15 different models. And all these models sort of have a sort of a structure, all kinds of structures that describe how these models are made, how these videos are made. And after this sort of models developed, we then go back to their data sets, to their assets, and then to use their assets. Remember, they store all their contents in the system that we produce. And then all these assets will have the same tag in order to combine the assets with the model. And each model, each video, will use AI to generate their voiceovers. So this will be combined into personalized videos, as you can see here. One idea have numbers of changes, iterations. Just one idea to present one features of a product, you got numbers different of representations. For different sort of brands, of course, the models will change based on different brand needs, and then therefore have different results to comply with the brands. And the last bit, if you produce 7,000 videos per day, every videos are different, then how to distribute them is not a manual work. We build an AI agent really to schedule all the video display. So different themes will go into different shops. And then the agent will help to arrange the scheduling. So here, basically what we build is 17 different agents for these 5 major tasks. The video to understand the content structure, the agent to understand the content structure, the agent to understand the brand and the product, the agent that creates the content clipping, and then the agent that actually schedule the content display. So what's the business value here? If you got 1,000 social media accounts, and each account every day produce 1 video, and each video will attract about 500 exposures. And if you run that for a whole year, and that would be the business value you probably would get. Before, we probably want 1 big campaign to have that kind of effect. And now, it's every day, little by little, massive content productions, and get the same result. And that's sort of the reality that we need to face. So today, what I want to share are 2 aspects. One is really important to understand in the current sort of social media age. Content and AI will help to drive business growth. And then the second, the way how to drive it are 3 strategies. One is lower the cost. Second, increase the fluidity, collaboration. And the third, to find the new territory for growth. However, when we talk about AI, it's not just about large language model. Large language model is very strong. But if you just use large language model, everyone will get the same result. What I want to try to emphasize here is for businesses, you also need so-called proprietary data. If you're a blue bottle coffee, you need blue bottle coffee data. If you're a red bottle of coffee, you need a red bottle coffee data. And all these data, it's like your own stuff. Your own stuff live in a universally very strong structure, then it creates better results. But what's even stronger is what we call proprietary model. If you can build a proprietary model, for instance, what I mentioned earlier, for the short videos, or for the e-commerce layout, those are proprietary models. Then you will make the stuff even more personalized, even better results. So what I try to argue here is large language model, or the LLM, the generative AI technology, the general technology, really help us to raise the bar. And it's your data and your model help you become unique in this competition. I started doing AI and creativity research about 10 years ago. I came up with that idea called BMR, brain-machine ratio, which means that in the creative world, it's not that AI is eating our job. It's really a human-AI collaboration that to be able to achieve a lot more. I really like the brain-machine ratio idea. In short form, it's called BMR. My own office is named after BMR. The reason is very simple. In the reverse order of BMR is RMB. What I believe is that if we have a better understanding of how machine and our mind can work together, we'll have better business impact. Okay, here is all my share. Thank you very much.
Dr. Fan Ling, for your sharing. I'm sure AI will benefit us all. Next up, we'll be talking about a social media giant, TikTok. I'm sure you're all familiar and are aware, and that's what our next Fire Chat will be about. The next Fire Chat is titled Elevating the Game, TikTok's Innovative Guide to Building Consumer Engagement. Joining us are Zubair Mohammed, Global Head of Consumer Marketing at TikTok. And our moderator is Dr. Zhang Xi, Senior Director of Product and Design at ByteDance. Together, they'll explore the platform's evolving strategies to enhance consumer engagement, keeping TikTok at the forefront of today's social media. Please join me in welcoming Zubair and Dr. Zhang.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Good morning. I want to see you clap, like show me your hands, please. Cool. This is the morning, right? It's really glad to be back. And my name is Shi Zhang, and I was here last year. Let me introduce a little bit about myself. So now I'm a senior director of ByteDance and Zubek. We know each other at TikTok. He is head of marketing at TikTok. So we know that TikTok has transformed a lot in content, creativity, connecting people. Zubek, do you want to introduce a little bit about what you are doing right now?
Sure. And happy to introduce myself as well. Firstly, thank you for having us here. Great to talk about the work we do and how we think about innovation. So yeah, my role at TikTok is I started about 3 years ago, and I started with product marketing and building that capability. And what I've loved after, since day one, and at ByteDance we always say it's always day one, has been just how close I've been to innovation and our product and the product teams at TikTok. And I've seen how we innovate and drive user engagement and improve our user experiences. And then, a little while into it, my role expanded, and now I look after all consumer marketing for TikTok, which primarily looks at, so my work involves thinking of different stakeholders and target audiences for TikTok, and how we can understand what they think about our product, when they use it, what do they like, if they're not using it, why are they not doing so, and try to understand that and help make the platform and the product more useful and valuable for our target audiences. So that's my role at TikTok. I've been a marketer now for more than 2 decades. Started my career in consumer goods. Actually, I started as a product manager because I'm an engineer by education.
Oh, really? Where?
At Procter & Gamble.
Okay.
So at P&G, I started as a product manager and then kind of evolved into marketing. So the reason I say that is because I've always had product and innovation close to my heart. And even though I've been a marketer for 2 decades, and after P&G, I was a consultant, and then I was at Google, and then a gaming company at Razer, and then here at TikTok. But through my entire journey, I've always made sure that I stay close to product, I stay close to the heart of the innovation in any company that I work at, so that even as a marketer, while my role is to understand the user, I also try to understand the product and try to connect the two. So at Google, we used to say, understand your product, know your user, and connect the two to create magic. That's what I love to do as a marketer.
So what's the common points you think you shared in the past?
I think the common point would actually be this, like really focusing on understanding the target audiences or the users that we want to serve, understanding what the product that I work on, what can it do, what it cannot do, what should it be doing, and then connecting the two, almost like a two-way bridge, like taking user insights to the product teams and telling them what should they build and how should it be built. And once a product is ready, taking that to the user, and as a marketer, communicating that in a way that tells a story, that has some emotional value or a tug that then drives behavior change. Because at the end of the day, as a marketer, one of my main goals is changing behaviors, depending on the product or the category. So that's been my common theme.
Okay, well, glad to hear. So let's start with the big picture. So TikTok has completely redefined how we think about user experience and engagement, just like you mentioned. So could you share how TikTok approaches product innovation to keep users coming back and feeling inspired?
Sure. I would say, I think, among many things that we do, I'll probably highlight 3 areas of innovation and go-to-market that I feel really helps us achieve this kind of always improving, I should say, user experience and engagement. Number 1 is really deep user understanding and deep audience understanding. Number 2 is kind of, I call it diversified innovation. So really looking at different aspects of the product and the experience and trying to innovate in all different areas or many different areas. And the third thing I would say is a continuous experimentation and kind of test and learn mindset. So these would be the 3 areas that I would say, we really lean into, and let me describe each of them. On the first one, it's about we spend a lot of time on really understanding our audiences. They could be people who use TikTok today and what can we do better for them. People who do not use TikTok today and why are they not using it, and what are the barriers for consideration or usage, or sometimes it's just perception, right? They just think differently about the platform because they haven't tried it, so they don't know how it can work for them. Creators, right? Our creators are a very important part of the TikTok experience and ecosystem and the content that's on the platform. So we spend a lot of time understanding these different stakeholders and communities. And once we understand all of this, we then funnel it into our product innovation, into our go-to-market. Like when we are launching something new or trying something new, how do we take it to market from a communication perspective, from a channel perspective, and all of that as well. And so we make sure that anything we are building or we are trying to innovate on is serving some need or an opportunity or a desire or a gap. Now, of course, sometimes there's new innovation that, not everybody knows what they want if they don't know what they want. So we also do our own inside-out innovation, as I call it. And we just try to provide new experiences to users that they may not have experienced elsewhere. So that's kind of one theme. The second area is on diversified innovation, right? So if you are a TikTok user, which I hope many of you are, although we are officially not in Hong Kong, but if you live outside of Hong Kong, there are many different ways that you can experience the app. There are many different experiences you can have on the app. There's obviously the main For You feed where you can watch videos and content. You can create content. We have live streaming. We have social e-commerce. And the reason we have these types of experiences is because we truly believe that almost if we could, it's not possible, but if we could at an individual level, different people would want to experience the app differently, and they want a different experience. And so we try to provide that type of an experience to users so that no matter what your interest is or what type of experience you want from the app, there's something there for you. There's some way to consume content or some way to create content or create or connect to a community, all of that on the app. So we really look at innovating different aspects. And the third one is around test and learn. This actually for me has been a learning as well after I joined TikTok. Is what I've loved and working with my product counterparts and us as well, right? The discussions we've had and all the future innovation is this idea that you don't have to build something that's 100% perfect, like fully built out, and then you launch it. You don't have to build something that 100 million users will love from day one, right? That you don't need to spend that much amount of time and effort.
Move fast.
Move fast. Try, experiment. If something is not working, change, iterate. We do things like small-scale experiments, 1%, 5% experiments. We'll do test markets. We'll just test among small user segments. And the idea there is learn quickly, innovate, and improve. If something doesn't work, we'll pull it back or we'll modify it and we'll push ahead. If it works, then we scale it and expand it. So I think this test and learn mentality for me, at the scale at which we do it at TikTok, has been both exciting and a great learning experience for me.
Well, interesting point, because I would say normally it's quite difficult to balance between big scale and day one, innovations. How do you make it happen?
That's a great question, Ji. I think our mindset is always day one, right? So we always think of our app as if we're really building something from scratch, like, this is our first day of trying something new. But we know that, especially where we are today at the global scale that we are in, things we cannot build for micro segments, right? That doesn't have any economies of scale. So even though we might start small and have a day one mindset, we're always thinking at scale. So we're always, even when we run experiments, we do it in segments or target audiences that we know there is a larger audience out there if it works with this small segment. So I think for us, it is, at the end of the day, it is about scale. And we think we think hard about localizing and being relevant, but we do things at scale because and we're just getting started, right? There's a lot more scale we want to reach. So I think that's how we try to balance it.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I would say probably this is the biggest lesson that I've learned for the past year when I work at ByteDance AI. So always like day one, almost like the big scale.
Yep. Yep.
Exactly. Next question. So here's something interesting. TikTok isn't just another social media platform, right? Yet it still helps people form meaningful connections with one another. So how does TikTok manage to bring that sense of closeness to its users?
Yes. Yeah, no, I think you started it correctly. We are not. TikTok is not a social media platform, right? We are a lot more. We're about entertainment. We're about discovery. We're about learning, and we're about communities. So the way we think about it is, there are different ways in which, as an individual user of TikTok, you are still a part of a community. And let me kind of explain that a little bit. We use the word like-minded tribe of people. If you think about it from a content perspective, no matter what your interest, your personal interest as a person is, it could be super niche, it could be super broad. For example, we have communities on TikTok that are interested in like freshwater river fly fishing, right? That's specific. And there is a lot of content on that. There are people who engage on that content. We have creators who make content on this topic. So there's a community for something so niche. And then we have a huge community which we call Book Talk, which at last count, I think like the number of views for hashtag Book Talk on TikTok content is like billions of views. I think maybe crossing 2, 3, or even 4 billion by now. I'm losing track. And that's a huge community, right? People who are interested in reading, in reviewing books, in learning about books. So those are kind of like the two ends of the spectrum. And no matter where you lie on that spectrum, from niche to like mass, there is something for you on TikTok. There is an experience, there is content, and there is a community. So one way we create communities is through shared content interests. And the reason we call them communities and tribes is because it's not about knowing them as a friend. It's not about having their contact on your phone. It's just about having shared interests. So that's one way. A second way is through the product experience and innovation that we have on product features. So, we have features such as sharing or commenting or direct messaging as well in the app. And they enable that's how the product enables you to connect with these communities and share videos, share interests, or common kind of things that you want to talk about. We also do this from a creation perspective. We connect people through creation features, like for those of you who've created, or you'll see this in your feed as well, we have features like Do It and Stitch, where you can co-create content with other creators or people who are doing something similar. If you watch live streaming content on TikTok, we have a feature called multi-guest on live, where multiple people can go live on similar topics or themes and, build on each other's topics and content, and that brings a community together as well. In fact, when you're watching live streaming, the people you're watching with is also like a community, because when you're live streaming, you can gift and support the creators and appreciate the effort that they're putting in on live streaming. And it's other people doing the same, who have the same interest, who are enjoying the same content that is coming in. So I think through content experiences, through product features, as well as through ways in which we look at kind of creation and consumption habits, that's how we try to create communities on TikTok that actually persist over time.
Well, yeah. You just mentioned like the community from like India, North America, Southeast Asia. So I'm quite curious, like, TikTok has been such a diverse community. So how do you make it like diverse and at the meantime authentic to keep them engaged from different cultures and different countries?
Yeah, great question. I think this connects to the previous point we were talking about on global scale. We are a global platform. We are a global app. We want to obviously maintain and grow our global scale, but we lean in local a lot. So I think that balance of having global scale but leaning in local is something we keep very close to our heart and pay close attention to. And we do this in a few ways as well, from product innovation to content to go-to-market and how we think about our users. When I was talking about user research and all of that, let me talk a bit about those. I think on content, we obviously have content that can scale and work globally on the platform. Because, like I mentioned, your interest could be niche or it could be mass, and that can come from anywhere, right? Like people interested in fishing could be living in any country, anywhere around the world. So we have content that travels globally. We have content interests. We have trends that travel globally. Like most of our trends that become viral on TikTok become viral because they have a global interest or curiosity or following. But at the same time, we are highly personalized when it comes to our recommendations. So if you go through your feed on TikTok, you'll really see this great balance of things that are personal based on your interests and what you would like, but also things that could be of global interest, obviously related to your interests as well. That's how any algorithm works, right, in most applications of this nature. But at TikTok, we try to get that balance of personalized recommendations, but also things that are globally interesting or trending. So that's how our content travels globally, but is also localized. Our creators are also, they usually sometimes they might start locally with local interests, but if they do well and they talk on a topic that could interest people across geographic boundaries, then that scales globally. When it comes to product innovation, that's where we also pay attention to this balance between global and local. Like I mentioned, our initial testing could be local, could be highly targeted, but then we scale that globally. Now, even when we scale globally, and this connects to how we go to market, it's not always that every feature will work everywhere, or every user experience works the same in every country or with every customer segment. So one important role that my team plays as a marketing team that works with our product team is understanding those differences. As an example, we might have 5 features that we're launching globally, but 2 of them might work in the US, another 2 might be relevant in Brazil, might be something different in Japan and Korea or in Southeast Asia. So along with the product team, we understand these user insights of what can work where, and we try to amplify or market or showcase those features differently in different countries or locations. Mm-hmm. So that at the end of the day, we are talking to users about things that they would find most relevant rather than forcing something on them. I'll give you an actual example which also kind of ties into my first point of user research, product innovation. A while ago, we launched a feature called Stories on TikTok. And for those of you who've used it on TikTok, it's a feature on similar features exist on Instagram, on YouTube. And so when we launched it, we were seeing the uptake was not as strong on the product as we would have liked or we were forecasting. And so immediately we went into user research of why. Why is this happening? Why is TikTok Stories as a feature not picking up? Because we knew that ephemeral content was something that people were interested in. And our user research told us that, I guess a bit unsurprisingly in hindsight, is that the feature itself was good, but it wasn't really that differentiated. People were not understanding what is the unique value or differentiation for TikTok Stories versus everything else I can do on TikTok. So we actually went back almost to the drawing board for the feature. We tried new experiments, again with different segments, on how can this feature or something around ephemeral content be done differently. And so a couple of months ago, and we're still rolling it out, we launched a feature called Flip Stories. So it's almost like a relaunch of our Stories feature, where now we're adding a second element to Stories, where if you tap on a Stories, the screen flips, and it shows you either additive content or behind-the-scenes content, or whatever else the creator wants to put as an additional content behind their story. So that is something unique and different, and that we're starting to see is interesting people. So I think that's how we use our user research to understand what's working, what's not. We get feedback, and then we innovate, and we do that in a mix of a local and a global scale.
Wow, I'm so inspired by the case of the story and the flip story. So strongly showcase the power of innovation at TikTok. This is something that I recently noticed, that there's TikTok Story, TikTok Live, and TikTok Shop.
Yep.
So I would like to explore, how is it different? The e-commerce of TikTok has been different from any others.
Yeah, I think social commerce, right, super interesting. I think we ourselves are still scaling it. I think currently we are in a few countries globally with TikTok Shop, Southeast Asia, the US, and so on. I think what's been super interesting for us as we're looking at scaling this internationally is giving users a different or a new way for shopping online, right? I think the key elements that we focus on when it comes to social commerce is authenticity, the connection with the creator and the seller, because TikTok is all about creating communities, right? Even between the fan or the viewer and the creator. And I think more like a different way to experience a product and understand it before you make a purchase decision. Rather than a PDP or in typical e-commerce sites, it'll be a static PDP or just information and reviews and all of that. Here you're hearing it live, you're hearing it from, in most cases, a creator that you trust, right? We see a high correlation between not just in e-commerce, but on live streaming, and even when creators build a fan following on TikTok, there is, when people really connect with you at at an emotional level, when they find you authentic. That's what we are, right? TikTok is about authentic creation. And you're more likely to believe what you're hearing when it's from somebody you've followed for a while, you've seen them in different settings, in different contexts. So I think that aspect of authenticity and trust also comes into social e-commerce on a platform like TikTok. And just like, you can real-time interact with the creator, you can ask questions, you can ask a certain question you have about the product. If it's something that can be used or tried in a different way, you can ask it real-time and then see the output or impact of that. So I think all of these elements of authenticity, real-time interaction, getting more diverse information before you make a purchase decision, and then, simplicity, right, or ease of purchase without leaving the app. In some cases, single click, right there, right then. I think those are some aspects that really make social e-commerce and social selling a uniquely different experience in the e-commerce world.
Wow, so this is something that you think makes different from any others, the TikTok e-commerce?
Yeah, I think regular e-commerce, yes.
So is there any future plan of this e-commerce of TikTok? Like, are you looking for expansion, or make it extreme user experience?
There is, absolutely there is. And actually, I'm glad you asked that question, because this is one of those features as well. It's not a one-size-fits-all, right? So yes, we've seen it succeed in Indonesia and Thailand. We're starting to do well in the US, but that doesn't mean that we are blanket launching it globally as one feature, right? We are taking it a step at a time. We know that purchase habits, e-commerce habits, shopping habits are different in different countries. Of course, there are some similarities depending on cultures, but there are still meaningful differences. And so we want to make sure that when we launch in any country, when we expand it, we do it in the right way. We do it in a way that's right for the user, that's right for the merchants that are on the platform, that's right for the creators who go live and will help with selling. So yes, there are plans for expansion, but we'll take the right steps at the right time so that we launch the right product for the right audience.
Yeah. So when we look to the future of TikTok, so what's the most exciting part in your points?
Oh, a lot. I think we're just getting started in many ways, right? I know we have large scale today already, but on users, on product, on content, on creators, advertising as well, there's still a lot of opportunity. I think we have large segments of people who still don't use us in different countries. So again, as a marketing team, my team focuses a lot on that, on why are they not using us? What is the, for those of you who are marketers in the room, we have this, we sometimes look at marketing in a funnel perspective. So top funnel would be like awareness and perception of a brand. Middle funnel is consideration, and bottom funnel is usage. And so my team looks at all three. Like, what is the perception that non-users have of TikTok? Why do they not want to use us? And then once we understand and overcome that barrier, then okay, even if they have changed some misperceptions they might have of the app, why are they not considering using us, right? Are we in the consideration set of usage? That's the middle section. And then once we overcome that barrier, where sometimes, some barriers we hear are usefulness, or it's not for me, it's not as relevant. It's for like a younger demographic or somebody else, this is not for me. So but yes, there is, like I was saying, that no matter what your interest is, there's always something for you to discover, for you to learn, for you to get entertained on TikTok. So those are the types of campaigns my team would do. So I think that's on user growth. On product innovation, right? We always want to add new ways that you can experience TikTok, new ways in which you can consume content, you can create, you can be creative through effects, templates, all of that on TikTok. It's super easy to create. I highly recommend you try it. You click the create button and you'll see there are so many tools to help you just share authentically and create on TikTok. And then content types. I think, we have content on every vertical, but we can go deeper in some areas. We can expand content categories as well. Content formats, we have short form. We're starting to do mid to slightly longer form. You can upload photo and articles and text formats as well. There's live streaming, so different content formats, but we want to keep growing that as well. So, I'll connect all of this to our company mission. TikTok's mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And I think through the way we talk to our users, our content, our product innovation, all of that always ladders up to this, right? Are we really inspiring creativity? Are we bringing joy when people use our app and engage with the app? And you'll hear our CEO say this a lot. Our mission to deliver on that vision is we want to be a window, a canvas, and a bridge. And to brief, they're self-explanatory, but TikTok is a window to what's out there. It's a window to discover new things. It's a window to learn something new, whether it's your interest today or something that might get you interested in something new. We are a canvas for creation. We want to make creativity and being creative and expressing yourself authentically easy and democratize that. So that's how we create a canvas on our platform for creation. And we're a bridge. We're a bridge to connect. We're a bridge for you to connect to other communities that think in the same way as you do, that have the same interests that you do. If you're a creator or an advertiser, we are a bridge for you to connect to the right audiences. So I think a lot of what we do ladders up to our mission and being a window, canvas, and a bridge. So I think we're just getting started on all three of these, right? So a lot to be done. Still a lot to be done.
Oh, great. I'm so excited about the future plan of TikTok and also personally inspire creativity. I would say this is the mission for all product managers and designers, especially all the audiences we have here. We are trying to do it in different ways. Great. Thank you so much for your insightful opinions and discussions. I would like to spend more time with you talking about this miracle growth of TikTok. Well, and so that's it. And let's give it a round again to thank.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you guys have more questions, let's talk about it in the speakers sections. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us,
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zuber and Dr. Zhang. And once again, if you do want to connect with them, they're available in the speakers room, so you can always catch them for a chat later on. Next up, we will have a keynote with innovating cultural and commercial experiences with XR and AI. We'll be welcoming Ms. Iris Pan to stage for her keynote talk, Innovating Cultural and Commercial Experiences with XI and AI. As the lead designer of Amazon, specializing in XR and AI application, Iris Pan works to atomicize the fusion of technology and design. In her keynote, she will showcase how XR and AI and other emerging technologies will serve as tools for future storytelling. She will share visionary insights on leveraging these innovations to elevate customer experiences and foster deeper engagements for brands like Amazon and other notable projects. Please give a very warm welcome to Ms. Iris Pan.
Hi everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. Well, it's a long flight from San Francisco, so I have a lot of slides I need to go through. Let's see if I can get it done under 25 minutes. Okay, shall we start? So the theme of my talk today is innovating cultural and commercial experiences with emerging technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality, extended realities, and AI. A little bit about my background. I did my master's at Harvard Grad School of Design and also the Media Lab with a focus on emerging technologies. And then I worked a few years at New York MasterCard Labs. We were doing a lot of AR, VR for shopping and commercial experiences. And most recently, I relocated to the Bay Area. I'm working at Amazon. We're still using AR and AI, but for global consumer experiences. So it's been a fascinating ride. So as you can see, my work spans really vast areas, but they kind of share the common thread of combining physical with digital, and they also serve both commercial and social impact purposes. Everything for me kind of started with this project in 2015, almost 10 years ago. It's called Love Cassette. It's an installation, an interactive installation that allows people to whisper their love messages, and then they can get a Soundwave postcard with their unique Soundwave printed on it, and then they can send it to their friends and also customize a bespoke Soundwave necklace out of this experience. of course, it's a solution for a brand and for a business, but it also serves a social purpose of connecting people to their loved ones and encouraging people to express their love. So I think it officially introduced me to the world of design. And it also became a beautiful story because people like to not only send a postcard to their friends, but also tell the story of their interaction with this cassette, but also with the brand to their friends and family. So ever since then, I feel like I've been not really designing products or experiences, but designing stories. I believe as designers, we have this obligation kind of to investigate technologies. We look into the world of technology and then find whatever is relevant and interesting at the time to really use that to craft stories. And the purpose of crafting these stories is to create alternative worlds or build new realities to immerse people in and to really suspend their disbelief and make them feel truly connected to a brand, to a space, to an experience. So I wanted to share 4 of my personal projects. Before that, I think there's value in bringing us back to the history of XR. Ever since 15,000 BC, people have been telling stories. Our ancestors have this instinct to tell stories. So this cave painting in 15,000 BC France is actually the ancient version of XR, right? It's truly immersive. And then technology evolves through time. Well, sorry. See, technology fails. Okay. So ever since the 15,000 BC cave paintings, fast forward to the 19th century panorama, which is a very photorealistic 360 drawings that are the immersive technology of that time, and to the Sensorama of the 1960s, which is the predecessor of VR. Fast forward to the most up-to-date XR technologies. I believe as designers, we have this obligation to investigate all these technologies, whether old or new, low-tech or even no-tech, quote-unquote, and then use whatever is relevant and interesting to tell interesting stories. I believe the core is still the story itself. So technology is not the end. It's the means to the end of storytelling. And to make people feel truly connected to one another, to a story, to a space, to a brand. So with whatever time I have left, which is 18 minutes, I'd like to go over the bold task of sharing 4 of my projects. 2 of them more artistic and 2 of them more corporate. So the first one, without further ado, is called Poeceptible. It's created in 2019. So the purpose of it is to revive Chinese ancient poetry. So for people that are familiar with Chinese poetry, this one is a selection of Su Shi, which is a famous poet and scholar from the Song Dynasty. So I visualized his poetry in virtual reality. And the beauty of it is each single character is actually a story in itself. So I used VR animation to revive each single character and to connect the characters to one another. So the poetry actually becomes an immersive 3D experience, kind of an audio-visual aesthetic experience where a participant can actually walk inside a poetry. And they can feel the poem in a very multi-sensorial way. So of course, the production of this piece is interesting since, I get to play with VR and really had my own way of interpreting Chinese poetry. But I think the why is actually more interesting than the how. Because the reason for creating this piece comes from some inspiration from reading a paper. So from the paper, the scholar from Princeton, he wrote that Chinese ancient poetry is actually a visual experience of multiple layers and dimensions in itself. Not only through the semantic reading, but even even if you look into each single character and look into each single part of the character, each single part is actually a drawing. So it becomes really, really interesting. So a piece of Chinese poetry is actually layers and layers of visual elements kind of connected with one another in a very non-linear way. And I think there's no better medium than VR to express that non-linear, multi-layer kind of visual experience. And here's another example of another poem, another Chinese ancient poem where they had a lot of visual elements just embedded in the parts of the characters, and they connect with one another and they repeat at different phases of the poem. It's really like a 3D drawing in some way. So, and if we connect Chinese poems to Chinese paintings, there are many non-linear way and temporal way of reading a Chinese painting. You literally go from one place to another as you kind of appreciate a Chinese painting. So all of these very modern attributes are hidden in the Chinese ancient poetry and painting, and I want to revive them with the most up-to-date medium, which is VR. So fast forward, there's a lot of concept drawings and the VR animation part. What I really wanted to remind everyone here is we have to really have a reason for using emerging technology medium, because all of them are costly. They comes with a computational cost, they comes with the headset cost and a lot of hardware cost and production cost. So we have to really have a good reason to use these emerging media. And interestingly, yesterday a friend sent me this project. It's done by a team from China Academy of Art. They looked into the ancient Chinese oracle writings, and they connect that to the body language. So every audience or every participant to the exhibition can really write these ancient Chinese oracle writing with their body. They use machine learning algorithm to train the model, and then people can interact with these characters in a very embodied way. And I really like this project, and I think maybe the next step for my poem project is to have this other layer of interaction. What if I can allow the participant to walk in my poem, really immerse themselves in the poem, but also alter the poem, alter the landscape with their body language? So that would be an interesting next step. And, AI really provides so much possibilities for these XR projects, not only with this kind of machine learning layer of interactivity, but also it fastens my production. With this project, I literally had to put on a headset every day and draw in VR for 3 months. I believe now with Gen AI, I can really reduce that production timeline to maybe 1/5 of the total time. So that's really exciting. So the next project is called Gathered Cloth VR. It's a collaboration with a San Francisco-based textile artist, Mira Muzank. Mira has been very passionate about the global problem of textile waste since she works in fashion, and she also works with textile a lot. So she noticed there's this growing trend of global textile waste, and it's hurting developing countries the most. A lot of these textile waste from developed countries get exported to Africa and become, a lot of pollutions. So she started collecting these waste cloths and started disassembling them and reassemble them through the traditional ruffling technique. And then eventually they become secondhand clothes or very creative reassemblies of waste cloth. So it's called gathered cloth. And it's actually a performance in itself, because every time she brings these pieces to a new community and then she reassemble these cloths with newly collected waste cloths from the local community, and then it's also a way of engaging the local community by asking them to send her the waste cloth and then reassemble them with her. So every time this piece keeps growing, and every time it becomes larger and larger since more people mail their waste cloth to her. Eventually, I think now it's the ninth iteration, and it becomes just incredibly large and impactful, and a lot of media has caught their attention, and she started reaching out to me, because as good as traditional textile media is, it's relevant, it's tactile, people can feel it, they can participate, but there's limit to it. The limit lies in the fact that only a very small group of people can play with her actual installation. But with virtual reality, we can literally distribute it everywhere. If we make a web XR version, then everyone who has a browser can play with this experience. So she wanted me to bring her tangible textile installation to VR and hopefully engage more people and bring the awareness of textile waste to a larger group. And also there's new ways of creative expression allowed by the medium of VR. So I got really excited by her project, and I co-created with her this VR experience called Gathered Cloth VR. So in the production of this piece, I included a lot of traditional illustrators. I asked them to draw in VR. Initially, we wanted to just do simple 3D scans of her physical textile pieces and just, create a VR replica of it. But it's kind of boring, and, there's a lot of VR-specific aesthetics. So we wanted to explore that, which came out, I think, much better than just simply scanning her actual pieces. And, okay. Yeah, so there's a way of gamification allowed in VR, which is also exciting. So in this experience, we have the participant immersed in this textile waste mountain. So they literally get buried under the textile waste to have them experience how severe this issue is. And so they can, have a level of empathy for the people that are affected by this issue. And also there's 1 minute countdown clock in this experience where they are asked to gather these pieces and create a new piece out of these waste. So it's kind of trying to have people really participate in this gamification way to not only have a duet with our physical experience, but also, create a sense of urgency by this 1 minute countdown. So So this experience, both the VR experience and the tangible textile installation, was exhibited in FIT, Fashion Institute of Technology in New York this September. So it received some good feedback. I think the beauty of this work is that we combined the values of two different mediums. There's value in using the tangible media, but there is also value in using VR, as I previously stated. So as we use all these emerging technologies, the good question to always ask ourselves is why, and how can we bring them to the next level by maybe using also a little bit of the tangible medium? Okay, the third one comes from my time at MasterCard Labs. So during the pandemic, a lot of people are shopping online, but it's kind of a little bit too boring to just swipe on your phone and add items to cart from your mobile phone. So I created this project called MasterCard Virtual Unattended Store, which is a 360 replica of a real store, of a real unattended store, and people can navigate in the store in a gamified way. It's like they're playing a 3D game, and the algorithm would recommend relevant products to them, and they can, move themselves, their avatar, to the virtual item and grab it to their shopping cart by moving their phone to that item. And then, they can check out by just tapping the phone on the screen, which is a replica of the actual unattended store experience. So eventually, when they check out by tapping their phone on the exit gantry, they also receive a digital receipt, and all the items that they purchased would be mailed to their home, just like, when you shop on Instacart or Taobao. So why did we create this piece? As I said, it's kind of a little bit too boring to just shop on your phone. But another reason is there is a lot of value to use XR for brands and for merchants, because it connects people to the brand by providing immersiveness, by providing interactivity that other medium couldn't really provide. So I also used embodied interaction in this experience. I use the phone to talk with the desktop, so people can use their phone kind of as a game controller and navigate the store. And then it also mimics the real life experience of shopping in a MasterCard unattended store, because people literally use their phone to scan a product and to add the product to their cart. So there's eventually, this experience was launched in all of the MasterCard experience centers around the world. It's kind of virtual reality embedded in an actual room, in an actual showroom. So people can experience this mixed reality to a sense. Fast forward to my latest work at Amazon. I think I really need to fast forward because I only have 5 minutes left. Most recently, I'm doing some AR shopping design at Amazon. Some of the things that we provide are, AR viewing your room for electronics, for furniture, and for home products, actually. And we also have other teams that are doing virtual try-on for fashion items, for shoes, for sunglasses, and for makeup, and of course for clothes. XR has gathered a lot of attention since the past few years, and there's a lot of value in increasing the conversion, and especially for a place like Amazon, the benefit of having this is to help people not only increase the purchase rate, but also reduce the return rate, because there's a lot of cost related with making an unsatisfactory purchase and having to return it. There's a lot of environmental cost in buying a big piece like a furniture and then having to return it. So we want to really reduce the possibility of that by having people able to visualize what it would look like. And also, nowadays, people can actually interact with the furniture and, some electronics in a gamified way. That's also a way to enhance our brand image and make people really enjoy the shopping journey. And most recently, we're doing some AI conversational shopping. Instead of just inputting a query, some text, you can have a back and forth conversation with this agent. Think of it as a ChatGPT, but embedded within the Amazon shopping app. You can have all kinds of conversation with this agent. You can ask, hey, what are the good gifts for my mom for Mother's Day? Or what do I need for a hike? Or compare between different products. Or even just ask questions about product reviews or, So at the end of the day, what we want to do is to kind of revive the brand image of Amazon as a place for inspiration, as a place for fun. We want people to really enjoy the shopping journey at Amazon and come to Amazon even when they don't really know what to buy. Because, people come to Pinterest or some platforms to find inspirations. We want them to come to Amazon just from the inkling of a thought. So my take on the future of design. I want to borrow a slide from the head of Metaverse Lab at EY. So he mentioned that the future of the internet consists of the metaverse, which is the future of the experience, Gen AI, which is the future of content creation, and Web3, which is the future of value creation. I think it makes a lot of sense, and knowing this framework helps us look at, experience design and even entrepreneurship at a higher level. So this is, if there's one thing you can take away from today, maybe it's this or this. Well, personally, I believe that at an experience level, we need to blend all the senses, but not blindly. We need to try to engage people's multiple senses, but in a meaningful way. And then, of course, blind the digital with physical. I'm always a big advocate for this. And from a human level, experiences should be able to be personalized. And it's even more relevant now with Gen AI, and I have a slide for that. And at an environment level, things are becoming increasingly computable. Of course, it depends highly on a lot of advancement in material engineering and all these hardcore sciences, but I believe the day is coming. Yeah, speaking of personalization in the age of Gen AI, there's a lot we can do for content creation and for the real-time adaptation of the experience to the individual. Because now with Gen AI, and of course with the enhanced level of data that it can gather from people. We literally know where you are at any given moment of your life, of your day, and what you're doing from all these data and all these, predictions. So we can really provide very customizable, personalizable experiences to the individual, to the context. So that's becoming more and more exciting. Eventually, I wanted to remind everyone that we as human beings, we've lived on the earth for centuries and centuries, and there is a lot of wisdom gathered from interacting with the real world, with real people, with real objects, with nature. So I think there is a lot of value in bringing all these wisdoms and tangible wisdom into our digital design and really humanize all these technologies through understanding what it means to be human. Okay, I'm on time. Cool. So there's one quote that I want you to take away today. It's from a futurist and author, John Naisbitt, from the US. So he wrote that the most exciting breakthrough of the 21st century will not occur because of technology, but because of an expanding concept of what it means to be human. And I think it's super relevant to the times of now. And as creatives, as designers, as policymakers, it's an interesting time to be here and now, but it's also a very daunting time because, Gen AI is doing better graphic design than me. So I think we need to work harder on understanding what it means to be human. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Iris, for sharing. Really summing up what the future of AI can bring and what it is to be human, as if we are ever growing. Next up, we'll be honored to invite Dr. Tianyuan Li on stage for his keynote on the road, Xiaomi's electrical vehicle journey. As the head of design at Xiaomi EV, Tianyuan Li will delve into Xiaomi's journey into electrical vehicles, highlighting the brand's cross-disciplinary transition from consumer electronics to the automotive sector. He will discuss how Xiaomi, as a design-centric brand, has evolved. By showcasing how Xiaomi's EV design philosophy encapsulates the vision of technology, design, art, and aesthetics through a seamless integration of intuitive design concepts. This section will be conducted in Putonghua, so for simultaneous interpretation, please scan the Keynote QR code on the back of your badge or the QR code that's available on screen. If you do not have earphones available, we do have them on site, and if you need, our staff will be glad to help you. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tianyuan Li. 有请李田园先生。
To help you, please join me in coming master. Stay away from there, stay away from you. Mr. Fields, Mr. Fields.
大家早上好啊，我是来自小米汽车工艺设计部的李田园。
Good morning, everyone. Dash exclamation mark. I'm Li Tiano from the Industrial Design Department of Xiaomi Automobile.
能够在这里跟大家分享。
Thank you very much, Eric and BODW, for inviting me.
我今天分享的主题呢是。
Today, I am honored to be here to share with you some stories about Xiaomi Auto.
一个阶段，那么小米书期的诞生也是经过了这个。
The theme of my sharing today is from 0 to 1, which is actually a stage that every new company, or a new business or a new product, is bound to go through. The early stage of Xiaomi's birth also went through this stage. Before I came here, I had actually received a question from my friends and the media about being a designer. I'm a designer.
就是作为设计师而言呢，之前我做了2个特别有意义的项目，
Okay,
对我来
as a
说
designer?
众多项目里面对我来说也是意义非常重大。一个是BMW 的 iX， 然后另外一个就是
Before I came here, I had worked on 2 projects of great significance, and to me, they were among the many projects that were of great significance to me. One was the BMW i, one was the BMW i X, and the other was Xiaomi's Shu Qi. Why did these 2 designs perform so differently under the same designer? In fact, these 2 designs have something in common, and the biggest thing in common is that they are both new, with one word, new, surrounding them. They are based on one word, new.
其实宝马 iX 在做的时候呢，它是属于宝马品牌在设计语言上的探索。这个新的驱动力在于，我需要做出不同，需要在设计原有的设计语言上做出突破。 它是一个成熟品牌从1到100路上的一个探索，而小米苏7的心是一个从0到1。
However, the driving force of their newness is particularly different. In fact, when BMW X was made, it belonged to the BMW brand, exploring on the design language, and the driving force of this newness lies in the fact that I need to make a difference, need to make a breakthrough on the original design language of the design, and that it is an exploration on the road of a mature brand, from 1 to 100. Xiaomi's early stage of newness was a journey from 0 to 1, from nothing to something, and it didn't have a previous generation of products. So, although both of them are centered around a new starting point, they are fundamentally different. As for myself, when I was designing BMW, when I was designing the iChaw, when I was designing X, I was thinking as a designer about how to make a breakthrough in design language. But when I came to Xiaomi Automobile, I needed to change my way of thinking, as a team leader, to think with the team and the whole company about how to define a car in a more macro dimension. Then we are actually talking about Xiaomi's first car today. Before we made Suki, we set up some questions for ourselves. First of all, who are we? What is the positioning of Xiaomi's first car? And the second one is, of course, we have to look at the direction of future automobile development, where it is, what kind of shape the next generation of cars should be. The last one is the core of the core, that is, what are the real users' needs and how do we fulfill them? Let's take a look. First of all, what is the positioning of Xiaomi Auto? We all know that Xiaomi started out as a cell phone company, and then with the expansion of its business, we made a lot of eco products.
电子产品其实它覆盖了我们的什么样的几个场景呢？可能覆盖了我们的生活场景、我们的家。
We can see that in these products, there are sweeping robots, air purifiers, watches, wearable devices, home appliances, TVs, all these electronic products. In fact, what kind of several scenarios does it cover for us? It may cover our life scene, our home, and our office scene, our office, that is, our office.
然后更多的汽车它又是一个空间，那自然而然的汽车又会作为承载生态智能设备的另一个载体，去闭环我们人、车、家。
But the only thing that is missing in this is the traveling ring. So when we made the car, we clearly recognized that with the addition of the car, it can become a closed loop, a part of our ecosystem, and then more cars, which is a space. Then naturally, the car will be used as another carrier to carry the eco-smart devices to close the loop. A closed loop of all the scenarios of our people, cars, and homes. So let's take a look at what the next generation of cars will be. Having found our position, let's first look at what era we are experiencing today. We are already experiencing, or on the way to completing, the transition from the fuel era to the electric era. There are two diagrams here, and they are very interesting. The one on the left is actually a feature that will definitely be found in every fuel vehicle, that is, the intake hill. So the designers have used this feature to make a lot of brands, different brands of add-ons, such as BMW's Sydney, which is our two-tone color, or Mercedes-Benz's Shield, NTC, which is the shield-shaped, such an air intake grille. Hill. Well, in the era of electric vehicles, actually this feature is no longer meaningful, it's been taken away. So what do we designers have to face today? On the right is a laser radar. Because of the possibility of autonomous driving and the arrival of the autonomous driving era, there is no more airframe.
转化到了激光雷达，其实实质的背后呢，我们认为，我们今天的汽车设计已经慢慢的在从一个纯硬件物理形态的转变，到了一个软件和硬件结合的一个设计机遇。为什么呢？因为激光雷达它的布置的位置。
In the future, more designers, in fact, are thinking every day about how we can better integrate laser and radar into automotive design, and this seems to be a transformation of physical design. That is, our design focus has transformed from air intake and mountains to laser and radar, but in fact, the substance of the back of it, we think that our automotive design today has slowly transformed from a purely physical form of hardware to a purely physical form of design, and we think that we have to change from a purely physical form of hardware to a purely physical form of design. We believe that today's automotive design has gradually transformed from a purely physical form of hardware to a design that combines software and state hardware. Why? Because the laser radar is laid out in a position and at an angle. Where do you put it? In fact, it is closely related to the computational power of the software and the algorithm of the software. So our so-called automobile design today is no longer just about the physical and hardware form. So, besides the drive of electrification, what other factors are influencing our car design? The most important factor is, of course, the arrival of the era of automated and assisted driving, as I mentioned earlier. Another factor is that we believe that today's automotive industry is more like a convergence of the consumer electronics industry. The last one is the coming of the AI era. That's what we know. All the drivers now is the design driver and the design factor. So let's look at the relationship between the human and the car, and how does that translate into this? Back to automated driving. It turns out that in the early days, the car as a product, it is impossible to use it alone, and the human being needs to drive the car. So in today's era of assisted driving, which is becoming more and more mature, in fact, it is now a human vehicle co-construction, and on a relatively closed road, we have been able to form a situation in which the human being can briefly step away from the steering wheel and allow the car to drive in place of me. What about the era of automated driving that may come in full force in the future? In that case, it will probably be people in cars. At that time, we will realize, where will the human beings go? Has the human being been detached from the automobile scene? This is a question we need to consider. Of course, we can guess that the future automobile designer may change in this way. As I mentioned earlier, the original automobile design was led by the physical form, so that whenever we talk about automobile design, we will use a word called casting device, which is to do the modeling design. So what kind of era are we in today? It is an environment in which hardware design and software are combined with hardware design. In the future, when people don't need to drive anymore, what we have to consider may be more from people's needs and different scenarios of people's use of cars to carry out scenario design. Of course, this is just an observation and a guess. Then maybe in the future there will be some more interesting definitions of the automobile. For example, in the future, could the automobile be a rice cooker on wheels, or a cell phone on wheels, or a TV on wheels, or a refrigerator on wheels? Because all these products are a scene, and all of them are one, and they all revolve around the human being's starting point, a need, and a starting point. Okay, with the arrival of the AI era, is that possible? Actually, no, there's no possibility. Then surely the intelligent car in the future will become an intelligent assistant that can understand you and accompany you? That's all we've observed that could happen in the future. Back to our Xiaomi car, what kind of design do we need? Is it the same as the BMW X that I said at the beginning? Do we need a different design?
今天的小米苏其实有了特别不一样的形态，当然这个方案最终也没有能够活下来。希望有机会的能跟大家分享更多的这些研发背后的故事。
In fact, this photo is from the beginning of 2021, before the Spring Festival, when we reviewed the design with Mr. Lei and all the people in the company, and one of the proposals, as you can see, has a particularly different shape from the Xiaomi shortcuts of today, and of course, this proposal didn't survive in the end, so I hope to have a chance to share more of the stories behind the research and development with all of you. I hope I can have a chance to share with you more stories behind the R and AMP-D. In fact, we didn't need a different design, because Xiaomi is a process from scratch, and in the beginning, we have studied what is Xiaomi design. You should have a better understanding of this term. MI Club, it's a fixed style accumulated from eco-design, handset design, cell phone design, and all the previous product designs of Xiaomi. So in simple terms, it's a very simple, pure look, and the logic behind this minimalist design language is that we want to make products that are universal, that are durable, and that are innovative. The same is true for efficiency. So the duty of the designer is to use design to bring back the product as it should be. So let's take a look at what else is behind it. What is the meaning behind it? It is that we want to use a simple form, but not a boring form. Xiaomi is a tech company, but we want to make tech products with temperature, so we gave chamfers to the simple shape, not ordinary chamfers, but super ellipse.
穿插着所有小米生态的设计，我们管它叫 alive shape。然后就有人问我，在他看到苏七是这个形态的时候，为什么你们没有用直接把这个刚才讲的这个小米 Mi Look 的这个风格搬到汽车上面？其实我们尝试过，但是我们知道汽车的体量跟消费电子的体量是相差非常大的，同时汽车是一个更具有性格和情绪特征的一个产品。如果我们直接把极简的语言搬到汽车上来，我们做过调研，其实是不普适的。就是我说的普适，是我们核心的一个设计的一个重要驱动力之一啊，它是不普适的。我们在做了极简的像产品化设计语言的时候，我们做调研的时候，其实很多人。
When Mr. Kenyahara made the new logo design for us, he actually used a word to describe us. He thought Xiaomi is a technology company with a sense of life, and he used a live design. So he said that our shape is super elliptic, and it is interspersed with all the Xiaomi eco designs, and we call it a live shape. And then some people asked me why you didn't use this shape when you saw Shu Qi playing the role of the live shape. Then someone asked me, when I saw this shape, why didn't you use the style of the Xiaomi Mi Look that we just talked about to directly apply it to automobiles? In fact, we tried to do so, but we know that the volume of automobiles is very different from that of consumer electronics, and at the same time, automobiles are a product with more personality and emotional characteristics. So if we directly apply minimalist language to automobiles, we would have to do some research, but in fact, it's not possible. If we directly transfer the minimalist language to automobiles, we have done research, and in fact, it is not universal. That is, what I mean by universal is one of our core design, one of the important driving forces, and it is not universal. When we did the research, when we did the minimalist, like productized design, language, in fact, a lot of people don't think that it's in the aesthetic zone of automobile, so we didn't use such a design language that is directly transferred to MI Look. So finally, the shape of our car. This is what we did during the midterm data testing, and as you can see from the two diagrams, we hope that this car is still a universal aesthetic, and has a simple appearance, and we hope that when the light and shadow flow through the body, all the light and shadow, it is complete. No, it will not be destroyed by any details, it is also a whole. So we gave it a name, a live form, because in fact all the light and shadows change as they flow, all the surfaces change, and we believe that life is also changing. So how is this form derived? Let me tell you a little bit about it. In fact, in the early days, when we were designing, Mr. Lei put forward a demand. He hoped that the design team could make a design that was good-looking, durable, and could stand the test of time. There is a particularly important word here, that is, to stand the test of time, which requires us to consider the issue from the dimension of time. In fact, the automobile industry is an industry that has been developed for more than 100 years. First of all, let's take a look at what has changed and what hasn't changed over the past 100 years. In fact, as we all know, all technologies are iterating along with the dimension of time, but the trend also iterates every day, and there is always one thing that remains unchanged in the past thousands of years, that is, our human nature, as well as natural and scientific laws, and we should seize the changes to make designs. Seizing the changes to do design. We can make our products keep up with the trend and the pace of the times, but seizing the unchanging core to do design, we can make products that transcend time. That's why we set up a principle for all our teams at the very beginning of our design process, that we want all designs to capture the needs and start from the nature of things, and then we also believe in design itself, that the best design is one that combines technology, art, and science, and that no matter what kind of design we do, the first principle is that all designs should not contradict the laws of science and nature. The last one, of course, is that we have to do with lasting aesthetics. The second, and of course the third, is that we want all design to be intuitive, and these are the three principles that we define at the beginning of design. Let's take a look at how we disassemble it. We go back to the nature of the EV. What are the top three factors that consumers are most concerned about when it comes to the operation of an EV? The first one is energy efficiency, which is related to the economy and convenience of using the vehicle. The second one is intelligence, which relates to the use of the car, whether it's smart, whether it can interact with you better, whether it can connect with the cell phone, with all the ecosystems better. The last one is, of course, what all cars will pay special attention to, that is, the safety issue, and the one that is particularly related to modeling is the first one, the energy efficiency, because energy efficiency is related to wind resistance, and the shape of the exterior trim is the decisive factor that determines the wind resistance, and in this case, in fact, what kind of shape is the best for the wind resistance. In fact, there is no need to invent and create. In the hand drawing of many design proposals, we go back to the initial idea, that is, what is our initial concept? Ideally, if we want the wind resistance to be the best, then of course, we want the shape of the car to be a drop of water without gravity, and then under the condition of wind, it will form a shape, and that should be the best shape for wind resistance. Therefore, we believe that the most important role in the design process, apart from the designer, is the wind, which is the best sculptor of our scientific grip. So, we conducted a lot of experiments and a lot of debugging and simulation in the wind tunnel laboratory, and we slowly deduced our design from the first conceptual drawing, and finally we got a body that suited the wind resistance, and based on this body, we made two more variants of the project, and that is our performance car. Su Xiaomi, Su Qi, Ultra, and our Xiaomi Su Qi Ultra prototype. As you can see, these three cars are actually different, they have their own demands. Xiaomi and Su Qi need to use the car economically, then it needs to have the lowest wind resistance, and it needs to have the best aero coefficient, and Xiaomi Su Qi Ultra is defined as a passenger racing car, that is to say, it is able to satisfy your usual use, but also able to be driven by driving enthusiasts to take it to the racetrack. Drift it, have some fun. Then the last one is the Xiaomi Ultra prototype, and in its prototype we needed to make it able to carry our best technology, the most advanced technology, to the challenge. How did we disassemble the fastest lap time of the Nürburgring four-door electric car? First of all, in the initial design, the whole design of the car, we took out all the extra features from the exterior. We had the lowered front end, the depressed front end, and then we stripped off the windshield camber, and the tailgate camber, and the rear window camber, and all of that was tuned in the wind tunnel, without any features. All of the physical characteristics and the design was centered around how to reduce wind resistance.
$85公斤的下压力，让车在一定的时速下、高速下能够有很稳的抓地力。那当然，在 另一个极端里面就是我们的小米苏七 Ultra。
On the basis of that, we have the protruding notch, which is needed for drivability, which is needed for grip, and at this point, based on the shape of the front, we added the front wheels, we added the big tail fins, we added the active agitator and the active diffusers, and all of these features, all of these features, all of these features, all of them are intended to add a certain amount of downforce, and these features bring about a downforce of the whole car of 285 kilograms, so that the car is able to move at a certain speed at a certain time, so that the car can move at a certain time. These features give the car 285 kilograms of downforce, which gives the car a very stable grip at certain speeds, at high speeds. Of course, in the other extreme, that is our Xiaomi Ultra prototype. This car, we are going to hit the Ox North World Record, the fastest electric car, and we have reached this record because on the basis of the Ultra, we have increased the area of the front wheel, the area of the tailgate, and we have increased the wheel chambers, the openings, the hood openings, the chambers, the diffusers, and the extreme lightweight, all the functional design, and the design of the car. We are very pleased to see that it is a very lightweight car. With all the lightweight, all the functional designs, all the exterior designs, there is still only one driving force, which is the downforce. It can be seen that the changes in all these products, whether it is all the details or all the features, are all back to the requirement that the product can satisfy its definition, its objectives, and meet its needs. We don't do redundant design. Another example, the details, this is a rearview mirror and a laser radar. In fact, our earliest actually is the same. These two shapes are in the wind tunnel, and this simulation test, and it doesn't mean that we are inspired by the pebbles. So after we did the design, some designers pointed out that these two shapes are especially like the pebbles in the natural world. So once again, it shows that what we get is a design that is based on technical and scientific dimensions, and it's a product that can meet the requirements. Therefore, it proves once again that what we got from the dimension of technology and science is a form of natural beauty. After talking about shape, let's talk about intuitive design door handles. So one of the topics we discussed at that time was that we made open door handles, not hidden door handles like many new energy brands do today, but in fact, it's very simple. We hope that the door handles will be the most basic experience in the car scene, and it's a very, very basic experience. We don't want it to have any learning cost. Even a 5-year-old kid, the first time he walks over in a car, he knows how to open the door. The interior is a space, so the interior space intuition tells us that the expanded space is big, the permeable space is big. We have actually explored a lot on this. Back to our sketch, in the early days, our sketch utilized a lot of lines, simple, but with simplicity, but all of our lines, as you can see, are actually based on anti-gloss. Let's take an example. We use the return feature, odor, on the door panels and YP of the SUV interior. That is, when the driver or the passenger sits inside, all the features are diffused outward, so naturally, your sense of the space is outward, and it gives you a very good sense of space. Then again, the interior is a central area for interaction between people in the car, and all of our layouts and forms are experience-oriented, and the physical buttons are an important topic for us to discuss. Many people said that when we were working on this feature, we had a long internal debate on whether to keep the physical buttons or not. In the end, we kept it because we thought that the interaction between car and human should not just be through a screen. We thought that the physical buttons and the real feedback can build an emotional bridge between human and car.
但是我们用了一个特别聪明的方式，我们没有直接把这个物理按键强加给他们，我们用了生态链的形式。谈到生态的话，小米其实集团的一个大战略是
Of course, the physical buttons are also a particularly important feature. It allows people to interact with the car without having to look at the screen when they're driving. And it can be a blind sound, that is, we are talking about the ability to directly touch the interaction with the hands, this medium, which can increase the safety, but we used a particularly smart way. We did not directly impose the physical buttons on them, we used the form of an ecological chain. When it comes to ecology, one of the major strategies of the Xiaomi group is, as mentioned earlier, people, cars, plus, full ecology, which is also the unique emotional value of Xiaomi. You can take a look at the layout of our original products. There's a picture here, it's a pipe that we're in charge of. It's called Live Space, that's all of our products. In fact, inside your living space, or inside the office space, you can find, and we're using our HyperOS operating system to connect them. Then such a miniature scene, we put it the same use in the car. Here is the front of the car, a region of Connecticut. If you have to understand to Xiaomi familiar words, you can find that we are in the socket area as a skeleton area. In this skeleton area, we left a very much interface, left a very much possibility. For example, in this area, we can go and add our air fragrance machine, also, walkie-talkies, also outdoor speakers. These three can be replaced on this side.
希望把选择权归还给用户。 刚才谈到的内饰和外饰，当然色彩的这个设计，我们也有自己的一个
And so on, and so on, and then around the screen, we also have the extension of the physical hardware. As I mentioned earlier, there's a keyboard, and we want to be able to return the scenes to the user, rather than forcing all the scenes away from the user, or we're giving it to the user, and we want to give the choice back to the user. Just now we talked about the interior and exterior, of course the color design. We also have our own cognition. First of all, we think that the color is not good or bad. The color is only good or bad. There is no color good or bad, and then the color is only personal preference. In our initial release, we released a total of 9 colors, and today we're going to talk briefly about an exclusive color we developed for women, purple.
10个人有5个偏好，我们如何决策到底哪个颜色是应该我们采用的颜色？所以说，我们建立了一套科学的调研系统，把它强制的加入了设计流程里面。我们做设计的时候。
In fact, when we were doing the early design, this purple color was almost eliminated, or it was not a first choice, and we found that when we were doing the design review in the early stages, it was very painful for us, because for 10 colors, 10 people might have 5 preferences, so how could we make a decision as to which color was the color that should be adopted? And that's why we set up a set of scientific research systems and forced it into the design process. Therefore, we have established a scientific research system and added it to the design process compulsorily.
这就是我们去掉一个就是主观的设计决策，我们把它从设计流程里面拿掉了。那么简单再讲一下呢，简单的总结一下。
When we did the design, neither as the director, I was not the one who made the decision, and of course our CEO, Mr. Lei, he couldn't make the decision either. We listened to the users, and we conducted 3 researches on this purple. And all 3 researches on this purple got the highest favorites, and one of the researches was a women's session, and as a real-time proof, we ended up with the highest sales for the purple in all the paid colors, and that's the highest sales for purple. That also proves that the data and user needs are real, and how to reflect it into the design is one of the things we have to accomplish, and that's one of the things we've removed, which is the subjective design decision, and we've taken it out of the design process. So let's talk about it briefly. Let's summarize it briefly. This is the part that I'm sharing with you about the design of Xiaomi's car, because today's time is limited. We hope that the design can respect the laws of science and nature, and that we can do lasting aesthetics, and that the design can't be offensive to the intuition of the human being. And lastly, what kind of a team do we have? In fact, we are a multidisciplinary team, with members from the automotive field as well as from the consumer electronics field. We know, in fact, the consumer electronics field, or the internet industry, in fact, its way of working and thinking mode in the automotive industry is particularly different, because its life cycle, product iteration cycle is very short. The emphasis is on fast, change, OTA, and the automotive field, the automotive industry. The automotive industry is a very complex industry, which emphasizes the need for a set of perfect processes, stable systems, to guide the development of a product, and the development of a product, and the development of a product. The automotive industry is a very complex industry, and it requires a set of perfect processes and stable systems to guide the development of a product. Of course, general product development may be in 4 to 5 years, which is considered fast. The question we are facing today is how to create a new working model and a new way of thinking by combining these 2 ideas, which is very interesting. When Xiaomi was forming its team, it was forming the team and working on the project at the same time, and of course, we had a lot of new methodologies and new systems that were built up in the workflow. Today, it is about AI and innovation, and I would like to briefly talk to you about how AI is utilized in our design process. First of all, 2 years ago, we started to try to use AI to do design. At that time, we bought a lot of computers, and each designer was equipped with the best graphics card, which allowed them to use today's most popular AI, GC, to calculate their drawings. We found that there were a couple of problems. First, automobiles are highly confidential products, and every designer, if he or she is going to use an open-source algorithm to do the math, then our data is going to be uploaded to the internet. Secondly, the designer, he's not a Kotlin guy, he's not a code guy, he doesn't have the means to maintain his own computer, and he doesn't have the means to work if there's a programming error or a bug. So we've built a cloud platform that allows all designers to access our Ops Cluster Center from their PCs or their Macs, and output their designs through its input to the Ops Center's output. But at the same time, we're training our own micromodels.
设计师找到的 mood board 就是它的 inspiration， 它的灵感图，去适配到我们这个3维模型上面，然后进行一个氛围的一个探讨。那最后一个就是我们把 AIGC 和参数化建模结合起来。
For example, how we apply it. For example, in the usual design, we will use some lines, frames, and diagrams as our pre-discussion, which can be used as the direction of the pre-discussion. And at the same time, we also have the ability to help the designer do some rendering and to carry out the scheme, mentioning, and that is, in the research of CMF, we can let the CMF designer define a module, that is, his inspiration, which is the inspiration of his computer. The module, that is, his inspiration drawing, can be adapted to our 3D model, and then an atmosphere can be explored. The last one is that we combine AI, GC, and parametric modeling, and in the case of a regular graphic, For example, the wheel, which is a regular graphic, we can use parameterization to make very fine adjustments, and then after the adjustments are made, in combination with our AI and GC, we can survive a lot of fine-tuning scenarios.
需求还有设计师的思维，哪怕我们的微调模型也是由设计师
In fact, these hubs are just part of the solution, and we can basically generate about 10,000 or 20,000 scenarios in 10 minutes. And then the last one, whether AI can replace human beings. In fact, we think it's not possible at all, at least in the design. There's no way to do it right now, and we know that AI as a tool at the early stage can help us to be effective, and it can help us with early inspiration. But who is really the best person to do that? We know that AI can help us in the early stages as a tool, and can help us with early inspiration, but who really defines the car is still the logical demand behind our design. We know that AI can help us in the early stage as a tool. It can help us with early inspiration, but who really defines the car is still the logic behind our design. And the designer's thinking. Even our fine-tuned model is also guided by the designer, so the content that we share with you today is actually so much, from 0 to 1. We share with you who we are. What is the definition of Xiaomi's first car? What our future direction might be? The second thing is that when we do design, our principle is that we want all our designs to be in line with science.
Thank you, Mr. Li, for sharing Xiaomi's EU journey. Next up, we'll be inviting Anthony Lo on stage for his keynote, Driving into the Future. Anthony represents Hong Kong's rare talent in global automotive design, having distinguished himself at the industry's highest level. As an acclaimed automotive designer, Anthony has made impressive strides on the international stage. He recently joined the Chinese carmaker BAIC Group as the Chief Design Officer and Vice President of Global Design. Prior to this role, he has served as Ford's Global Chief Designer Officer in the US and Renault's Vice President of Exterior Design in France. Anthony will now explore the changing dynamic of the automotive industry, highlighting how design and disruptive technology are enabling newcomers to leapfrog traditional boundaries and envision a design-driven future. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anthony Lo.
Here's my personal selection of some outstanding cars in 2024 in terms of styling. They represent some of the latest trends. Just one second. They represent some of the latest trends in 2024. And most of these cars are actually products of local Chinese brands. I can see that the design team worked very, very hard to create strong personality, identity, so that some of the products and the brands will become more aware, people will become more aware of them over time. One major design approach is less but better. Less chrome, less decorative elements, less redundant details. And they all look contemporary. Less but better, achieving less but better is in fact not very easy at all. Less but better, for designers in the audience, would know that is one of 10 design principles of Dieter Rams. I met Mr. Rams about 13 years ago at the BODW, and I had a chance to talk to him again last summer and reminded me so much about the relevancy of less but better, or his 10 design principles, even more so today. Let's take a closer look. The big challenge of making simple design is, in fact, executions will have to be perfect. Making two parts being flushed with each other is very difficult from a manufacturing perspective. And here's an example of hidden lighting function flush with the body. Perfect stance, which I'm talking about, the relationship between the tire, wheel and tire, and the body. And flush side glass, frameless doors, which creating a very seamless surface from the front door glass all the way to the rear. And last but not least, hidden belt molding. This is the junction between the side glass and the top of the door. Usually, there's a piece of chrome or a piece of rubber molding, and this is gone in some of the new cars now. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking about, car trends or styling trends in 2024. Actually, one of these cars on this chart, the Saab 9X, was a concept car that was created in 2001. I was a little bit surprised to rediscover this car when I was preparing for this presentation today, that how relevant the design of this car still is. But before moving on to take a look at the 9X story, which was created in the advanced design process, something I will cover in a couple of minutes. Before doing that, I want to talk briefly about my journey as a car designer. I worked for several global automotive groups around the world, and coming back to recently, I started my job at the BAIC Group, which is one of the biggest, oldest car companies based in Beijing. And I'm very excited to share my experience around the world and try to introduce this experience to collaborate together with some of the top engineers and designers in Beijing and Shanghai, and also I'm setting up a design center in Europe right now. These are some of the brands that are within the BAIC Group. Beijing is an off-road oriented car brand. And Arcfox was created about 7 years ago. It's an EV-only brand. And Stellato was introduced in April this year. It's a luxury brand. And today we have only one vehicle and more to come. And these are the three brands that my team and I are going to focus our creative energy on. Back to the 9X story. It was a first step into creating a new identity to revive the Saab brand while we have to respect the Scandinavian heritage. The new design direction that we try to focus on is in fact using a concept car to kind of announce some of the new direction. And this car was created in an advanced design process that I learned at Audi and Mercedes. And while looking back and looking forward, I try to think about, there's a lot to reflect on. And on the 9X, for some reason, it has already, the designers back in the days were already thinking about how to create super modern, simple designs. But many of these details were created mostly out of our intuition. But how come it took more than 21 years, to realize on current production cars? For example, it has already the good stance that I mentioned earlier. It has the frameless doors and the hidden belt molding. It has also some of the other details that was kind of introduced in the other earlier slides. And no matter how well intended kind of some of the design was, excuse me, I just went over too quickly. No matter how well intended, timing to introduce new concepts is really critical. Were we a little bit too much ahead of time when we introduced some of these concepts? I believe so. Because competition was intensifying. A lot of manufacturers that I know and I work at focus very much on benchmarking some of the more successful products. And we use design, we introduce a lot of elements. We exaggerated certain parts of a vehicle in order to create attention. Hopefully, this would also generate more sales. So timing to introduce some of the simpler designs was not really the focus at the time. There are many other reasons as well. You know, there were probably because of the lack of self-confidence of some of the brands that we have to also create more details to attract attention. So creating simple design is something that it's actually can be a lot harder. So what we think about in creating in advanced design is to think about the future. So that made me think about how far should we project ourselves into the future. Looking again at the car styling trend of 2024, I'm happy to see that many car brands, especially the ones based in China, are focusing very much on simpler designs. Creating simple design with character can be something very difficult to do, but I'm glad to see that this is happening. So there's also a car culture emerging in China. This car culture changes the way how we design cars. One of the biggest and most important change is, in fact, time. The time to develop a new car in China is a lot shorter than the other parts of the world. There are many new use cases. Also, I went a little bit too fast again. There are new use cases are emerging. Take a look at some of these examples here. The car become a technology carrier. You are always connected, whether it's for work or for pleasure. Cars in XXL size are common in China because family of 3 generations prefer to travel together. Zero-gravity seats, usually found on much more expensive luxury products, are now in mass-produced cars. And one more reason that this can happen is because of the EV architecture. Because it's completely flat, you can actually create different layouts much more easily. And actually, the car also has more room inside in general. And some of this room, you know, customers are using it for different activities, such as even have yoga session. You can play in the car, or you can also go fishing with it. But this is also something we call the stationary moments. This is something very new use cases of cars. Because of EV, we're not creating any pollution at all. So you can actually have your air conditioning running, and you can spend time in a car like never before. On recent trips to China, I can't help but notice that there are many new products that appear on the road and also in shopping malls. And many of these products, somehow I can't really identify which brands they are easily. So that made me think about why this is happening. But I certainly personally believe that the shortened design process has a lot to do with it, because designers need time to think about a new concept. When you have to make a product very, very quickly, this also takes away some of the creative time. What can we do to remedy the situation? A question to the audience. There are 6 car interiors here. Do you think they all belong to one brand or more than one? There are in fact 6 different car brands you're looking at on the screen. Homogeneous design is in fact even more apparent in car interiors. One evening when I was having dinner with some friends in Italy, we were talking about the fast-paced car industry development in China. And one of my friends mentioned one phrase when he was working with Chinese customers. He mentioned that faster is better than better. And China has taken really the lead in terms of car development. And the NEVs and so-called intelligent vehicles is on the news all the time. And in my opinion, this fast pace is in fact an advantage, but how can we make the most of it and create unique designs? For traditional OEMs in the most parts of the world, it takes roughly 4 to 5 years to create all new products from start to finish. Start, I mean, the moment when the designer picks up a pen and think about the ideas. Finish when the first car rolls off the production line. And because of the long and complicated development process, it's one of the most complex industry development, industrial products in the world. Because of it's not only about making a nice shape and a nice body, you have to make it feasible also for mass production. And after that, stringent testing, feasibility studies, and so on and so forth before the car rolls off the production line. This is the reason why it takes so long. So from a moment we start the project, there's in fact, even in the traditional process, not a great deal of time to come up with something totally new. And that's where advanced design come into play. Advanced design is our sandbox. This is where we think about new identity, new concepts, new type of use cases, and you define also the future context based on research. We have to establish also the bandwidth in terms of dimension and type of vehicles that we want to do in the advanced design phase when we are also developing a new architecture. This is the moment that we have the chance to really go deep, and think about what to do in the future. So the output of this, at the end of an advanced design process of a certain project or a new platform, is a very clear strategy on what we should do as a company, as a product for the product cycle, and so on and so forth. And this will be, in fact, we would be creating our own North Star, something that we can follow when we start future projects. Here are some of the advanced design projects that I actually work on, and some of them became production cars a few years later. Just want to maybe touch on one or two models here. When I went to Renault in France in 2010, there was the brand was losing traction in terms of sales and brand image. And the design team was giving a clean sheet to start. But again, I mentioned the importance is always respecting the heritage of the brand. So we created an all-new design language, a new identity, much stronger identity for the Renault brand, and created a full lineup of actually 2 generations of products that turned the company around and made the company more attractive and created also stronger brand awareness. And we also, in this period, we revived a brand called Alpine, which is the most loved sports car brand in France. And in terms of new energy brands in China, it's a lot shorter. There's no there's no fact kind of came out of car brands how time they actually spend developing a new car. But according to a CNBC report, it's around 18 months. And I personally now can see the reasons why it can be so fast, because I'm now inside the BAIC group. This is a time which is super compressed, and I believe that having more advanced design time is even more important than ever. We need to invest time and doing something, make the most of the fast pace and the China speed to create the right products with the right design process. Building on our notable motto today from Dieter Rams, I would like to end my keynote with a new motto: less is better. Less less but better from Dieter Rams. Oh, something went wrong. Fast but right. Making the most of the fast speed and also having the right design process. And using advanced design to create a stronger strategy and so that the product cycles will become more sustainable over time. Building with some good preparation and advanced design, I think we're going to have much better chance of being successful as well. In terms of something that I feel somehow fortunate, like my peers in the industry, I was able to participate in this new generation of product development. I'm committed to showcasing my new design strategy and some of the new concepts at the next Shanghai Auto Show in April. I look forward to having more discussions with some of you in the near future, and hopefully you will come and see our new creations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lo, for your sharing. Please take a short break downstage. We will hear from you very soon. Next up will be our first panel discussion of this afternoon. Apologies. Next will be our first panel discussion of this morning. We'll be inviting distinguished guests, which are familiar faces from this morning, to discuss design intelligence in tech ecosystems. First, we will invite Dr. Fan Ling back on stage, Dr. Zheng Xi, and Mr. Anthony Lo just now, and with our moderator, Professor Stephen Jia Wang, who is a full professor in UX design and design intelligence at the School of Design, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. The panel will explore how emerging technologies are revolutionizing design processes across various industries. This panel discussion will be conducted in Putonghua, so if you had not had the chance to use Kudo AI Speech Translator, you can scan the QR code that will be available on screen or on the back of your keypad so that you can access instant translations. Next up, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panel, Dr. Fan Ling, Dr. Zheng Xi, Mr. Anthony Lo, and Professor Stephen Jia Wang on stage. Welcome all.
Please join me in welcoming Rational, Dr. Online, Dr. Ziyuan Shi Master, and then Devil and Professor Stephen J. When on stage, welcome all. Horizon.
Okay, great. So, good morning, everyone. I know this is not only morning session, and before we have had a number of very exciting talks. A number of talks has mentioning about AI. So in this era, we cannot have a discussion without AI, right? So it's very exciting to be here to have this panel called Design Intelligence in Tech Ecosystems. Because we stand at a very unique intersection where design and AI are merging together to reshape the industries and create opportunities. And we couldn't have imagined a decade ago. So we cannot treat it as traditional design material or design tools as a totally different animal, right? So without careful direction, and AI could be a threat to the society as well, and threatening jobs and industries, especially automobile industries, and some jobs may be losing, and creative sectors as well. And also even contributing to miscommunication and privacy concerns. So therefore, a truly design-led approach is essential in this case to unlock AI's potential while mitigating these challenges. So the magic lies, I believe, in us. I mean, we as designers, and how can we harness this technology to empower a human experience, not just automate them. Right. So to bring insights from automobile design, consumer AI products, and business innovation. Today, our distinguished panelists, including Anthony Lau, a Chief Designer Officer and Vice President of Global Design BAIC Group from France, and also Professor Fan Ling, the founder and CEO at Tezan.com, also who is a professor and director from Design AI Lab, Tongji University, and also Dr. Zheng Xi, Senior Director of Products and Design from ByteDance. Welcome. So, thank you. The first question goes to Anthony. I would like to ask Anthony first. As AI contributes to influence the automobile industry, so how do you see it impacting the role of designers? I mean, specifically, how do you balance AI-driven design insights? Because a lot of data, traditionally we collect the data from user studies, and which is data-driven, but not as the scale as now. Compared to the creative sense from industry designers, sometimes you draw a line, you say this is cool, and you draw another line, not that cool. So how do you make these decisions?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think we, in design, or especially car design, I would just focus today on the design process. We use a lot of AI tools, in fact, from the very early beginning and throughout the process. And from the very beginning, you would probably use it more to collect, data, benchmarking some existing products, but also maybe to help you create some, simple silhouettes to be inspired. But in fact, I think the key point to actually manage creativity using AI tools would in fact be how to set your parameters, give the right prompt so that you actually have full control of what is coming out of the system. And with making sure that you are not just, being kind of, using random information to kind of influence your work. So I think this is, for me, really, really important. So you can use this as a tool to support you rather than relying on the tool. And on the second point, I think when you are in the later phases of design, you always want to make sure that you have enough, let's say, bandwidth in your styling. And maybe you can also use AI at that time to create certain alternatives. You can give the right prompts so that some ideas, if you want the car to look sportier or wider or more stable or something like that. So you can actually, it can be quite useful to actually, to generate some alternatives and things that you can also help you to make decisions. And something also interesting, in the beginning, every AI tools were focusing mostly on two-dimensional, images. But now we can also generate three-dimensional forms, and by kind of transferring or using this data to create some very, very early and simple models, it's already possible. But this is still not very mature right now, but I think it's getting better and better every day. So I think maybe ultimately this will improve the efficiency in the design process. Something I mentioned earlier, that you have to go faster now. So I think some of these tools will help us get to the final design solution a little bit faster.
Thank you. Absolutely, I totally agree. Because nowadays we cannot, write an article without using ChatGPT. Something like that. Definitely, AI tools will enhance the overall efficiency. But in the creative sector, I think it's a bit tricky. There is a balance between creative sense, creativity, innovation with the AI support. So, Ling, as the founder of Tezan.com, so how do you see AI redefining this creativity in design industry? overall. Is there any tension you can see between human creativity with AI-driven approaches?
Yeah, sure. It's actually a very important question from Professor Wang. But I think that when we talk about creative work or creative task, we always assume that creative is only for human being. But actually, in order to do work, we have to do a lot of repetitive stuff. We have to do a lot of things that we don't feel like human creativity worth doing. Right. So I was talking this morning about commercial advertising. Of course, we love the big ideas, but in order to express that big ideas, we need to build a lot of repetition of contents. And the designers, unfortunately, after being trained as creative people, they have to use different kinds of tools and to do duplications manually. And that wastes a lot of time and kept them awake during the night. So I think a lot of creative tasks should not be done by human. It actually should be done by machine. And we don't need to work like a machine in order to accomplish those work. So I think, in my opinion, we always think that a machine is doing some creative jobs, but I think it's a human that doing quite a lot of machinery work because of lack of tools. Imagine 200 years ago, when the camera came out, we always worried that painters would lose their jobs. But we still have a lot of painters right now doing abstract arts, doing installations. I think human creativity and machine creativity should not be sort of competing with each other. They should be complement to each other. And what we get as a human being, as a society, is actually the creativity that go beyond just biological imaginations. Every creativity that we have is always empowered by the tools that we use. And AI just happen to be the most updated tools. That's sort of my answer.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So following this conversation, I'm just wondering, you're talking about I really like your analogy, talk about the painters and the photographers. But when we have better photo-taking technologies, do you think it's eliminating some of the traditional painter's job and also requiring kind of a new type of painters, then the creativity, the needs for painting, the nature of this work become to be different?
I think if you look at the essence of technology, it's always about eliminating the barriers of certain ability. Otherwise, we need to acquire by long time learning, long time practice, probably talent as well. If you imagine in the Renaissance, only very few people can be the painter and can draw a portrait, right? But now everyone has a cell phone and everyone can take a picture and then use filter to make an oil painting style portrait. And technology, I think, is really trying to eliminate the skill difference, right? However, if we don't need to practice that kind of skill for a long time, we actually can focus on what can oil painting portrait do for our life. And that probably would be something more interesting. So I think if we look at technology by its own, it's always about eliminating barriers. It, of course, will make some of the painters have their job displacement, let's say. But it also creates new jobs, right? Now I think being a KOL influencer probably would be a wonderful job. You don't need to learn how to paint, but you actually can use the influence that you have to create other values. I think new jobs will therefore be created. And we always, I'm an optimist. I think human creativity can definitely invent more things than displace then the number of displacements that it would be taken place by machine. Yeah.
Sure. Talking about the creativity and design, how I think it's painting maybe is quite extreme example. How about the everyday consumer products? This question goes to Xi. at ByteDance, you have worked as shaping AI applications for consumer products. So could you share how AI is being used to create, more personalized? You talk about the temperature, giving temperature to products. I believe it's more personalized, engaging experience for everyday users. Could you please elaborate?
Yeah, thanks. This is a great question. So I was very lucky that for the past year, I engaged several projects, and these products are realized, and it appears on the list of like top 50 AI consumer applications, ranked by A16Z. Here is something that I learned from the past year. So the true potential of AI lies in solving real problems in daily life. It's not about showing off the capability of AI, and this is quite a trending topic that I really want to be part of it. It's really about solving real problems for every users. So the power of AI actually, like we think, is about simplify complicated tasks, automating this endless process, or being there with you, being your assistant, help you in that brainstorming or anything. But here's one point that I would like to emphasize: is human being will never be replaced by AI. Just like Ling mentioned, I really liked your analogy of painter. AI is just a tool for you. It will never help you to think, because every decision you make will be responsible for you only. AI will never be responsible for you. Like Eric Yum invited me here, BODW, and asked my AI, "Hey AI, should I be here?" AI said, "Yes. My AI will never be responsible for my decision. I am the one who's responsible for my decision. So that's why AI can help you to make decision, but they will never be there to make decision for you." So this is my point of the replacement of AI. So we need to think about the real potential of AI is, being there to boost up your efficiency. They will be there to create new jobs for you. Like the painter analogy, I really like to emphasize again. Actually, can you even imagine, before Michelangelo, there was no job called painter. It's just called maybe worker of painting, things like that. It was Michelangelo created this position like painter. Thanks to the leading edge technology of oil painting in Renaissance. So we need to thank every time the new technologies here is really a big chance for us to think something new, to create something non-existent before. So I would say we need to embrace this leading edge technology and think about the new picture of the application of the new tech. Especially it's the mission of all designers to bridge the gap between new technology and real problem for users. I would say so. Yes, this is something that I learned from the past year of building this AI application for consumers.
Yeah, absolutely. Sadly, you can see in the market there is some tools, quick and just make the tool try to replace designers. And but I think in here we totally agree. These tools should empower designers, empower the creativity of mankind, and maybe make things more efficient, right? So efficiency is always something we try to pursue. And that is a very interesting point Anthony mentioned before, fast but right. So that's the thing making me think, when you park a nice car, like your beautiful Mustang, right? When you park in, you must be careful. So you cannot make it very fast. So you want to do things right and cannot be made fast. So how can you make it fast and right? Could you please elaborate in this?
Yeah, I think, when I was again discovering the speed of development, I was a little bit worried, in fact, in the beginning, that we are not able to, be creative. We don't have the time to develop new ideas. And so I think being fast but right at the end of the day, in fact, a dream for car designers or any designers, because you can realize new products, new ideas, and see them being used by people very, very quickly. And I remember one of my first jobs that I realized that when I was working in the advanced design phase, that actually the launch of this product that I was working on will come 7 years later. I was totally shocked by that. So I think this is really a good moment for designers. But how do you manage this time well? And we have very short kind of ideation time. And I think we need to really think about how to make the most of advanced design phase, which is not something very common at the moment in China. Well, I mentioned to other, my peers and designers working in China, because of the speed, there's actually no time. Your whole organization is in fact organized around kind of programs that are either running or coming. So you don't actually have time to do that. So we need to really invest in advanced design, whether this will be 2 months before or 1 year before a project will start. I think this is really, really important part. And also the fact that creativity comes from also experimenting with ideas, that you need to try and fail, you need to make prototypes to test. You can use this time also to create concepts to test the market, to get reaction. And I think that's something that we as, let's say, designers would need to, take more time and to think and create these products. And at the end of the day, I think because of the good process, you're able to run smoothly into the project, that you will have less tensions, and everybody will be already seen the work that you come out, the results from the advanced design phase within the company, that you're able to have a very smooth process and no one will question as often as we would when we are doing things in a rush. So, and also it's not just one product. We have to always think about a portfolio, a kind of a user experience that should be consistent within one brand. So when you have the chance to kind of prepare well, you're able to really apply this knowledge in the later phases of development. And I think this is why we have to invest time, and I think this will help to manage creativity in the China speed.
Yeah, this is a tricky thing because at the PolyU, we have a number of industry partners. So when we work with them, is especially the automobile industry, they always in a rush. The time span for developing cars becomes shorter and shorter. That is the reality. So what you mentioned, which I totally agree, it's I don't think it can be solved by industry itself. Because industry is goal-driven, profit-driven, it's need outcome. Very competitive environment. I think in this case, the academic world need to work with the industry together. You talk about the knowledge passed on, and how can we draw out some experience from the industry practice, then updated to upgraded it to become a knowledge, then abstract become to be a theory, then apply that into the new applications in the industry again. So I think this will be a good question to Lin. Given your expertise in both academics and entrepreneurship, so what role you think can academic research play in overcoming these challenges?
Sure. I'm a confusing person, so I really want 2 full-time jobs. One is to be a university professor. I have to teach I have to speak in order to think. And second, I have to make in order to speak. So I have to have this kind of 2 full-time jobs. So I work like 16 hours a day and 6 days a week. And I enjoyed it. So that kept me young. And so really, I think I just enjoy doing both. But the other thing, when we talk about innovation, creativity, whether it's technology or artistic, I probably would not say just say fast. I would probably add one word in front of the fast, which is fail fast. I think creativity is really not just about the sparkling of ideas. It's really not just about inspiration. Although we do heard about a lot of story about a big inspiration, but I think creativity is also about another two things. One is the quality of feedback, and also the number of iterations. So I think technology helps us to lower the cost of failure. I remember once a friend of mine told me that in TikTok, 95% of their product or their experiment failed. But with only that 5%, they can build the biggest company in the world. So if we want to build an infrastructure, if we want to build a system, whether it's in academic or in business, we need to have that kind of tolerance to fail. In the earlier business, if you fail once, you failed. And in digital business like TikTok, probably you can fail 95%, but only like that 5% make you the great company. So I think in creativity, we need to embrace the iteration and feedback. And AI actually can help us fail faster, which I like, fail cheaper, which I like. That's sort of a part of the answer to your question. But the other part, as an academic person, one thing I'm a little worried is that 2 years ago, artificial intelligence was only a research project. So in academic, everyone publishes papers, sharing their data sets, open source their software and technology. But unfortunately, or fortunately, in the past 2 years, it become applicable. It has significant business impact and social impact. So no one's going to publish paper anymore. So 2 years ago, the China-US academics are perfectly aligned with their roadmap and strategy. And in the past 2 years, we sort of explore in blind, so in separate ways. So that's something I'm a little worried. So that's why I think in academic or in business, we need to have this kind of platform really to sort of keep connecting, to sort of talking to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's why it's
might not be political, but that's the reality.
Yeah, but that it's I don't think it's really political, but that's why at the beginning it's called open AI, right? They try to be open, it's open source.
At the beginning it's called open AI. Now it's just a brand that it's actually closed sourced.
Yeah, so that is the thing. I think data sets is one thing. The other thing is how can we develop the AI to communicate with the users, to support the designers. And designers is kind of visual animals, which is different to academic. Academic, we think abstractly, and to create the ideas, that theory, combine the theory. But in the design practice, I believe is more visual, right? So you have been talking about the connection between knowledge and the visual language model. And so how do you see AI can help to bridge the gap between these two areas to enhance consumer product design? Do you see any recent breakthroughs or examples that can illustrate this connection effectively?
Yeah, thanks for bringing up. So I found that the most fascinating part of AI for me is visual intelligence, which means that you can get to understand what you see instantly. Because there was such a magical power that I imagined when I was a kid. So imagine that like maybe 15 years ago, when I was first time in the Louvre, I have Mona Lisa in front of me, And I found that, oh my gosh, why is it so famous? It's just like a small poster on it, and like everybody was rushing for it. And I left, such a pity. And gradually I found that, okay, that was painted by Da Vinci, and the story of Da Vinci, and the uniqueness and the greatness of Mona Lisa, because it was such a revolutionary piece of art for human history. And I found that I was so stupid to miss the best part of the Louvre. It's just because I didn't have the context and the knowledge to understand Mona Lisa. So that was such a shame. So I wish that I could have something to link me to the context or the knowledge when I saw Mona Lisa. And now, with the power of visual intelligence, now we have the chance to access everything you need to know when you see it. So I created this product called Chance AI. You can search it on iOS App Store. So which means that you can search and understand everything you see. Because AI is good at organizing information, collecting information, especially the segmented information, and turn information to knowledge. So this is really fascinating. It's something that you could never have done before the age of OpenAI. So I really want to, just like I mentioned, that my advantage is about solving a real problem with the power of leading edge technology. So that's the reason that I created Chance AI. And I found that it's going to be such a game-changing technology for every visual animals. Because by nature, human being is visual animal and storytelling animal. And I would say this combination of visual and storytelling can hugely change the way we interact with the real world. And also with the booming of new AI hardware, like the Meta glasses or any like the AI earphones or something, that we don't need to text anymore in the future. It's going to be a natural, organic way and a proactive way for interaction. Just like the past year, I launched the 3 principles of AI design here in BODW as well. It was organic, empathy, and responsibility. And I want to recall it again.
Yeah, the newly developed platform you just mentioned, it sounds fascinating. I would love to give it a try. I think when the designers use this kind of tools or platforms, which will lead to new design process, right? So this make me Ling say he got something this is something I worry about the future design education. So because the world is changing so much, and technology, tools, design process, developing every day. So this is a question to all of you. So how do you see the key focus areas for design education? So if we want to our new generation of designers to survive in the future society, can you name one key thing need to be changed in the design education?
Yeah, sure. I would be more than happy to give my opinion on that. First, I think the design education has its own premises. Its premises is that it believes in creativity that can solve problem in a different way. So it's not logic thinking, it's not calculation, it's the creativity that can solve the problem. I started the Design AI Lab at Tongji about 7-8 years ago. And at that time, only very few universities in the world that can support a design school has an AI program because of GPU, talents, curriculum, etc., etc. So we've been doing this. I tried to make design AI as a discipline, separate discipline, we call it vertical, as much as possible, to set up its disciplinarity. But 2 years before, I decided to throw all this away. I believe that the split between the two, right? the first few years and then the last 2 years, was before, technology is really a barrier. And in the last 2 years, we just need to apply AI. Everyone actually can use it. The future, well, the current programming language is English. So instead of having a vertical, a disciplinary called Design AI program, we try to make it horizontal. We try to make it as a skill set. Even history and theory of design, even product design, service design, strategy design, whatever design, can add maybe 10% of the courses to study, for the student to study AI as a tool and as a way of thinking. How you use pure English language that to program a smart thing and then to help you to achieve what otherwise only take your human brain to solve. So now I think AI should be horizontal and add into every design discipline so that every design discipline can have a better weapon or have a better tool to solve what it used to aim to solve, instead of spending too much time trying to be an engineer. So designers should really take advantage of AI and to be a better designer. So that would be sort of my answer to the design education.
Yes.
Yes, I think maybe for me, I've been through kind of in my career coming from an full analog design phase to full digital, and we're still using both. And but I think what is important for in education, I feel that we should not always, I think as students, you should not always just rely on existing information when you are creating new designs. You should be curious and be learning about, everything that either in your field of studies or things that can influence what you are thinking about and designing, and build this knowledge within yourself. So you're not just relying on, Google or some other software to find ideas to build your concepts. So you have to be able to self-generate. That's the major thing that I see the change in terms of designers, the new generation of designers that I'm working with today. That some of them are not able to just give them a piece of paper and be able to come with 5 ideas. And I think that's something that you need to be able to find ways to encourage people to not just doing things in an analog way, but think that you actually have to think and build knowledge that you can apply in the future when it comes to working in the industry. Something that maybe I just want to share an anecdote on how curves are created on a body, on a roof of a car, on a silhouette. I used to think of this as a kind of maybe a muscle memory or visual memory. Once you have created a curve, you're able to actually remember it, and you're able to see it on the actual model. And this builds, information, knowledge within yourself, and you're able to start the new project with a better base. But I think some of these, in the new generation, again, this skill is kind of disappearing. Maybe this is not important anymore, but I still think it's important that people can have a knowledge bank of information that you can apply without relying on kind of technology to help you to create. And however this will be implemented within the education process, I think that will be, for me, something important.
Brilliant, thank you. For the time reason, can you give a very quick point?
Yeah, sure.
As a takeaway?
So when I was a kid, Anthony Law actually has been a beacon for all designers. And something that I learned from him is you need to be global local. It's like, when I went to high school in San Francisco, one of my classmates asked me about what's the core philosophy of Confucian, like Zhongyong, and I was quite embarrassing because I didn't know how to explain it. And I found that the more global I am, and the more local I am. So which means that it's not something conflict. People always think that global local is conflict. So I would like to share this concept with all design students or all the design education that it's always important to know yourself first and then express it in a global, more well-accepted way.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think when we design, when we embrace AI into the design process, of course, we need to do things efficiently, do it fast and right, and we need to develop something with the temperature, and also we need to combine the industry interest with the academic as well. So that is the essence of design intelligence. Of course, we should have more opportunity to discuss about this topic and to achieve really a design-led innovation approach. So let's give a big applause to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Dr. Fan, Dr. Zhang, Mr. Lo, and of course Professor Wang for sharing and moderating this session. Please take a seat off stage, and we will hear from you shortly. Thank you very much. I'm sure you all are familiar with AI. I personally use AI myself for sometimes making viral TikTok, Instagram posts, or responding to emails. I'm sure all of you have a lot of documents to write, and AI is very versatile, so make sure you check them out. And of course, the speakers have invited you guys to chat with them over during the day, so AI is one way that you can learn more from them, so make sure you chat with them. So next up, we will be having a keynote session presenting innovation, culture, and heritage to build a sustainable global community with Pansy Ho, Vice President of the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce and the China Foundation for Cultural Heritage Conservation in Hong Kong and Macau. Pansy Ho will share her extensive experience with everybody by collaborating with the world's leading industrial brands and prestigious national arts and cultural institutions, such as the National Museum of China and the Louvre. She will be discussing how strategic business initiatives can enhance local communities, foster cultural confidence, stimulate mutual beneficial cultural tourism, and ultimately contribute to a harmonious and sustainable global community. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Pansy Ho.
Hello, everyone. So you must excuse me if I am not in my best condition because I just flew back direct from Geneva, landing at 7 o'clock this morning, and so I come very prepared because I would like to be talking with you, but maybe not so prepared because this material is still fresh from the press. Anyway, it's all in the back of my head. I want to do some sharing today. Instead of giving a typical keynote, I'm not an expert or specialist in this field. You might even ask, why am I invited? What do I have to do with art and design? Well, I have a lot to do with art and design, believe me. Because actually, in my earlier life, I thought that I might actually be involved somewhat in these areas. When I went to school, I had taken up liberal arts. I wanted to do, in fact, my course of education was in history and civilization. It was also in art history, and I had also an interest also in design. I even went to Academy of Arts in San Francisco and got actually certified to be an interior designer. So amidst all my various qualifications, so to speak, so that you might feel that I'm now more qualified to speak with you. More importantly, of course, now you know of me as a businesswoman. And in my business, I actually have also quite a lot to do with now arts and culture, simply because my portfolio of business is really mainly in Macau, as you might know. In the beginning, of course, Macau is looked upon as a casino city. Now, Macau has already been going through its diversification and we are now taking on arts and culture, MICE, sports, entertainment as some of the main areas of our diversification. Now, for me, of course, with my passion for arts and culture, I'm spearheading that. In fact, earlier on, which is almost like 10 years ago, I already put in a lot of that aspects into some of my own operated properties. I started the art space at MGM, which began with a lot of simply just exhibitions that we collaborate with some of the international institutions. And then from there, we learned to do something that we want to do ourselves, to curate our own shows. And we started to explore also how do we use Chinese heritage and our own culture to bring in a new angle so that Macau can become a good playground or a good intermediary where we can actually broadcast some of these ideas of ours to the international community. Both Hong Kong and Macau, for many of you who might be foreigners, as you might heard or know is of course created after its return of sovereignty to China as special administrative regions. And for being SARs, we are having unique advantages or our own appeal in the sense that we can continue to have more free and direct access with the international community in many ways, which is why arts and culture are definitely something that we should utilize, these unique attributes of Hong Kong and Macau. Well, you might also have heard that our background, in terms of my personal background, is coming from what we call a patriotic family. From even the longest time with my father being one of the main architects for building out Macau's economy, he had always had the strong conviction that he needs to really serve our country. So even before the handover, my father had been a major patriotic personality who had done a lot to help bring the Chinese culture heritage, into perspective, including, of course, the preservation of many of these heritage sites and buildings in Macau, which landed ultimately that we were granted by UNESCO the Heritage Cluster City in 2015. And of course, he also was famous for having saved some of the lost artifacts in the open market and returned them to China. So having the privilege of serving the country and following the footsteps of my father, of course, now I'm also being, granted a few of these important capacities that will obviously be important to open up also my own perspective, learning a lot more about our country and having the ability to work directly with some of these institutions like just now being referred to, including the Palace Museum, the National Museum, and so on. So, and because of some of my capacities, I also have the opportunity to do a lot more work, for instance, in terms of participating in some of these important and noble causes. And as outlined in the 13th and 14th five-year plans, we obviously look to continuing Macau's and Hong Kong's uniqueness to become a vibrant hub for East-West cultural exchanges, which is why we're here today, and which is why I am so keen to speak with you and to share my experiences. So we also do a lot, I think, and become a pioneer in leveraging what we call public-private partnership, PPP, to help these institutions cutting through at times bureaucratic challenges and to overcome hurdles from funding, venues, and even the mode of organizing activities. To give you some examples, well, when we have had the opportunity to work with the Louvre Museum some years back, because they wanted to do a major exhibition of the Louvre Museum's history itself, they had to turn to me, a strange kind of connectivity, but still, because of my very long relationship with the French Culture Ministry, they've come to me for help. So we did a major fundraising activity for them in Macau and actually helped solve some of their problems. And in the end, that exhibition was very successful at the National Museum. Now, we also want to continue talking about patriotism in the sense that why are we doing a lot of these? It is because we want to find a common identity through our consensus on our cultural significance and confidence, which is we have 5,000 years of Chinese history. We're very proud of 1.4 billion population with 56 diverse tribes and ethnic groups harmoniously coexisting through adaptation and evolution rising above crisis throughout the ages. This is to demonstrate how China, being a peaceful country, can utilize culture as the point of really bringing together and riding over even differences at times. So to give you some simple facts, China is uniquely positioned in the world, not simply because it is one of the countries with the longest in history, but also that it is the most well preserved and documented in terms of their World Heritage sites. Today, it is the second most numerous in the world with 59 UNESCO World Heritage sites. It has first-grade excavation sites, including in Shanxi's, the Terracotta Army, in Sichuan's, the Sanxingdui, etc. And through the lens of understanding our past at the height of design and artistry, looking into the know-how, the use of innovation to tackle a lot of these new advancements and challenges, it also gives us insight on how the human civilization has evolved, how modernization of societies actually brought upon new lifestyle, and how these can all come together in bringing also innovation and inspirations for designs into the modern world. This cross-cultural intersection reflects the urge for people to coexist in harmony with each other and our environment, and the ultimate goal of basically really growing together, and which is why I take such a keen interest. I would share with you now a few of my own work studies or work experiences. First of all, since I love Asian history and I understand the importance of China itself as an Asian country, how it has evolved and how it has influenced the rest of the world, we always look to one of the important sources of this dissemination of our culture and information, which is through the Silk Road. So we all know that the beginning of the Silk Road starts from Dunhuang, which is the desert area in the northern part of China, connecting China, Central Asia, and the Middle East, and then ultimately, ending in Europe. In Dunhuang, which is also now where the Dunhuang's Mongol grottos are, is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and this is where the Asian Silk Road originated. And goods such as silk, spices, precious metals, minerals, handicrafts, architecture, and paintings were all among the traded commodities. You also can see, therefore, a vibrant development in terms of the performing culture. So, as many people would have already known or have seen, the beautiful Dunhuang dance, the flying angels, and then, of course, there's the Dunhuang music and the Dunhuang hand-painted caves, are all very exciting and important heritage treasures. There are 492 small caves and temple caves there at the Dunhuang's Mongol grottos. And obviously, there are also exquisite sculptures and murals from close to 1,000 years ago. This sort of cross-cultural, cross-language medium broadcasts an important philosophy, which is these was the starting point of a lot of the pilgrims when they started to go abroad to find their own future. They bring with them their own commodities and goods for trading. Some would be adventurous and wanting to explore the rest of the world, and some are basically simply just interested in learning about other people's cultures and bringing back some of this knowledge. So we know of how, therefore, the Dunhuang philosophy and art is so important in the heart of not just amongst ourselves in China, but also with a lot of the people who had in contact with this art and culture throughout the ages, including, of course, from France. Today, later on, we are going to welcome the director from Guimet Museum, Yannick, who also is now becoming my partner in a major initiative. Just earlier this year, because of my own interest and my love for Dunhuang art, I went to Guimet Museum and had sought some support from them, wanting to put together their collection of the Dunhuang artifacts together with our Dunhuang Academy. And hopefully this will become a material reality soon. And then very soon you will see the full collection, or at least a big proportion of that, added to our own Dunhuang Academy to be displayed in front of your eyes. Of course, on digital basis, which is also going to be a breakthrough, because now we are transcending, we're continuing on this very important, broadcasting or exchange, except we're now in the 21st century. We now use technology, and technology can cut through many of the previous kind of challenges and blockades. So this is what I do. It is not for business, but this is good for business. Why? Because in doing so, we actually will learn ways continually to bring new ideas and inspiration. So when we are doing this new project together, I'm also building on the side. I told you, I always am a super connector. Hong Kong people have always counted ourselves as good super connectors. So at the same time of doing this as a community service or project, I'm also on the side in Macau, also building out a museum with the Silk Road as an topic. On top of that, there will be a super high-tech facility that we will utilize, which we call a multi-purpose hall, that will insert Dunhuang and certain level of these important Dunhuang artifacts inside as a way of bringing the Dunhuang performances and arts together. Earlier this year, we also worked with Tam Dun, who is, of course, a world-renowned conductor and musician. And he himself had created an extremely beautiful and important Dunhuang music concert that he actually brought together the orchestra. He wrote the scores, and utilizing our 270-degree LED screen backdrop. And we basically had a feast of both the ears and eyes because of the Dunhuang music and the performances and all the cave grotto paintings in the backdrop. Very soon, in less than a week, I'm also going to travel to France, to Paris, because we also now have supported Tam Dun to bring also the same idea, except it's not a full orchestra. But here, this time, it will be changed. It will be bringing, in fact, even more importantly, some Asian musical instruments, the real ones, the antique ones, the ones that were used 1,000 years ago. And he was going to bring these to be performed in Guimet Museum in celebration of their Tang exhibition, which is part of the Sino-French Cultural Year program. So Tam Dun, this symphony concert that was organized earlier this year at the MGM Theater is called the Buddha's Passion. It is one of the scrolls that were amongst the lost artifacts, which is why it is such a inspirational but yet important work that we need to do to awaken the needs of people's understanding about the importance of bringing together. These are all what we believe to be important heritage that is owned by not just us, the Chinese, but also together with people who were along the Silk Road. So, of course, on this Silk Road, silk was the biggest and most precious commodity that had been traded. In fact, it first had originated in Neolithic China. We were the first people in the world who had discovered the way of actually, growing and therefore also managing silk to be developed as a medium. And then it is, of course, easy to utilize, and it presents opportunities for not just, being a good material, but also a good medium for a lot of design and artwork, including, of course, our very famous Chinese embroidery, which is a traditional intangible cultural heritage and craftsmanship, which is rich and diverse. It spreads around different areas and regions in China, and each style has its own unique techniques and cultural significance. Why am I talking about this? Because we can see through even just one particular craftsmanship, through embroidery, it will become a good medium to project and to help to broadcast a lot of our own Chinese values and cultures. So you can see, including that there is the different embroideries arts like Suzhou, Hunan, Shanxi, Guangxi, Yunnan, Tibetan, Ningbo, and of course the Miao embroidery, which is out in Guizhou. The Guizhou Miao embroidery is rather unique because this is unlike the others, which were the byproduct of civilized developments where people were becoming more affluent. And that's why they yearned for the more distinct and also complicated and sophisticated sewing, structure. The Miao, however, came almost, 500 to 700 years ago, and they really were focusing on basically a non-written history, because the Miao people do not have its own language. They depend on their sewing that is passed down generation by generation by the especially the women who are, the backbone of the family, to become documenting of their own history, which is why I find also a specific, interest and also passion for it. So during this year, again, what do we do then? We were talking about the PPP. How do we make it happen? I have utilized my own appeal and influence to help them broadcast it, of course, on media, like the social media. But on top of that, I also had brought this Miao embroidery onto an international scene. So I was working with Chopard, the very popular and famous Swiss brand in watches, but now Chopard is also developing out its own costume. So now Chopard has included the Miao embroidery into their new coutures, which was being showcased at Cannes Film Festival this year. I was wearing one, and many of the models are also wearing coutures that carry the Miao embroidery patterns. And so now this has been at least stepping out into the international scene. Then we also have, more importantly, a mainland Chinese designer who's also an haute couture, who had the opportunity of going to Paris just in September, and he also brought with him a whole collection with Miao embroideries on his couture garments. And together with Gong Huangfu from Beijing, my company MGM was again, the supporter and the producer of this event. So you can see that we can do a lot more of the cross development and, really bringing together business ideas, and also how do we capitalize on commercial expertise, adding to, arts and cultural exchanges. We have also seen how, when we were talking earlier about the Sino-French kind of cultural exchange, we know that this has been, already spanning at least over a few centuries. In particular, from the 17th century, King Louis the 14th was really trading extensively with Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty. The king actually built a key trading port at Lorient, ushering in a prosperous era of global trade. Western science and technology developed post-Renaissance in early stage of capitalism introduced to China. And at the same time, traditional Chinese culture was introduced to the West, resulting in what we call the chinoiserie trend, which, some of which are being now shown. That the French society was fascinated by Chinese culture and their art, that even including their daily commodities, was also greatly influenced by the Chinese. Lyon actually was a juncture on the Silk Road. We would never have believed that a city, Lyon, in fact, was given birth because of the silk trade. It was known as the European capital of silk and home to France Kingdom's national silk industry, which in those days was a key pillar of its economy. So we have started early to also capturing and exploring on how do we reactivate this sort of connectivity. So about 10 years back, we were the first to recognize that Lyon apparently was on the Silk Road, and we did bring the Lyon Biennale to Macau. We actually staged a Lyon Biennale with 50 lions celebrating at that moment 50 years of Sino-French diplomacy. And we brought together Chinese and French artists who would be designing those lions. Those lion sculptures are still now displayed at MGM properties. So you can go and actually look for them. Then we also have done a lot more since then. I was telling you about the Louvre Museum. So in fact, beyond bringing the Louvre Museum's own exhibition to National Museum in Beijing, earlier on, we also participated in the decoration of the 18th century decorative arts galleries, and we actually have had our own permanent salon dedicated to chinoiserie, sponsored by MGM, which showcases furniture, tapestries heavily influenced by Chinese motifs and aesthetics. At the Hong Kong Palace Museum, you can see that it continues to examine 1,000 years of Sino-French mutual influence. And in Beijing, at the Forbidden City, the Palace Museum actually this year did a special show just in January, together working with the Palace of Versailles in France, exactly riding on the same theme, comparing that whole period of the chinoiserie period and how there is the cross-cultural and artistic exchanges. The exhibition itself is titled The Forbidden City and the Palace of Versailles, China-France Cultural Encounters in the 17th and 18th centuries. It runs actually still now until May of 2025. It is really worth your while to go take a look, because they have done a really good job curating not just the displaying of these important artifacts, but curating on the back of history, telling you exactly, how the two countries became friends and, more importantly, trade partners. So what we're trying to say is culture is mutually infectious. Artistry and aesthetic trends of one nation provides valuable inspiration to another. It's a testament to the enduring legacy of Chinese culture and its ability to transcend borders, and it is a point of pride for Chinese people. The third one, which is a little bit sad for us, because although we all know about the story of Yuan Mingyuan, it was coined the Versailles of the East, the Garden of Gardens. At the height of Westernization influence in China, Giuseppe Castiglione, the Italian Jesuit missionary and painter, who played a significant role in bridging Eastern and Western cultures during the Qing dynasty in China, worked alongside, of course, other artisans and architects, contributing to the important cultural and aesthetic fusion of French and Chinese art, was designated to be building the Old Summer Palace, commissioned by Emperor Qianlong to design the 12 water fountains in the Summer Palace, which unfortunately was destroyed during the Second Opium War. So now we are onto a plight to be helping the country in restoration and repatriation of the lost artifacts, the 12 Chinese zodiac sculptures that was brought away. My late father, Dr. Ho, as I earlier mentioned, had returned 2 out of the 12 back to China, which is the bronze head of the pig and the bronze head of the horse. 7 now out of the 12 are back in China, of which 4 of them, the ox, tiger, monkey, and pig, are under Polyculture Group, which through my partnership lately with the Polyculture Group, we had created the Poly MGM Museum, where these 4 bronze heads are currently being exhibited. Well, only until after the Chinese New Year, spring holiday. So please, if you have the chance, go and take a look, and this is a rare occasion, I promise you. The 4 of them will, and have not actually left the country in a public exhibition until now. So it is really unique and rare. And this partnership was a 10-year-long idea or inspiration I had had. Finally, there was the opportunity last year due to the need for us to create and do more in the works of art and culture for Macau, that we finally had now gotten together with the largest culture group in China, Polyculture. So when we would not dare even to dream of building a museum, let alone a first-grade, really national level museum. And I only learned lately that they call this a 4th-generation museum, because apparently there's a 4 level of importance in exhibiting art. The first generation is really just typical displaying of artwork, whereby mounting or whereby you are going to just put them on pedestals. Second generation is then you have a lot more of explanation or curating around exhibits. Third generation is when you now have a lot additional lighting effects, or maybe even some high-tech display that will be utilized in order to help you understand or see through the different lens of the artifacts, while the 4th generation is fully immersive, which is what we have now been able to present. And also, more importantly, a museum of this level with really a sincere and serious look into how, through the modern technology, we can still continue to preserve heritage and art and give rise for young people to learn and to love our own culture. Talks highly, about the modern Chinese way of looking at art. I have only 4 minutes left. I want you to also look at another case study, which we are doing together with Zhang Yimou, the Oscar winner director, which is called, the show is called Macau 2049. Macau 2049 is on 2 reasons we have chosen. 2049 happens to be a basic law granting Macau as a SAR 50-year of our originality, and that falls on the back of our return of sovereignty on year 1999, so it is until 2049. The second more important milestone is that by 2049, it is going to be China, Republic of China, establishing 100 year. So these are the 2 major milestones that we cherish and celebrate. So you saw just a little bit on the show, where Zhang Yimou was asked to help showcasing 8 forms of Chinese intangible cultural heritage, like the throat singing from Mongolia, the Miao songs and dance, and the Haiqian, alongside with cutting-edge technology like drones, AI, and robotics. So again, we are, and he had brought together a big team of not just our Chinese producers and designers, but rather from all over the world. He had garnered from Canada, from France, from Germany. And these are all the really top-level people in the arts and performing arts area. in summation, I also want to talk about, there's also, I heard some of the artists talking about AI, which I've forgotten to put it in the slides, but at the same time, we're working with a very important and major artist from China, who now resides in America, Cai Guoqiang. He's known for his fireworks art. If you have known or heard about it, well, his fame is, he was presented along with Zhang Yimou twice at the Olympics, the 2008 Summer Olympics and also the Winter Olympics just 2 years ago. All the fireworks and the important celebration events will utilize Cai Guoqiang's pyrotechnics and fireworks techniques. But Cai really wants people to acknowledge him as an artist. So what he has done, he has been actually doing a lot of really breakthrough in terms of using fireworks or all sorts of new technologies, including using fireworks to create paintings. Now he's moving on to using AI to actually help him in creating fireworks paintings, which is on display also as we speak at the Bara area, which is a community site that we have taken on to revive and to give back to the Macau people. So again, it sounds like I'm doing advertising, but it actually is true that I like all of you to go and take a look for yourselves. Because art is about experiential, experiencing, wanting to go back to the days during the Silk Road. We want to all be pilgrims. We all want to explore. We all want to see what's out there, what's the new thing. So here I'm just leaving behind maybe some last words. The Asian wisdom and insight are always embedded in modernity and our everyday lives. So make us proud with our own culture that will serve as the foundation of our own cultural confidence. We will want to continue to develop our interests in our ancient history and our heritage, but at the same time think of different ways to energize it and to make it worthwhile for our future generations to pursue and to cherish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ho, for your sharing. It was definitely a very thorough presentation, despite landing only this morning. Let's give Ms. Ho another round of applause. Next up, please join me in welcoming Dr. Yannick Lintz, President of Guimen National Museum of Asian Art, and Ms. Jiang Chong-er, artist and designer of QEJ Studio, for their fireside chat designed as Cultural Bridge, Guimen's East-West Dialogue. As we celebrate the 2024 year of Franco-Chinese Year of Cultural Tourism and 60 years of diplomatic relations, Dr. Lintz will share how Guimen uses innovative design to create new ways of cultural exchange. She will show how modern museum design and storytelling can connect Eastern heritage with Western perspectives. You will be hearing from two iconic leaders, experts from the arts field, so please join me in welcoming them on stage. Dr. Yannick Lintz and Ms. Jiang Chong-er will bring us our next upcoming fireside chat. Big round of applause, please.
I try just to... yes, okay.
Okay, so I think I can say we are very happy, but yes. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. So we will try to have a conversation in front of you, and maybe the beginning of this story in this topic of design and culture is, of course, the Musée Guimet and its long history. Musée Guimet was founded in 1889, so the museum has almost 150 years old. When we are lucky to be president of such a fantastic Asian art and Asian civilization museum in the heart of Paris, we have, I think, today a big responsibility. Of course, I consider that as the biggest Asian art museum in Europe, we have the responsibility to develop cultural dialogues between East and West, and to develop also what I call attractivity of the museum, to open it to more audience, more visitors, and we need, I think, in our changing world, to focus, for example, on young generations. Asia is and will be very important in the world. When we keep all those cultural relics of ancient civilization from Asia, it's an opportunity to develop curiosity and knowledges for those young generations. But everyone here may know that it's not easy to bring young people, to bring new visitors in a museum. So we need to find solutions to be attractive, to give them the desire to come in the museum. And you see here the building of, the main building of Musée Guimet. And when I was appointed as president 2 years ago, I should say that my obsession was how to see the building. My first obsession was not inside the museum, because first success is when new visitors come inside, but how to give them the idea or the desire to come inside. So that's why quickly my idea was how to do something on this facade. How could we better see the building when you visit the area? We are not far from the Eiffel Tower. We are lucky to be in the heart of Paris, of the touristic area of Paris. But it's a neoclassical architecture, and you don't really see it on this Place d'Iéna. So for 2024, we prepared a Chinese year in Musée Guimet, because you know that we are celebrating this year the 60 years anniversary between France and China for the diplomatic relations. So I really wanted to celebrate Chinese culture and Chinese art in this museum. So I then met Chong'er 1 year and a half, I think, more or less.
More or less.
And then started our fabulous...
crazy story.
I should say, story. And I think, of course, we are here to tell you this, I think, this wonderful creation that she did for Musée Guimet, and I think a real win-win partnership. now, and she will tell you about what she did in the museum, but if you see today this building becoming red, I'm very proud, because now when you take a taxi in Paris and you say Musée Guimet, before Chang'e installation, they didn't know really where it was. We had to say, you know, the National Asian Art Museum in the heart of Paris, not far from the Eiffel Tower. Now you just have to say, you know, the red building, and they come. So this is for me a first success, but of course with many other nice symbols of what Chang'e, as a designer, did to transform totally the image of the museum. It's really a powerful effect, I can tell you. The story, and then I will let you tell, but it started on our terrace with a wonderful pu'er tea that you brought, and we started, I told you, I knew, of course, your work as a designer. The Musée Guimet is lucky to have in its permanent collection one of your objects from Shangxia, a tea house. But so, of course, for me, a designer with someone that has the vision of objects was important, more than a painter or a sculptor. And what I knew also from you is that your father was a famous architect, and I could see that you had also the vision of the architecture. And for me, it was important, not only the vision of an object, but also of the space and of the architecture. So everything started with this wonderful tea that I will never forget, and with, I think, something common between us. I can say the idea that sky has to be the limit. We are in a very difficult time, and I think that art and culture, and for me museums, has to bring new limits of creation. And so this was the beginning. So you started to brainstorm in front of me, but you will tell it about your project. And I was just saying, Chang'e, you know, the problem is I have €0 budget. And so the crazy adventure was to do you see the scale, and it's not only outside, but to do it in less than 1 year, to be ready for the Chinese New Year, beginning of 24, and to fundraise the money.
Yes.
And thank you, Chang'e, because you did both. Can you imagine, for me, finding an artist doing something in less than 1 year and raising the money to do it? So please, if you know other artists like this, tell me. But it was so a small miracle. So maybe, Chang'e,
yes,
you could explain the word. I will come back maybe on the facade.
Yes, I think, you know, Yannick is a very unique president of National Museum, because all this kind of crazy artistic and creative projects should always start it with a very brave president of a National Museum. And then Yannick is the one, and with the very strong energy of leadership to bring everyone together, to move toward the same vision and objective, which could be from beginning that we believe it's crazy. And it's impossible, look like impossible. And so what you're seeing here is the actual Musée Guimet. If you go to Musée Guimet tomorrow in Paris, it's like this. And so the concept, when Yannick invited me to really thinking about a kind of monumental installation on the historical building of Musée Guimet. And so my origin concept is, it's a particular year, China and France, so there should be, of course, the strong presence, China and France. But we should not limit by China and France. It's China, France, and the world, human beings. So here on the facade, you can see I created the grottos, the caves, 21st caves, contemporary grottos of the 21st century of human being today. And in which there was living 12 mythical creatures. And each mythical creature is calling for a collective message of collective human being values. So you can see one mythical creature is calling for the peace, calling for the bravery, 勇敢, 和平, calling for the wisdom, 智慧, calling for the authenticity, 本真, calling for the equality, 平等, calling for fraternity, 博爱, calling for exploration, 探索精神, calling for the time, 时间, calling for the nature, 自然, calling for the freedom, 自由, and calling for the 善良, benevolence. So the 12 collective human being values is living our Musée Guimet every day, calling, And you can see how I create this mythical creatures, just to share with you a little bit creative process. Musée Guimet is the guardian of time. The museums, national museums, they are guardians of time. So they keep the past, the witness of the past, history. And then if you turn it around, they are also open toward future. So in this installation artwork, I made a strong research on old human being, ancient mythical creature history. So you have mythical creature from ancient Chinese history, of course, ancient European history, Egypt, Maya, India, and I invite these mythical creatures from the past, join us today, and use the technology, AI, that everybody knows today, to recreate 15,000, generation by generation, 15,000 baby mythical creature of today. And from this 15,000 baby mythical creature, I recompose, I recreate, reinvent these 12 final mythical creature who is calling for 12 messages. And so it's like a creation of lives. So you can see the origin of these mythical creatures belongs to human being, not only to one country or another, human being. And these beings are unique. Like you and me, we have the same origin of human being origin, but each of us are unique. So they are on the facade here, and on the top of a dome, you can see there are 6 virtual grottos, and in which the mythical creature, they are dancing, moving, calling, celebrating that human being is reunited today together. And you can see every hour, if you go, you should come to Musée Guimet if you can, before 16th of February next year. Every hour, the mythical creature will call in the time, like a church, the ring. So there will be 3 minutes performance ceremony. And every day in the morning, there is a transparent curtain, like coming up, so the mythical creatures wake up. And 8 o'clock in the evening, there's a curtain coming down, and the mythical creatures is going back as a shadow, but keep living and calling. For me, the museum, like Musée Guimet, is like a lighthouse of human beings' history of each period, And I think an important monumental installation on the facade of Musée Guimet should be take the role of how to bring this lighthouse role to the Musée Guimet.
And something like this concept is, of course, meaningful for a museum in general and for Musée Guimet, because we are in a time where all museum directors, I was lucky to be several days ago in Shanghai for a museum summit. We are all, as museum directors, rethinking what should be the place, the political place, the social place, the educative place of a museum today in our world. And it's interesting for me to see that an artist has more power to bring those meaningful humanist value in a museum and helps us to rethink the sense and the place of a museum. Another powerful idea in your Guardians of Time is that, of course, for me, it's important in such a museum to link the past, the present, and the future. And about grottos, Pansy just mentioned our wonderful collaboration, but we are lucky to have a rich collection of Dunhuang paintings, and we have an agreement with the Dunhuang Academy to develop studies about Dunhuang Buddhism, about Dunhuang art, etc. But for young French people, what does Dunhuang collection mean today? So it's for me very meaningful and helpful to have this concept of grottos.
Yes.
That is so important here and of course in Chinese history. And so it's also a way to enter in the museum from the present, to go to the past and better understand the past.
Yes, yes.
Of course, this is our incredible Chang'er in front of this museum. But of course, you didn't only do the facade.
Yes.
And here we are in another place. Maybe you can say a few words about the entrance hall and then here the library.
Okay. So the whole project is started with the facade of Musée Guimet, and then it's like a dragon. The dragon starts from outside and it's wrapping the museum in different spaces. And inside of Musée Guimet, at the entrance, the second installation called Initiation. So it's about at the red column on the existing stone historic column of the Musée Guimet. And there are 10 different red. And we do not put the photo because we want to invite you to come and see the real ones. So we only show you a few photos. And then if you see too much video and photo, you will not come. Yannick?
Yes.
We would like to invite you really come to Paris and Musée Guimet to feel it and to live with it. And so this is the second installation in the entrance hall. It's a red energy hall. In French, there's a famous song called La vie en rose, 玫瑰人生. And in this entrance hall, it's La vie en rouge, 红色能量的人生. It's not 玫瑰, it's 红色. And so we continue. We arrive at the historical library of Musée Guimet. And this is for me the soul. And I think, Yannick, first time we met, you explained to me this is the soul of Musée Guimet, full of energy. And here I invited the 12 mythical creators from outside to get together again in circle. And here the mythical creatures are in bronze sculptures. And I installed also a sound installation. So once you arrive, library is a place of silence. We don't talk. So you can hear a man's voice, a woman's voice, a child voice, kid's voice, who is calling these 12 messages in French, Chinese, English. And who is calling? The light is on that mythical creature. So it's an installation that we invite you to really hear, connect with these messages and the mythical creatures in such a unique place full of energy, connect the past and the presence.
And for me, of course, it was when I talked in the beginning about the importance of architecture in this project. My idea was not to link the present and the past, was not just to invite an artist saying, okay, could we select together some of your pieces and put them in the galleries to create a dialogue between past and present. Of course, such experiences exist a lot through museums, but I always thought that it was more or less a little artificial as a dialogue. So that's why I asked to Chang'er to find the strategic and energetic spaces in the museum that are not necessarily the permanent galleries, but the library is one of the heart of the museum, because when Émile Guimet, the founder, created the museum in 1889, he decided to create the museum but also the library, because for him, and it's still the case today with what we call our Villa Guimet in a second building, such a museum is both a cultural place for leisure, for big shows, etc. But it's also a research center. And the library, of course, symbolizes studies, research. We have now the most important library of Asian art all over the world. And so for me, it was important in this process of rethinking the sense of this museum for the future, to ask Chang'er to have to make a proposal about how to rethink this library. And what is for us, all the team in the museum, very powerful is you can see in the second circle between the books and your sculptures, there are some of the Buddha's collection. Of course, we have a very important collection of Buddha and of Japanese Buddha. And so we selected some, and it's incredible to feel that everything is obvious now in this space between your creation, those Buddhas coming from Japan and selected by Émile Guimet 150 years ago, and all the knowledges of Asian art around.
Yes, this is a magic place in this historical library,
Maybe a few words about the fourth floor of the rotunda that you have seen from the outside. On the basement, on the first floor, you have the entrance, the main entrance of the museum. And this is the fourth floor of the rotunda. And you can maybe explain what is your concept?
Yes, this is in the highest place of Musée Guimet. It's a 穹顶空间. And the installation I created here, the name is Introspection, 内观洞穴. So here I created a real grottos. This is a real grottos. You can enter, you can sit down in a small grottos, and you can have a conversation with the third grottos, which is inside of you. So here in this installation, there are presence of three grottos. And this grottos is dressed by 5,000 pu'er tea breaks from Yunnan. So this grottos have a beautiful smell of nature. And in the middle, you can see there's a stone garden. In this garden, I painted 20 stones who are all 1,500 years old. And the pigment I use is one from Dunhuang, the grottos from China, the color of the dynasty, mineral color, and from the ochre, the pigment from Lascaux grottos is from the French, one of the oldest ancient grottos. So here I want to share the color of time, because people always ask, what is the time of color? time is invisible, no color, no shape, no smell. And in these grottos, I would like to share the color of time, the smell of time, the shape of time, and the energy of time that you can feel each of you differently. And here in the photo, it's the beginning of the installation, so it's springtime. Inside, you can also hear a kind of sound, the sound from nature. And then the shadows, the light is keep changing. The shadow, the light of the nature. So this is in spring. And then from July, I changed to summer. And then from end of September, I changed into autumn. December, mid of December will become winter, which means that this artwork, this installation is changing with difference of 4 seasons. You know, I would like to invite the time to be present and visible in art, through art, that you can really touch and feel. So this art installation, like the facade, they change within time. You can feel the presence of time. So in this space, you can really like a beautiful escape, you know, of your daily life, and then you can really have a very quiet time, a serenity time, you know, a time of serenity with yourself. And from outside of museum, you have huge, giant mythical creatures who try to calling you, you know, catch your attention. But it's noisy because it's on the Plaza Iéna, you have a lot of traffic. And in the library, in the historical library, it's quiet. You get close with mythical creatures, you hear the message, you see them. It's another way of, you know, maybe you hear some messages. And here, in the end of the exhibition and the highest place of music, no more mythical creature. No more they are calling voice. Maybe you become one of this mythical creature. Or maybe some messages has already inside of you. This is from existence, presence, strong presence, with the exhibition, with the project, get into the void, another way of presence. So this is also the journey that, as an artist, I would like to, you know, to bring to the project.
And again, as a museum director, such a space is for us a very good test of what should be the future of a museum. Because in Musée Guimet, we have a project called Guimet 2030 that is to build an extension of the building and to rethink what should be this museum for the 21st century. And I'm convinced, as a museum director, that to rethink a museum for the future, we need people to feel or to live different sensitive experiences, because I think we all here, I suppose, have a link or an interest for art. But we know that it's not only intellectual, the link between an artwork and someone is something sensitive. But what is for me a real problem in a museum is that you see millions of visitors going through the galleries, looking at what could be or are the masterpieces, universal masterpieces. They just walk, and not often they feel something. And so I think that to create such conditions, we need to have specific spaces for specific activities like meditation, just sit, think, or sleep even. I like the idea to sleep in a museum, but to live, not just to walk and with no feelings. So it was for us a real experience for the future. So we still have 2 minutes to conclude. What would you like to say as a conclusion for you, the artist that is invited?
I think through this crazy project with Yannick, and which was a great journey together, and the museum's team was essentially important, to in this kind of very daring project. And I think, today, especially today, art played a very unique role today in the world today, as you said. We face the future, we have a lot of uncertainty, and the world is in a moment of changement, quoted chaotic, but full of changement, with the strong arrival of technology, with the, full of changes. So I think at the moment, we need to be 团结, we should get together as human beings. And I think this time particularly, art can play a very important role. Art, creations, culture play a very important role to federate, to pull human beings together, and not looking for the culture difference, not looking for the culture gaps, but more looking for the common points from different country and the culture. And based on that, we try to create some new energy, new expressions, and new way of living together again with these new elements.
And if I would like to have a conclusion, but I'm sure it's not a conclusion between us and the museum, but my conclusion is that what is important and what does such a project shows is that it was not only the selection of a well-known artist or a Chinese artist for the Chinese year. We see that for such projects, it's important to meet the artists with whom we can develop a real dialogue.
Yes.
And I can tell you that I have, in 1 year, 100 of artists that dream, of course, to be in the museum. And to find a good one, I have to meet a lot of artists and have conversation. And of course, I'm sure that we were very lucky to meet each other, but we see also that it's not just a biography of an artist; it's a human
encounter.
relation.
Yes, yeah. If I may add something, as Yannick and I, we always, talking when we meet, is that the exhibition, the installation will have an end. 16th of February, there will be an end. But the most strongest and powerful through the project is now encounter. Now encounter will last forever. The artwork, the installation, the exhibition will have an end. But now a beautiful encounter will last. There's no end.
And you see, time is out, I know, but we didn't call each other, but we have complementary colors, red and
purple, green, red.
So it's also a symbol of our conversation in the museum. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We all welcome you to Paris and the Musée Guimet. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Yannick Lins, and of course, Ms. Zhang, for sharing. Most importantly, Encounter is a very memorable situation. Now, thank you all for joining us for the morning session. It is now time for lunch. Please join us back again at 2 p.m., and we look forward for sharing you the afternoon sessions. See you soon. indeed, everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Day 3 at BODW 2024. To open our afternoon session, we invite Thomas Wiederhoven on stage for his keynote address, Embodying Cultural Synergy, Thomas Wiederhoven on Driving Creative Industries. As the co-founder of Tonic, the world-acclaimed design studio from the Netherlands, Thomas will reveal how the fusion of graphic design, art, and culture can drive the innovative industry forward. He will also explore the innovative approaches to integrating graphic design into cultural contexts at notable venues like Power Station of Art and M+. Please join me in welcoming Thomas Wiederhoven.
Okay, yeah. Hi. Yeah, where to start? I just flew in this morning, so I'm a bit of jet lag, but I guess it's okay. What I want to talk about today, I have half an hour. This is my team. Very important for what Tonic does. Our team is transcultural, multidisciplinary, and cross-generational. It means that we have a lot of young people in the studio, a lot of different cultures in the studio, and that makes us learn all the time. And I want to talk a little bit about this learning thing. So we integrate online, offline, and on-site communication. And of course, it sounds very logical, but offline, a lot of people don't know anymore what it is. And we still do because we have been around for 30 years. And on-site, we're very strong in it, I think, because, I'm going to show that later. First of all, something else. Lance Wyman, a big inspiration for us, he did the 1968 Olympics, and this was the logo. So it's very complex. It's a very complex logo, and but it's also very beautiful, and it merges local culture and New York hip op arts. So it merges cultures. So that's exactly what we also try to do in our studio. We are transcultural, we merge cultures. This was 4 years before. Japan was already coming out of the war as a big economic force, and they put in a lot of architecture to make the Olympics a great success. But Mexico was very poor, so instead of hiring expensive architects, they hired a graphic designer. So this is what we do. We do graphic design. When you're not able to pay for architecture, you get us in. And then we will make something like this for you. What was so beautiful is that it's a really nice merge of 68 and the Olympic circles, of course, but also that it became architectural. It was on-site communication, on-site design. So this merging of, on the right, it's not very known, but this was at the Biennale in Venice, was also a pavilion for the Olympics. The color scheme was very wide, so there was a lot of things possible with color because the graphics were so strong. And you will see a lot of that in our work as well. And it went on and on and on. It's just not just a logo, but it's a sort of whole world that just keeps on expanding. And it goes back to this Mexican folk art. So, balloons, of course, hats, of course. And of course, this. So this is graphic design in the middle of society, everybody gathering around design, and that's exactly what is inspiring for us. And then, in 2008, very good designers from Holland made this design for the Museum Boijmans van Beuningen, and they reused the typeface of Lance Wyman. And the director said that he hated it because it was so difficult to read and it was so airy, it didn't have a strength. And so he asked us to do something with it, and we thought, well, since it's already there with the 3 lines, why not go to Lance Wyman, meet the guy, and see if we can incorporate his view and his style into this Museum Boijmans van Beuningen style. So I went to New York, I spoke to him, and he was very open, and he really liked it that we would reuse his work. Of course, everything becomes different when you start reusing it, but still. So we made this logo, which is supposed to be very boring. I hope you all agree that it's very boring. But what we did instead is that we put the three-lined letter into the program, so not into the identity itself, not into the logo, but into the program. And to be able to react to the artwork, we made it thin lines, thick lines, we changed the colors, we changed the patterns, and in our case, we changed a few letters so that we did not have the strange X effect of Lance Wyman, but that we had a different pattern behind it. But you can see that it can go anywhere. So yeah, so you see that the letters really react on the artwork and are different every time. So this is a program already working for 17 years for this museum, and we made more than 400 of these designs in that period. It's all in the wayfinding, it's on the building, and it's on the floor if you enter the museum, with an artwork, sort of a cage, silver cage, in which you can play soccer, and that all works together with the lining and the text. So, but then of course, in those 17 years, a lot has changed. And the biggest thing that has changed is that now we are motion first. We don't make print anymore, we live online, and online means motion first. So this change is, of course, something that we went through in the years, and of course something that Lance Wyman did not have at his time, but you can see examples of how we use this same system, and that we can easily make it alive with motion graphics, and that again we do react on the artworks as we did when it was offline and static, and we just make it vibrant and happening. So they react on the artworks, and they react again. So here you can see how motion and the static work together. Everybody, I think, can understand that Bauhaus has these three elementary forms, very easy to recognize, and in that way also very, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, okay. And we make spectaculars in the city. So you can read, with a bit of help, Rotterdam, and people like to always take photos in front of the name of the city where they are. So it was a very strong Instagram hit. And when there's a party, we can also animate it, of course. In 2022, MVRDV, Dutch, I think they were also at the Business of Design Week last year, I guess. So I'm sure they showed the Depot, one of their brilliant designs, and a thing I love. So it's a silver bowl, and it has all the artworks in stock in that building, and you can visit it. So it's a working building. So it's actually you see behind the scenes of a museum, and for that we made a 5-line sketch typeface, and we put the pattern of the mirrors inside. And in that way, we made, again, a new step in this identity. And again, you see everything inside and outside is one language. Online, offline, and on-site communication is one big orchestrated thing. And because it's a place where the people work, if you go in, you have to wear special clothes so that you are really part of the experience, and also the clothes are branded in the same way. And then the restaurant is a one-lined letter to make it a bit more chic. A very nice restaurant. If you're ever in Rotterdam, I can recommend it. And then if you go out, you can buy the stuff, exit through the gift shop. This idea of having art in the middle of society and really changing society, what we saw with Lance Wyman in Mexico, I think one of another big example for me is the Centre Pompidou in Paris. And I think it's fitting because Paris is this year's focus country. And this I saw when I was 17, it was just there. And can you imagine how this, in the fabric of sandstone that is so typical of Paris, and then all of a sudden this UFO that has landed, a totally different thing, and yet it interacts so well with the whole city. And this is one of the places that I really love, and really for me an inspiration to go into culture. this building and the way it interacts with people and with the city. It's, of course, a very graphic idea. It's a very simple idea. It's a structural thing. It's a very colorful object. And it has one of the best logos ever made, which is this. And it's by Jean-Louis Maire. It's also from the 70s. And I want to stress out a for me, very important thing. Of course, I think everybody can understand how this relates to the building. But please note that the diagonal lines are thinner than the horizontal lines. So to balance it, to make it flat, because this looks really flat, I would say the diagonals are thinner, less wide than the horizontals. And Jean-Louis Maire, he said once that he made one sketch and it was immediately correct. You can see this quote on the internet. So I was very happy to find also this on the internet. I mean, the guy is brilliant, but of course he had to work hard to achieve the right proportions of the idea. And it was not that easy, but he managed. And then in 2012, we could not almost believe it, but we were invited to have an exhibition in the Centre Pompidou, next to the big art of the world. There was also one room for architecture and graphic design. We were the graphic design. And this is how Lance Wyman, who inspired us, got into the Centre Pompidou with this kind of pieces. And other pieces that we did, of course, who are now all in the collection of the Centre Pompidou. And so this moment of coming back to this place was for us incredible. But then, of course, we also went from graphic design into architecture, because we found a little plot of land and we could develop there this building. And we designed it ourselves. And I think if you have the Centre Pompidou and you have the logo of the Centre Pompidou, and you put Mexico Olympics all on top of each other, then you will find this. And that's what happened. So this is how it came to be. But now I do want to stress one thing. My diagonal lines are exactly the same width as the horizontal lines and the vertical lines. Why? Why? Because I drew this in Illustrator, because I'm a graphic designer. I drew this whole building in Illustrator without stripes. But I thought that this wave in front of it, this staircase, would balance all the vertical lines that I had. And the vertical lines are there because I didn't want to have pillars inside. So I needed the outside facade to also be constructive. So I had open, closed, open, closed. And then I'm a graphic designer, so I made a little grid, and everything fitted in. And then I needed two staircases, and so I put one on the outside, which is very atypical for Amsterdam, but is very normal in New York, for instance. And since I didn't know that I had to be typical for Amsterdam, I just made a mistake and made it typical for New York. And then, but then when the architect who I worked with put this in a 3D model, I immediately saw that actually the staircase is too small. It is too small to really be there on the facade. And that is when I said, okay, let's put striping on it, because diagonal stripes pop out way more than vertical or horizontal stripes. So I used the effect that Jean-Louis Maire used. In a way, I used it again to outbalance something that is actually in itself not really that balanced. So this was the sort of Illustrator file I drew without the stripes. And then when you put it together, I saw that the staircase was a bit too small. But now everything fits and everything comes together. And I think it's a very graphic building. But it's in Amsterdam and the Netherlands, it's really also seen as a good architectural building, because the Dutch architects gave it the best prize iconic building for 2020. So we sort of match with real architecture. This is real architecture, and this is graphic design, I guess. Anyway, yeah. So, oh yeah, there was another thing. Since it was my first building, I had a very difficulty in finding a nice structure in the windows to make the window open. Of course, you cannot open a window like that, so you have to make lines in it to open it. I thought it was too complex, so I put it in the wall because I could not draw it in the window. And inside, it's a very nice and warm atmosphere, and it's a very rough building with concrete roof, which is also rather funny because inside you can see that the building gets more refined if you go outside. So I don't know if I have one more left, but see, you can see that where the concrete elements join, it's quite rough. And if you go to the outside, oh yeah, this is of course inside. Everything is inside now. Anyway, on the outside, it's millimeter precise. So left and right from the window, there is only 3 millimeters change in the whole facade. On the inside, it's more than a centimeter difference. So it's a inside-out, thought-out building. And this is me and the architect, Arjen. So that's that. So coming from Jean Wiedmer and Renzo Piano for the Pompidou, and coming from Lance Wyman for the Olympics in 1968, we all of a sudden discovered that actually there's quite a lot of what we do is connected to those 60s, 70s. That was the period I was young, I was getting all these influences, and we really used it for a long, long time. And then through Business of Design Week, actually, I think, through people we knew in Hong Kong, we also started to work for Fila. Fila in Xiamen, they have the headquarters of Fila China. It's a very big company, they are very big in China. And working for them, we saw that the logo was actually rather part of this world of design that we had already seen now in the other projects we showed. So it's a very simple grid, it's a very simple language, it's a very simple form. The F is a logo in itself. Fila in total is also a word mark that they use it together or separately. And for this company, they asked us, which was, I think, exactly what we do a lot, is that we animate stuff that has been done already and we make it in that way new. So since this logo is now 50 years old, we were asked to bring it to now in an exhibition about the history of this identity. Thanks. Funny thing is, there's no music with this one. We had a whole trick of getting music onto this one. But the nice thing is that for the next assignment, the next project we did for them, we made animations, and without knowing, of course, all of a sudden they were black and white stripes. So somehow we get stuck in the Mexico Olympics again. I don't know how, but it happened. They asked us to incorporate live footage into the graphic language, which is quite difficult. I don't know if you can imagine. There is a sort of graphic language and there is a sort of photographic language, and it's not so easy to merge the two. And this is how we managed to do that. And they used these, the project was actually for a shop called Shoe Art. I don't know, I had to point there. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is another version of it. So this is a separate part of the shoe shop installation, where we all again try to incorporate a graphic language with athletes, running, and tennising. And this is how the shoe shop looks. So you see that there is a Fila shoe story on the left. So you see all these animations, but they're intertwined with classic shoes. And so it's a museum, and it's the old and the new all in one story. So, a bit of a strange moment for me to discover in a way that we were inspired with a very small period of time, which is sort of five to 7 years. 1977, of course, that was the moment the Centre Pompidou came out, but it was, of course, started years before that. So it's actually an art piece that has been conceived in the mind earlier. So you can say that in a time span of 5-6 years, a lot of things happened in design and also in the way design interacts with the world that inspired us already 20 years now, at least, to work with that. So what happens once, and then we reuse it after all these years. What did happen, and why it doesn't feel for me at all like we're just reusing what has already been done, is the fact that now, of course, everything is online, and everything has a totally new element to it, which is not only graphic flat, making 3D, but now also time-based and interactive, and that is, of course, the essence of what we do. So in that sense, we do use things from the past, but we also develop them further to bring them to the now. To conclude, we have a very nice book called Why We Design. Typical for us, I think, is our engagement with what we do. And that is one of the big reasons in why we design. And we have 11 reasons. Yeah, that's an issue. So if you work for a client, you normally narrow down what he wants to say, and then you start again by exploring everything. But when you do it yourself, we did narrow it down to the question why we design, but then we explored 11 reasons why. So don't go that way. Try to do less. But we have 11 reasons. So we like radical art. We are from a conceptual generation. Democracy is for us an important value. Us and them, that's the essence of relationships. System and play. We like to be independent from our clients, but we also like to have independent clients. We expose, we're in the public, we look for impact, we empower, and we like to change. That is why we design. So Lance Wyman liked the book. This is in Mexico at a conference. We met with Lance Wyman, and he says the book is good. If you want to see more, at Studio Tonic on Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas Witherhoven, for your sharing. Thank you very much. Please be seated. We'll hear from you very soon. Next up, we will be welcoming Nicolas Delong on stage for his keynote address, Cultivating Cultural Spaces from Intention to Attention. Nicolas is the architect and co-founder of Encore Auras Architects, a firm known for its innovative and socially conscious projects. Nicolas Delong will unveil how architecture can bridge art, culture, and society. Through his groundbreaking work with cultural institutions, Nicolas creates spaces that deeply resonate with local communities while driving urban renewal. He will also share how innovative design can transform cultural spaces into catalysts for social change and community engagement. Please join me in welcoming Nicolas Delong.
Hello, bonjour. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to explain, to present the work we did and to show you some project, and maybe starting where the village where I came, where I grew up. I came from a small village in the south of France, and it's a town from the 12th century. It was a very, 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 very small Hong Kong at the time of the Middle Age. It's 10,000 people today, and it was called a Bastide, which is a free town where people come here to make trade. So I live and I grew up in this town. Then today I'm an architect. Our main office is in Paris, and we are more than 30 people working in Paris, in Marseille, and abroad. The very specific time of our time, the history of architecture is always an history of context. And we are now in a very specific context with what we call the Anthropocene. That means that human activities became a geological force. And this new data is going to change the way we are building, the way we are seeing the situation. It's a huge change for our profession and maybe for others. These situations sometimes make us feeling strange, and we call a dissonance feeling. Are we on the side of the problem, or are we on the side of the solution? It's hard to know sometimes, and we need very to work and to understand what is the best way to act today. I will start to show you some projects just to understand the way we are dealing with that new situation, new context, which is very specific. The first project was close to this very, very old architecture. It's more than 4,000 years. It's a kind of architecture of the prehistoric time. And we get asked to design a small shelter close to that, if it's working. And so for doing this project, we look at the traditional construction. It's dry stone construction made by farmers in the area. And because they asked us to make a shelter, we mix this picture with the camping tent, which is next slide, that you know maybe. And mixing the both, the camping tent and the camping tent and the stone dry shelter, we create these stone tents. It's a very small project, but the idea was to look at the local materials, which is stones. There is no gram of concrete. It's just only stone put one on the other, and maybe in decades they can remove the stones to build something else. So this is a new way of construction. The very specific situation is that we have less and less resources because we use too much resources for the ground, and we have a lot of trash. So we think that architecture and maybe interior design and maybe all the activities with goods need to think about these two curves. Working on that, we start to work on the reusing of material. And we start to make a small building in Paris in front of the in front of the city hall in Paris. We find hundreds of wooden doors that was going to trash. And we decided to design the small building using these doors. It's a totally new way of construction. You take the doors and then you start to design the space and the dimension. So it's not the white page, it's just the resource that gives you ideas to design the project. It's a totally change of way of thinking our job. Few years later, we start to do that at a bigger scale. We get asked to transform this old concrete industry that was abandoned for years. And looking there, we made what we call a harvest map. That means that we try to collect all the materials around 30 kilometers around the site, and we get doors, we get a plumbing system, we get windows, and we get a lot of material to create the new project using the resources from the site and the location. And also for the facade, there was an abandoned building with a lot of graffiti on the facade. And we say, are we painting this building? Are we removing the history? And we say, no, let's keep the history and let's add a layer to the historical layers of the building. So our feeling is that we need to transform, but using the less resources, the less material, just adding layers and layers that you can read the history of a building if you look at it. So on this picture, we just change the windows to make new windows, but we don't decide to paint the wall of the exterior building. If we go back to Paris, there was a competition for demolishing an old car park for doing housing. And when we did the competition, we say, can we keep the concrete structure? Can we keep the existing form? And we say, okay, let's try to do that. And or we lost the competition because we don't respond to the question, or we won. And so we designed to make possible to keep the car park and to transform this car park into new housing. For doing that, we opened the central of the building to get the light coming in, and then we design a building, which is a bit strange, because it's not all design. It's just taking from what it was and transforming this design into 75 housing. So this is a sample, an example of what can we do using what is existing. And doing that, we avoid tons of concrete trash that will be put on natural fields. And also we avoid to get the sand to make the concrete for the new building. So we are winning on the both side. Up. So it is an interior side, and this is a small, maybe it's low battery or something? No. Okay. Okay. So this is a vision. So I'm not sure I like this building, but the idea was to take from the existing and just transform it to make housing in an old car park. In 2018, we were the curator of the French pavilion in the Architectural Biennale in Venice, in Italy. And we decided to present an exhibition called Lieux Infinis, Infinite Places. The idea was to present 10 places, 10 architecture that for us are reinventing the way we use a building, not with just one use, but with several uses, what we call the mix of uses. So we present this project in the French pavilion, and we say, okay, we are in Venice, you know, amazing city. Can we find a place that will be showing what we say in the exhibition? Can we find a real situation to explore the way and the thing we are telling in the exhibition? And we've been on the Lido Island, on the right of the picture, and next, sorry. And on this island, we find an old barracks, abandoned for decades. That was a military barracks for the 16th century. And we decided to take the budget, the money for the housing, for the hotel rooms, that was 50,000 euros, and with this money, we decided to inhabit in these old barracks. So we did a kitchen, we did dormitories, we did everything that we can keep all the team during the 6 months. And doing that, we invite hundreds of people coming during the 6 months of the Biennale. So that's meaning that we need to, beside doing exhibition and research, we also want to apply and to see the ideas on reality. Another situation, very different, was this old building from the end of the 19th century. It's in French Brittany, in a city called Rennes. And there used to be medicine faculty, and also the building was almost abandoned. And the mayor, the city of Rennes, decided to give the key of the building to a young association and to say, we open the building, and during 2 or 3 days, we will ask the community, we will ask people, citizens, what they want in this building. It's a totally new way of doing. So they open the door with a key, and they let the society get in and talking and exploring and making research. And after these 3 years, they decided to make a school on the first floor and social and cultural program on the upper floor. So it was a very new way to think that a building is not just for one occupation, but it's a mix of occupation. This is a very ecological way to make buildings because you are more intensify the use of this building. So we designed the school for the kids. We make some workshop with them to be sure that the space is fine for them. And also, we take this project as a purpose for reinsertion of people that are unemployed, and they start to make a new job in this project. So that people that are unemployed, and they come here and try to make small things to go back in a real job. And doing that, we give them some space of the project to let them design some space. And I just want to share one space that was the soul, the ground of this small oriel. It's a French word. It's a small room. It's called an oriel. And because we have a lot of rest, of trash, of the tiles, of the washing rooms, you know, the toilets, we have lots of small parts. We give to people, each one 1 square meter with all the trash of the tiles. And each people design his own square meter. And then we assemble this design in this space. And it's a very I love this space because we never design it. We just let people designing a part of it, and that's the collective action that is made in this strange, ground and soil. After the COVID, pandemic, it was a lot of question in architecture in all fields. I think in Hong Kong also, people are saying, what's going on? What are we changing? What do we have to change? Maybe 5 years after, we changed almost nothing. But if you remember, in 2020, we were saying, okay, we have to change. We have to make things differently. And for that, we did a big exhibition with an artist, Benoît Bonne-Maison-Fit, which is a painter. And we decided to draw, to paint, to share 50 ideas of the main global issue of what is afraid for us, for the situation, the global situation, and the ecological issue. And on the other side of these panels, we present 50 we present 50 with a color alternatives, ideas of people that say, okay, we are not trapped in this situation, we can change things, we can organize a community in our neighborhood and doing small projects. So that was the idea to go from one side, which is the black and white and situation, which is hard, to the other side, which is colorful. And we are presenting this exhibition in Hong Kong for the days that are coming in Base 1, close to here. After this, so that was the zoom of the drawing, so on the plastic issue in the ocean, on the disparition of the farmers in France, and also the cutting trees that are making animals taking their suitcase, And other idea, like on the left, you have in New Zealand, they decided to give a right to a river, to say if the river has a right, so people cannot, damage it, cannot pollute this river. In the center, you have a human, which is a lion that decides to be like vegetarian, So it removes the lion costume, and I love bulgur, which is a kind of cereal. And on the right, it's the idea of One Health, saying that if we want that human beings are in good health, we need also to take care of humans, of animals' health, and also of plants' health. So we try to design with Benoît Bonne-Maison-Fit these drawings. If we now go back to our production and project we are doing, let's go in Mayotte, which is a French island in the Indian Ocean, close to Madagascar, north to Madagascar. And it's a very small island, and there is almost nothing on it. People live there, but there is no material. And we won a competition to design a big high school there, the biggest high school in France, for 3,000 students. And doing this drawing, this design, we said, what can we do working with the local materiality? And there is no trees for construction. There is not much sand because it's a very fragile ecosystem. So we look and we see that we can start to build with raw earth. And we understand that in the history of this island, a lot of construction, a lot of houses were made by raw earth. But during the industrial period, from the 80s, 90s, the concrete just put the raw earth to the trash and say, no, it's not good. We need to build with concrete and concrete and concrete. And we said, okay, let's try. Let's take this building, trying to put again this way of construction. So we did workshop. We start for the regulation, for all the regulation that make possible to make a public building with this material. And we find also people that were ready to start again this new way of construction, to fabric the bricks and then to make also the building. So now the site is on construction and it will be finished in 1 year and a half. It's a 26 building. It's a very big project. Also, with the raw earth, we work on a project for the restaurant on the first floor of the Eiffel Tower. And yesterday, Rami Fischer, which is designer and a very good friend of mine, we worked together on this project. And we decided to remove the more materiality. We said, we are in the Eiffel Tower, maybe how can we do with the less of resource, the less of material? Just letting the space at ease. And in the center, we want to make a kind of light installation with raw earth, saying that Eiffel Tower is an icon of the steel construction, and now we need to find new icons and say that the steel is over, and then we need to build with other materiality. And also, if you were there yesterday, Rami also showed this project. We decided to make also a kind of art installation on the side of the restaurant, which is from the first year that the construction of the Eiffel Tower on the left to the right, which is the year where we did the restaurant. And the color is linked to the global temperature on Earth. So people think it's a French flag, but not. It's called the warming lines, you know, it's the warming lines of the humanity. So we want also to share this idea with people. And I will finish with this project, which is maybe the project we are working on it, and is a global mix of all the research we are doing at each dimension, in each field. It's called Les Ateliers Médicis. It's a big cultural public program. It's in the suburb of Paris, where 20 years ago, big riots started there. And the state, the French state, decided to bring back culture in this territory, to say the suburbs get abandoned, get lost for the society, and we need to bring culture back there for the upper levels. And also we use raw earth for the interior cloison. So it's kind of mix. We call the mix matériotique, saying that we need to use all the materials together. This is creating a strange architecture. It's like, maybe you know the story of the 3 little pigs. One house in brick, one house in straw, and one house in wood. And maybe it's an architecture that mixes the 3 little pigs story, because we don't have enough material to build. So we need to arrange them, and we don't have to choose, just to take them at the right scale. Two last slide. Maybe this one is very important, because we think that today our architect profession, and maybe the whole society, need to get the idea of these 2 lines. One line is the ecological selling, you know. We already use a lot of resources, a lot of energy, so we need to try to limit the use of resources. And also we have a social floor. That means that we cannot say, let's stop everything, let's do nothing. No, we need to be in between these 2 lines. And the UK economics Kate Raworth, with the donut theory, said that. She said it's a safe and just space for humanity between the ecological selling and the social floor. So it's very important for us to always have these 2 ideas at the same time. I will finish by maybe this drawing. You can choose if you want the left or the right. On the left, it's the idea to put a bullet in your own feet. Sometimes we are feeling that we are still continuing, the society is still continuing to not make the right choice at the right scale. And we think that we need to understand, for the young generation, to understand this situation. And on the right, you can imagine that if you just look at what is already here, if you just take the time to make the nature coming back, a future is possible. So I want to finish my talk on this idea. Maybe that was the title of my talk, to say from intention to attention. And maybe architecture used to be in the history profession of intention. I want to design a tower. I want to design something. I want to get the idea in my head on the paper and then on reality. And maybe we need to change from this intention to the attention. Attention is looking at the situation, taking care of what is already here, and taking care of resources, of human beings, of all the natural spaces that are living. Humans are 1 on 8 million of other species, and taking care of sight and of everybody. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. DeLong, for letting us know the importance of designing with our environment in mind. Next up, BODW joins forces with Motion Plus Design, an international platform dedicated to advancing motion design to showcase cutting-edge motion design in Hong Kong's creative landscape. Curated by Motion Plus Design founder Kook Iwoo, This collaboration features 3 keynote sessions followed by 1 panel discussion. International designers will converge to explore innovative design frontiers, including animation, title sequence, CGI photography, and multidisciplinary creations. This unique gathering provides creative professionals and design enthusiasts with a preview of the future of motion design innovation. We are honored to welcome Mr. Kook Iwoo to stage for an introduction to Motion Plus Design and its collaboration with BODW. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kook Iwoo.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So my name is Kook, and I'm a title designer, what we call a title designer, which is... OK. I knew it would happen, of course. But I'm pointing this area. All right. Anyway, so this is what I do. I'm title sequence designer, which means that I'm working with film directors to create the opening of their films or their TV series. And I used to do that for 20 years. And now I'm also working on a festival, which is called Motion Plus Design. I'm going to talk about it later. And I'm also a curator, which means that people are asking me to create, to find the right artist to create those pieces, as you can see here. So that's actually a good example of motion design, which is basically the animation of graphic design. Sometimes it's CG, sometimes it's 3D, like you can see here. But the point is that it's always trying to feel abstract, and it's a bit different from animation, as there is no character expressing themselves. So that's kind of the limit with the animation world. And so now I'm going to talk about Motion Plus Design. So as I mentioned, it's a festival about motion designers. So once again, motion designers, good example I'm going to show you after. This is all the events that we did with Motion Plus Design. We made like big events like Paris, Tokyo, and LA, and also smaller ones in a lot of cities, as you can see. This is a trailer for today, actually. So you can see what's motion design with great artist Karen Fong that will be talking just in very few minutes. Thank you. So Motion Plus Design is about to invite the best speaker in the world, like today, to come and explain how cool they are and how great artists they are. I'm very proud to show you this because people like Karen Fong or Lisa or Reuben, they are really geniuses. And that is really why we want to do that. So anyway, I'm going to show you some pictures. And just so you know, today is a very special event for us because usually Motion Plus Design is its own events, and this time it's with BOW. So I would like to thank them, and that's why you will have these great speakers. So these are pictures from LA, our event in LA. This is in the Le Montalban Theater, and it's about 800 or 900. We had people like Beeple coming, a great NFT artist, motion designer. And that's a party in LA. And in Tokyo, we are growing a lot since many years now. We have our trailer on this very famous building, and this was this year also. We had many more screens in Shibuya. And actually, we are going to prepare a new thing with that company called HIT in Shibuya. And this was the venue we had in Shibuya called Line Cube. And this was the number of attendees we had, which is the largest we had ever. And so this is Paris. We did, I think, 10 editions in Paris, almost. We are doing that in all theater. The average age is about 25 years old. And that's pretty it. And so these are all the other editions. So we have the big ones like LA, Paris, and Tokyo, soon New York and Seoul. And we also have the small ones, which are about 200 or 100 people. These are pictures from Madagascar, Istanbul, San Francisco, Rotterdam, New Delhi, and Berlin, Rio de Janeiro, and Taipei. Also, last year we had our first edition in Hong Kong, thanks to the Hong Kong Design Center. And so that was our own event, and we are very proud to make that happen. And so this year is pretty specific, but the next year is going to be super cool too, I think. All right, that's almost about it. We have a lot of sponsors. We have people like Adobe, Dropbox, and so on, but also a lot of schools, a lot of studios. We are live streaming everything, and our purpose also with the live streaming is to shoot every conference so we can put them on the website for free. We also have a lot of interviews of all our speakers, and people can now find a school anywhere in the world about motion design and resources in 8 languages. And it's exactly the end of it, the timer. Great. So thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to present you the first speaker. I mean, someone may just do what I'm doing anyway. So Karin Fong is a genius, so just enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cookie Wu, for showing us Motion Plus Design and its upcoming keynote speakers. Joining us next, again, is Karin Fong. With her keynote address, From Sketch to Screen, Storytelling Through Design in Motion. As a founding member and creative director of Imaginary Forces, Karin has shaped the industry with her iconic title sequences for acclaimed TV series and movies like Spider-Man, No Way Home, and Slumberland. In her keynote, the Emmy Award-winning creative director will share her approach, blending cinematography, design, and animation to craft captivating visual experiences across entertainment, immersive spaces, and advertising, while sharing her vision of storytelling at the intersection of film and design. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Karin Fong.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be here. Thank you so much. As you saw from that reel, at Imaginary Forces, we work on a variety of film and video projects. I do everything from direct commercials, brand films, architectural screens and installations, cinematics for video games, even one time an opera. But today, I'm going to focus on what is probably our best known work, and that is in the realm of film and television title design. And what I really love about this work is that it is a bridge from our everyday lives into a vast, bigger world. And we don't have to be literal. It's much more like doing poetry, much more like setting a mood and a tone than conveying any particular information. So for the next half hour, we're going to delve into the process and our approach in creating these sequences. And you'll see that there's no formula for any of this, but there is one thing that is consistent with our approach, and that is to find what is ownable about each show. Let's take the case of Spider-Man No Way Home. The process begins with a conversation with the director. And in this case, it's John Watts, who has directed, this would be the third of his Spider-Man trilogy. And so the challenge when you're working on a sequel is to not only tap into the kind of rabid, crazy fan base and make them connect, but also bring something new to this new movie experience. And John, the process begins with a conversation. And John let us know right away that this film was in particular about Peter Parker and his friends leaving their technical high school and going to MIT. So right away, one of the themes was math. And that is an excellent jumping off point. One of my favorite parts of any project is the research phase. And so that could mean anything from looking at vintage science textbooks and to going into how we were as teenagers and nerdy art students, discovering perspective, doodling. Who didn't have a poster from MC Escher on their walls, right? And the thing is, when you start looking at these things, everything seems to have meaning. From a Fibonacci curl, could be Doc Ock's tentacles, or the space-time donut suddenly looks like Spidey's mask. And John, the director, was adamant that our sequence have hand-done analog qualities. He wanted it to feel like the kids themselves had doodled these things in their notebooks. So we right away started making tests and experiments for how to incorporate the hand-done quality into all of our animations. Now, one thing I must mention is that this is an end title sequence. And that is different from a main title in the sense that's the end of the movie, and there are no secrets that can be revealed anymore, right? It's more of a celebration. And this film actually had a big secret, and that was that the two former Spider-Men, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, were now going to join Tom Holland in the film. And that was supposed to be a big surprise, but it was really fun for us to start boarding ways that these three Spider-Men can interact in the multiverse. And we brought in inspiration from our favorite illustrators to get them into landscapes where they could interact. And the one thing John wanted was it to be a celebration, and he pointed us to the work of Steve Ditko, one of the original illustrators of the Marvel Comics. Be a maximalist, said John. You know, he didn't want us stuck in our heads despite our math theme. And so this is what the final looked like.
That's a magic number. Yes, it is. It's the magic number. Somewhere in this hip-hop soul community was born 3 makes the very, and that's a magic number. Difficult preaching is posthumous pleasure. Pleasure in preaching starts in the heart. Something that stimulates my music and I measure in the music breaks in 3 parts. Casually see but don't do like the soul. Seeing and doing all actions for monkeys. Doing hip-hop hustle, no rock and roll. Unless your name's Brewster, cause Brewster's a punky. Parents let go cause it's magic in the air. Criticizing rap cause you're out of order. Stop looking, listen to the freight of stairs. And don't get offended while Miss Dose your daughter. Tri-camera roll system is now set. Flyer up the store under Daisy Productions. It stands for the inner sound, you can bet that the action's not a trick, a show enough a function. Everybody wants to be a DJ, everybody wants to be an MC, but no more, no less, you don't have to guess. Yeah, my soul posse consists of 3, and that's the magic number. 3. This here piece of the pie is not dessert, but the cost that we dine and 3 out of every darn time. The effect is when the daisy goes in your mind, showing true position. This here piece is kissing the part of the pie that's missing, where that negative number fills up your casualty. Maybe you can subtract it, you can call it your lucky partner, maybe you can call it your adjective. But odd as it may be, without my 1 and 2, where would there be? My 3 makes pasta me, and that's the magic number. What does it all mean? Focus is formed by fronts of the soul. Souls who flaunt style gain praises by pound. Common are speakers who honor the scroll. Scroll written there creates a new sound. Listeners listen cause this here's wisdom. Wisdom of a speaker, a dove and a plug. Set aside a legal substance to feed him. For now, get him high off this dialect drug. Time is a factor, so it's time to count. Count not the negative actions of 1. Speakers of soul say it's time to shout. 3 forms the soul to a positive sum. Dance to this fix and flex every muscle. Space can be filled if you rise like my lumber. Advance to the tune, but don't do the hustle. Shake, rattle, roll to my magic number. Now you may try to subtract it, but it just won't go away. 3 times 1.
What is it?
1 times 3 times 1.
What is it?
3 times 1.
What is it? That's a magic number.
Thank you. While we're on the subject of superheroes, I just want to give a shout out to the team at Imaginary Forces. All of our work is collaborative. I'm in a very lucky position to work with people who are better than I am. And, you know, as we work in Hollywood, on a very good day, we can look like this. But 99.9% of the time, we're in rooms like this. And I would just say that we are just a crazy consortium of editors and animators and designers, and we just have a lot of passion for our work. I might have mentioned that I saw a rough cut of Spider-Man before I worked on it, but most of the time that isn't the case. In fact, a lot of times a script will just land, and even we'll have to think of ideas even before anything is shot. This was the case with this science fiction thriller Counterpart, which is about parallel worlds. I was told I had to get on the phone with the showrunner and the creator in 2 hours, so I immediately began speed reading. And what I'm doing in that time is not only trying to understand what the story is about, but looking for details that could become metaphors for to encapsulate the themes in the sequence. Fortunately, on page 17, I noticed that the main character, Howard Silk, plays a daily game of Go. And so I asked Justin, the creator, what that was all about. And he said, well, Counterpart is a show about destiny. And Go, with all its permutations, no two games are alike. And he liked it as a symbol of could you control your outcome with an early single move, or is your destiny fixed? So one of the very first things that I sketched was a Go game splitting in two directions to represent the two counterparts that are living identical lives in two different realms. And from that, it became a terrific metaphor to develop a graphic language of squares and grids and circles. So we worked up frames. And all the while, looking at other reference as well. One of the most interesting things Justin said in our earliest conversation was that this was about the template of destiny. Template of destiny. That was an incredibly interesting thing to think about, as well as the architecture of Berlin, the show's location. Looking at, again, all those grids and the vast spaces of the modernist architecture led us to make frames that really said something about alienation, about two sides of a person searching and wandering and looking for each other, but not really knowing. Having a psychological break. And then probably one of the most important things we did right in the beginning is visit the set. Howard, the main character, works in a government bureau similar to the DMZ or Checkpoint Charlie, and it monitors the activity between the two worlds. And you can see a lot of this production design is influenced by Cold War aesthetics and old technology. And so taking textures from the space, we did a shoot in the space, combined it with a lot of CG to make this hybrid fabric of a piece that would express some of the themes of the show. sometimes a show's creator has a very strong idea what direction they'd like for a title sequence. And this was the case with Pablo Larraín and his show for Apple TV Plus, Lisey's Story, which is based on a Stephen King book. In it, Julianne Moore plays a widow who has recently lost her husband, who was a famous mystery and suspense writer, not unlike Stephen King himself. And the thing that Pablo really wanted was to express Lisey's inner emotional life with a puppet or a doll. So we started researching what that could be, and we fell in love with this image. It's actually a French fashion mannequin from the 19th century, and we thought it was a perfect sort of embodiment of the elegant Julianne Moore. And one thing that we did right away, on the suggestion of my creative partner on this job, Osbert Parker, is make a test puppet. Now, one thing we were convinced about was that we wouldn't do this in CG, that we would film this with live puppeteers and real puppets. And Osbert figured that if we made this puppet and sent it to Pablo and had her hold her and touch her and feel the tactile weight, that there was no way he could refuse this idea. And I guess it must have worked because we were soon shooting and figuring out what this sequence could look like. You'll see here we had to develop a story, of course, using this marionette. And the thing that became really important was the use of the strings to symbolize all the ways that Lisey was being held back emotionally. And here are some of the photo compositions, a combination of photography, Photoshop, to kind of work out some of those ideas. Always, we wanted to keep an analog style of filmmaking. So we looked a lot at the films of Jean Cocteau or Salvador Dali, which used water effects to symbolize passage through different realms. Because one of the things that Lisey could do was visit her dead husband's imagination by going through water. And then there was the business, of course, of creating the puppets. Originally, we consulted with traditional European puppet makers who made maquettes in clay and wood. But then, after talking to the puppeteers, we switched to digital, a digital system where we would be able to 3D print the puppets because the materials would have been too heavy for them to handle. But this gave us the added advantage of actually working with them back and forth of the engineering of the puppets to make sure that they could actually physically do what we were demanding in our storyboards. And then we went to a live action shoot, and I have to say that's one of the most favorite parts of this job, is that with a live action shoot, you can't really control everything, right? There are little wobbles and little things that let you know that there's humanity there. In fact, I think it's something that you feel and not necessarily see. And so having these puppets come to life finally with puppeteers really added another dimension. And there's things like you don't know what's going to happen when you pull a marionette through the water, but that's some of the joy of it, right? Some of that discovery of these things that we can now incorporate into the final sequence. Skipped ahead. Is it playing? funnily enough, as we were working on that project, another director approached us about a project that involved manipulating a doll. Director Karam Gill came to us with a project that he called Supervillain, the making of Tekashi 6ix9ine. And here is Tekashi 6ix9ine with his signature rainbow hair and grill. And what Karam wanted was for us to make a series of interstitials that would tell about the key points of his life. And the theme he was exploring the most was society's encouragement of creating celebrity. So in other words, he wanted us to sort of reinvent the Frankenstein story. And in this case, we were going to use the language of high-end cosmetics, labs, and science to give that gloss and a different texture to the footage than the kind of janky, found, low-res footage you typically find in documentaries. So this exploration of a doll started quite differently, in which we imagined Tekashi as an action figure, complete with all the sort of accessories and accoutrements to explain his journey from a Brooklyn teenager to a rap star, his journey to prison, his comeback, and eventual demise. And similar to Lisi's story, we CG printed these figures and had a shoot, which combined live action and other elements, but then we manipulated them later in CG. All in all, we did 9 different sequences, each narrated with a narration about what Tekashi was going through and transitioning through at that point in his life. The sequence I'm about to show you is very early on in his story, where he debuts his new appearance.
The trauma is where it all started. But becoming a villain is so much more. It requires creating a look. Do something to yourself that people will be forced to remember. Because appearance is everything. You start small, and then it gets bigger and so fucking bizarre that you one day look at yourself in the mirror in disgust. But you smile, because it's everything you ever wanted. These motherfuckers won't forget you this time.
Right. So now we're going to move from the supervillain to a Marvel villain. I'm really excited to present this one to you because this just came out a month and a half, 2 months ago. And so this is my very first time presenting anything from it. But this is a project called Venom: The Last Dance. It's the 3rd film in the Venom trilogy. And we were asked to do an end title design. Whoops. Kelly Marcel, the director, asked us to do an end title design. She had noticed through all the previews and trailers that people were just going crazy for this Venom horse. And she had actually incorporated a couple other animals into the film as well. And so she thought, wouldn't it be a wonderful gift to the audience to present to them at the end of the film, as an end title, a menagerie of Venom animals. That sounded like a lot of fun. And one of the first things I showed her was this direction. I've always loved these kind of taxidermy, natural history museum dioramas, the kind of stuff you see at Des Royal. And immediately started working up these mid-journey sketches where we could memorialize the species and the evolution of the Venom animals. And some would be expected, like the fierce lion, but others a little more unexpected, like this. But she had other things in mind. One of the most ownable things about her Venom film was that she had the symbiotes, and they were all different colors. So she responded much, much more to this kind of pop art direction I had also presented in the same meeting. The bright colors, and the reference almost to the comic book start of Venom. And also a more painterly approach to the animals. Because if you know this character, he's got this kind of like live liquid skin. So armed with that critique, we started working up what a venomized animal would look like. And then part of the fun was already thinking about animals that had some sort of aspect, like this orca, very much like the venom eye. It's all about the teeth and the tongue and the eye, and then trying to think of ways to surprise people and reveal different animals. And not all of them worked, right? It's kind of an intangible thing. What is a venomized animal? I thought this anteater was a really cool idea with the tongue, but at the end, it just did not read true to the character. This flamingo, I thought would work, but it ended up being a little bit too abstract. And then some animals were cool, but they just didn't look like anything had really happened to them. So this was also on the cutting room floor. Ultimately, though, the idea and the style and the visual language evolved to use a more 3D approach to both the animals and the liquids. So instead, we started developing a way of rendering these animals in 3D programs. As you can see here. As well as trying to figure out what would be, what qualities of the liquid we modeled in something like ZBrush or had custom liquid simulations done in Houdini. Whoops. And the liquid itself was a very important part of the process. Here, again, are the symbiotes, and their modeled liquid color. And so a huge part of the project was developing shaders and ways of rendering the liquid so it would feel very alive. And we had fun with things, too. Kelly reminded us that Tom Hardy's dog, Blue, always was with him at the red carpet, so we made Blue for his card in the sequence. And ultimately, Kelly let us have free reign of these animals. But the one thing that she kept asking for, probably at every meeting, was to make sure his mouth was disgusting enough. The teeth always had to be bigger, grimier, dirtier, more and more drool, which we were happy to oblige. Because after all, the devil is in the details. And it's only when you can put attention and craft to all of these very distinct bits that you have a chance of making something ownable and ultimately memorable.
Give me one last dance before we hit the ground. Push me into overdrive, what a lovely way to go. If you're with me by my side, I'm in for the ride. Come on. There's no running, no escape, all the venom never waits. Once you feel it hit your veins, it's too late, you're gone.
Thank you so much.
Definite visual treat. Very much looking forward to the upcoming Venom. Next up, we would like to invite Ruben Wu on stage for his keynote, Changing Landscapes, a Multidisciplinary Journey. Ruben is a photographer, music producer, and artist, renowned for using technology to tell compelling stories about our world. In his keynote, Ruben will share his groundbreaking creative process and how he employs techniques from different mediums to show familiar places in an unfamiliar light. His journey reflects a broader trend in visual art where multi-disciplines converge to create new and enlightening experiences. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ruben Wu.
Thank you. So, when people ask me what I do, I usually say I'm a photographer. But to be more precise, I describe myself as an artist who uses a camera. I've been an artist for about 20 years, and I've been full-time in photography for about 7. I'm also a National Geographic photographer, and my work is part of the collections at the Guggenheim, the Metropolitan Museums, and the MoMA. I'm originally from Liverpool, the son of first-generation immigrants from Hong Kong. These days, I live in Chicago, and my mum, who's here in the audience, is a big reason why I'm standing here today. Aren't I cute? So a quick story of how I got here. As a kid, I always wanted to be an artist because I loved drawing. But my mum told me that I'd never make enough money and I should find something similar that could become a real career. So I studied industrial design at university and worked in the profession for a few years. This project from 2000 was a concept for a new delivery scooter, and it was inspired by F1 cars. It was designed not only to to carry cargo, but also as a platform for brands to display advertising and branding on its sides. Little did I know that 24 years later, I'd see my creation zipping through the streets of Hong Kong, delivering meals straight to people's homes. And so while I was working in design, I was also in a rock band part-time. We were called Ladytron, and as our music gained recognition, we were signed to a label and invited to a world tour. And that was a turning point. I decided to quit my day job and dedicate the next 10 years to music. So being in a touring band was a pivotal experience and shaped my life in invaluable ways. I met people from all walks of life, traveled the globe, and I even appeared on the kids' TV show called Yo Gabba Gabba. And I experienced the world in ways few people ever do. Along the way, I discovered my passion for photography. And what began as a way to document my life, a kind of tour diary, quickly became an obsession. I found myself dedicating more and more time to it, eventually taking trips to more remote locations solely for photography. In 2011, after releasing 5 albums and playing hundreds of shows around the world, the band decided to take a break. And suddenly, things got very real. After 10 years, the band had become a huge part of my identity. But I had no desire to continue with music as a solo career. Instead, there was one thing that truly gave me meaning, but it felt like an impossible dream. I began the process of reinventing myself, going through years of soul-searching and struggling to make ends meet. But after years of hard work, some help, and a bit of luck, I finally reached the position of being able to make a living from my passion. I want to tell you next about a chance encounter I had in 2014. This was a pivotal moment for me, which completely by accident inspired a new way of thinking. I was at a place called Trona Pinnacles, a remote desert in California, taking photos at night. I arrived at sunset, scouted the area, and parked to get some rest. There was nobody else around. Around 2 or 3 a.m., while I was shooting, I noticed this pickup truck driving around with its headlights on. And I was like, who are these people? Are they kids? They definitely weren't photographers. Maybe they were fugitives. And so I was feeling uneasy, and I just decided to stay out of sight, but I kept shooting. And as the truck moved through the dark, something really incredible happened. Their headlights completely transformed the landscape in a way that I had not expected. This is a short film I made of this experience called Intermission. I did say it was a short film. So this moment sparked an idea of using artificial light in natural environments. Now, let me introduce you Lux Noctis, a project I began in 2015. This series depicts landscapes unbound by time and space, inspired by planetary exploration and science fiction. The concept is simple: attaching a powerful light to a drone to illuminate remote landscapes at night. The premise? Well, we're constantly overwhelmed by beautiful but familiar images. I wanted to transform these scenes into something otherworldly, renewing our perception of the world around us. Almost all the locations I photograph are fragile, at risk of damage or destruction. This was especially true when I visited Pastoruri Glacier in Peru. At 17,000 feet, this was the highest place I'd ever been. I needed oxygen to keep working, and the freezing temperatures made operating my drone and camera really difficult. The glacier itself was in constant flux, shrinking so rapidly due to climate change that it may disappear within a decade. And while my larger project focuses on the experience of rediscovery, this felt different, like preserving the memory of a landscape on the brink of vanishing. This image might be the luckiest photo I've ever taken. I was in a very remote spot in Arizona called White Pocket, and I was photographing this colorful outcrop. And just as I was finishing, I noticed this fast-moving point of light flying through the sky. And it was growing brighter and brighter. And for a moment, I thought it was a missile and World War III had started out. But it suddenly expanded into this massive white aurora, and that's when I realized that I was witnessing a rocket launch. And the next day, I found out it was the SpaceX Falcon Heavy on its first ever launch, leaving Earth's orbit for good, doing a perfectly accidental photobomb. At this point, I was starting to experiment with showing the flight path of the drone under long exposure. This photo captures an orbit of the drone around the rock pinnacle, forming a circle or a halo. I'm really fascinated by how these images only appear under long exposures. I like to think that they exist on a frame of time invisible to us and only captured over the course of a few seconds with a camera. I focused specifically on capturing the light trails, forms which gradually became the primary subject of the landscape. I named these shapes of light aeroglyphs, literally drawings in the sky. This is an aeroglyph photographed in the vast Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia. The new work I want to show you next actually began as a sketch in 2021, a vision of an aeroglyph I couldn't yet create. Instead of letting technology dictate the direction, I worked backwards from this image in my mind, experimenting with different tools until I could realize what I imagined. And it took me 3 years to figure out how to do it. And again, it was by chance. Every summer, I'm lucky enough to spend a week or so on the eastern bank of Lake Michigan with my family. I've made many photographs here in this beautiful place. Our stay this year coincided with the peak of the Perseid meteor shower, so I decided to test a new light painting technique on the beach on the off chance that a shooting star might blaze across the background. This new technique, involving a laser mounted on my drone, had been giving me mixed results. But as I was testing that night, I noticed strange red shafts of light piercing the sky, and I could not believe my eyes. While I've witnessed aurora in the far north's coldest places, I've never expected to see it here at such low latitudes in the summer. And as I watched meteors slice through the rippling green and red, I found myself in a state of euphoria and shock, quickly panning the camera northward to take pictures. And as I continued, I realized that the action of the waves on the beach was affecting the movement of the laser, and it was doing it in a way that I'd never anticipated. And this was the moment that everything changed. So these images, entitled Siren, represents a significant shift in my approach. Where earlier aeroglyphs were about bold precision and geometric lines, this project explores a more organic relationship with the environment. The shapes feel less imposed and more emergent. They feel like encounters with something elemental and alive. This kind of serendipity, where rare natural phenomena align with artistic intent, created a moment that felt touched by something bigger than myself. Next, I'd like to talk about a few brand collaborations. The Lux Noctis and Aeroglyph work has inspired numerous partnerships with major brands. I really enjoy commissions because they push me to explore ideas that I wouldn't normally pursue, and they often elevate my work in an authentic way. One such project was for Mercedes-Benz, where I was commissioned to photograph 12 iconic G-Class models for their 2024 calendar. This project took me to the deserts of Spain, blending my style with their legacy. So my approach with photographing cars mirrors my approach to landscapes, revealing familiar subjects under an unfamiliar light. For the G-Class, I wanted to evoke the feeling of an unexplored planet by shooting the vehicle at night in remote locations. Using my drone lighting techniques, I created striking and unconventional images that offer a fresh perspective on this iconic vehicle. Each image is a meticulously crafted composition of subject, environment, and light. Each required hours of scouting, testing, and late-night photography to tell a story about each G-Class in a single frame. For this shot, deep in the ravines of the Tabernas Desert, I photographed the restored 280 GE, the iconic vehicle that won the legendary Paris-Dakar rally 40 years ago. One of my proudest collaborations is this project with Apple. And this was in 2023, and I was one of the first photographers to test the iPhone 15 Pro Max for its global launch. As someone used to shooting on bigger cameras, I wanted to see what was possible with the iPhone, especially in low light conditions where it historically struggled. With its 48 megapixel Pro RAW capability, I was curious if it could replace my larger gear. So to test it, I took it to one of my favorite places, the Utah desert. So this project was a lot of fun. I'm already using the iPhone for scouting and navigation, so shooting with it felt like a natural shift. But why would I shoot 48 megapixel iPhone photos? Well, I needed the resolution because I planned to print these over 50 inches tall. The most exciting part of this project was turning iPhone photos into huge fine art prints. I've only printed this size from medium format cameras, so I was blown away by the incredible detail at this scale. And this shows the prints nicely framed and hung in a gallery setting and presenting the work to a certain VIP, which was a great finale to the project. Next, I want to share my Stonehenge cover story for National Geographic. Back in 2020, I was invited to speak at the annual Nat Geo Storytellers Summit. I was a bit surprised by this invitation because my work doesn't exactly align with photojournalism. But Nat Geo has always been the magazine that inspired my love for exploring the world, so I was honored to accept. A year later, they approached me again, this time to photograph Stonehenge and to present it in a completely new light. And for me, this was an exciting challenge. It was an opportunity to take a subject that may have grown a little desensitized to and reveal it in a way that it's never been seen before. It took an entire year to secure permission to fly a drone over Stonehenge, not just from the English Heritage who managed the site, but also from the Royal Air Force as it's located within military airspace. To add to the challenge, the shoot took place during COVID, so I had to quarantine for 5 days before even leaving the hotel. Having one of the most respected and legendary institutions commission me to create something so meaningful was a dream come true. It was also incredibly encouraging to see National Geographic take a chance on a photographer new to their ranks, especially for such a quintessential story, and to embrace unorthodox approaches to photography like mine. Next, I'd like to talk about the art I've been creating in the digital art space and how it aligns seamlessly with my overall creative practice. So these are artworks which, in the last few years, have found a home in the NFT space and have become something of a signature style of mine. And having done photography for 10 years, I see my practice reaching beyond the medium with the experience to experiment. So my interdisciplinary background has been a huge influence on the animated work I create today. It's so much more than photography. I draw on my experience in music production and video to create and to bring a unique depth to my work. Whether it's crafting a mood, syncing visuals to sound, or layering movement over still imagery, these skills come together to create something that feels cohesive and immersive. So this multidisciplinary approach has really helped me stand out. By combining elements from different mediums, I've been able to carve out a distinct voice in the digital art space, one that feels true to my creative vision and reflects the many paths I've explored along the way. The problem with digital art is that it's often confined to screens. My work has always had a physical aspect. Fine art prints, framed and hung, are still the best way to experience my images. So I wanted a way to experience and exhibit these digital pieces in a physical space, and all without relying on screens, and hoping to bridge the gap between digital and physical worlds. A unique aspect of this artwork, entitled An Electric Storm, is its fusion of digital and physical elements in a fine art print installation. Through projection mapping, the digital animation is overlaid onto the print, allowing the piece to be experienced both as a dynamic animated work and as a traditional framed artwork. This piece, Millennium, captures Hong Kong as seen from Kowloon Peak in 2018. It was acquired by GlimmerDAO, a group of art collectors and investors with a focus on Asia. It was another honor to have my work, An Irresistible Force, auctioned at Sotheby's Hong Kong in 2022. Everything I do now feels like a culmination of my life experiences and a continuation of my artistic journey. Just as I was never confined by the medium of music, I no longer feel constrained by the medium of photography. This is why I see myself less as a photographer and more as an artist who works with photography as one of many tools to express my vision. So to wrap up, here are 4 key insights I've learned along the way. The future is interdisciplinary. A broad range of experiences and skills lead to richer ideas and a richer life. This allows you to innovate through connection. Originality often comes from combining existing concepts in new ways. Be prepared for luck. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. Stay open and ready for inspiration to strike. And above all, love what you do. Passion drives the persistence, efforts, and creativity needed to achieve your goals. Love is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben, for your sharing. We'll hear from you very soon. Thank you very much. Next up, we'd like to welcome Mr. Li Zi to the stage for his keynote address, Breaking Boundaries, Visual Storytelling Through CG Innovation. Li is an independent digital content creator specializing in CG directing and artistic setting for commercial projects, such as also pursuing personal creations. His acclaimed work includes Blackpink's Ready for Love music video for PUBG Mobile. Li will also share his approach in developing unique visual styles for storytelling techniques that bridge commercial requirements with artistic expression, and reveal how he crafts compelling visual narratives. This upcoming keynote will be conducted in Putonghua. If you would like, you can scan the QR code right up on the screen or on your badge for a translation for his speech in Putonghua into a language of your own. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Li Zi. 李先生，有请。
好，大家好，我叫李泽，然后大家可以叫我李子儿，偶尔，更简单的话可以叫我李。然后目前的话，我是一个概念设计师，然后我也是一个后期导演。我目前是一个自由职业者，然后我在这个行业已经工作8年了。然后我有一个个人工作室，它的名字叫插电怪兽。我主要制作的是一些概念短片或者是概念美术。然后，我想先用这张图来介绍我自己，它是我自己制作的我最喜欢的一组图。
Oh, so currently, I'm a concept designer, and then I'm also a post-production director, and I'm currently a freelancer, and then I've been in the industry for 8 years now, and then I have a personal studio, and it's called Plugged In Monsters, and I mainly produce conceptual short films, or conceptual artwork, and then I'm a conceptual artist, 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 and then I'm a conceptual artist. I'd like to start off by introducing myself with this image, which is my favorite set of images that I've ever made, and I like his kind of hardcore, and then romantic feel, and then both of those together is me. And then in this talk, I'd like to talk about the first dynamic design industry, my own experience in the industry, and then my personal business cases and personal work. I'm going to focus on that, and then I'm going to talk about hardcore and romantic, and where those two styles come from.
我受N3 Design 的影响，我非常喜欢他所做的 蓝幕包装动画，因为我觉得它的蓝幕包装动画让我觉得已经作为一个片头来说已经十分精彩了。然后这一组是他当时给上海地标做的一些包装动画，这个就是我当时对后期工作的想象，所以后面我就决定做后期的工作了。然后在大学期间我就开始自学，主要是在网上。
And then this set of packaging animations that he did for Shanghai landmarks at that time. This is what I imagined for the post-production work at that time. So I decided to do the post-production work.
包装的东西，一些动态设计的东西，还有一些实景合成上的学习。然后我参加工作之后，当时的商业项目非常广泛，非常丰富。然后我制作了包含诸如片头动画、产品动画、栏目包装、动态视觉等等各种项目。然后在经历这些项目之后，我就在想，我自己要做什么样的风格，或者说我自己的作品是以什么风格见长的。然后第一个我想到的就是我要做硬核的风格。
And then, during my college years, I started to learn on my own, mainly on the internet, some animation, design-related, videos, and then I also started to do some blue packaging stuff, some animation design stuff, and some live-action compositing, and then, after I joined the workforce, at that time, the commercial projects were very extensive, very rich, and then I made a number of projects that included credits, animations, product animations, segment packaging, dynamic visualizations, and then, after that, I decided to do the post-production work, and then this group was some packaging animations that he did for Shanghai landmarks. And then after I joined the workforce, at that time, the commercial projects were very extensive, very rich, and then I worked on a variety of projects, such as titles, animations, product animations, packaging for columns, animated visuals, and so on. And then after I experienced these projects, I was thinking, what kind of style do I want to work in, or what kind of style do I want to work in? And then the first thing that came to my mind was that I wanted to do a hardcore style, and then my understanding of hardcore as a worldview, plus a strong visual style, that is to say, this hardcore is not only the exterior appearance, that looks like hardcore, but it's the inner worldview, its creativity, and it should also be a hardcore state. So when I was freelancing, the first project that I wanted to do was a non-commercial project, and I called it Desert Stories, which was inspired by the Alien series, and then on the left, these are Prometheus, and then on the right, there's some screenshots of some of the aliens, and then I made that.
了一些科幻城市、一些抽象的元素。然后当时我采取的是 title sequence 的形式，所以我在里面的名字是使用的因为我当时喜欢玩这个街霸，所以当时就用了街霸的人物的名字。
And then what I'm most proud of is that this one, it's a dinosaur, or a snake's eye, but it's steel, and that's the kind of contrast that I like very much, and then I expanded the design, added some sci-fi city, some abstract elements, and then I took the form of a C stick, so I used the name in there. Because I liked playing Street Fighter at the time, so I used the names of the Street Fighter characters. Okay. This one.
然后刚才的这个学习过程，我觉得是更偏向于对视觉设计上，然后对于世界观上，我觉得我非常喜欢 Simon 所做的这些图书，它让我看到了一个概念设计作品，一张概念图可以传达出一个很强烈的故事感，很强烈的世界观。然后我非常喜欢他所制作的这些巨大的怪兽在城市中的感觉，所以我把自己工作室命名为插电怪兽的缘由就是它的形象实际上就是这个拖着巨大电线的这个钢铁怪兽。然后所以一个世界观加一个强烈的视觉风格，那这个故事就成立了。然后 这是一个很好的案例，这是一个商业作品，它是一个游戏的宣传片。然后当时他想做的概念世界观是，天空中拉开了一个时空隧道，然后2个城市的建筑相互碰撞，就等于说2个世界观相互融合。然后左边这3张是10几世纪的欧洲教堂的风格，然后右边是现代的城市。
And then the 3 on the left are the teenage European church style, and then the right is the modern city.
然后经历完这个项目之后，我得以有机会能够自己创造一个世界观，然后对这个世界观进行一个塑造，是因为这个项目是叫蓝，它是一个王者荣耀游戏角色，然后要给它做一个新款皮肤。我得到的需求是，它是一个很冷酷的刺客，然后它有一个鲨鱼的同伴，或者说它可以召唤一个鲨鱼。然后它是一个电属性的，它是一个未来感的人物，他给我的感觉就像Ling，我当时对他的想象就是 Ling。然后基于刚才的那些需求，我自己想象了一个世界观，然后把它放在了一个报纸的一个设计，然后把这个报纸设计放在了片子中。这里给大家看一下，在这里。我设计这个城市在未来静谧的异世界，这里与海洋融为一体，共生共存。从海洋中汲取能量并发展科技，蓝作为赏金猎手，在暗夜中寻找目标。也就是说，我把这个城市分为一个上城，一
Here,
个下城。
let me show you. Here, I designed this. I designed this city in a quiety world in the future, where it is integrated with the ocean, coexisting with the ocean, drawing energy from the ocean, and developing technology.
所以。有坏人要破坏这个东西，然后蓝作为一个猎手，一个赏金猎手，让他去追捕他，大概是这样一个故事。然后有了世界观之后，我制作了一个很强烈的视觉风格。
Blue, as a bounty hunter, looks for targets in the darkness of the night. That is, I divide this city into an upper city and a lower city, and in the lower city, there are a lot of, for example, this jellyfish that I'm working on now. Here, the role it plays is that it's here to provide electrical energy to the whole city to function, and so there's a villain who wants to destroy this thing, and then Blue, as a hunter, a bounty hunter, then he goes after it, presumably, and he'll go after it, and then he's going to hunt it down. And then Blue, as a hunter, a bounty hunter, and then he goes after it, and it's probably a story like that. And then with the worldview, I created a very strong visual style, and this is one of my favorite greens.
OK， 谢谢。然后在世界观上的学习上，我还是想像 Simon 一样，然后做一些类似概念设计去表达一个世界观。我觉得创造一个世界观的这个途径，这个过程。
And then in terms of learning the visual worldview, I still wanted to be like Simon, and then do something like conceptual design to express a worldview.
世界观具体是什么？然后，但是在这里我写到了，机器在被这个土地击败后，空气变成绿色，它望着一个黑暗，就像望着一个新世界。总之，它是一个氛围感的事情。给大家看一下。
I think that this pathway, this process of creating a worldview is a very happy thing, so I don't want to talk about this, what his worldview is exactly, and then, but here I'm writing about the machine in this earth being defeated by this earth, and the air turns green, and he's looking at a darkness, like looking at a new world, and in general, it's a sense of atmosphere thing. Give it a look.
OK， 然后
Show us.
我十分喜欢这种机器，它主要灵感来源于其实是宫崎骏的动漫里他设计的那些飞船、机器人、巨大的钢铁建筑等等。然后我制作了非常多的这种机械结构飞船。
Okay, and then I really like this kind of machine, and it's mainly inspired by actually Hayao Miyazaki's anime, where he designed those spaceships, robots, huge steel, buildings, and so on. And then I made a lot of these mechanical structures, spaceships. And then I made a group of works, it's called Landers, and I wrote here that all of these machines were born in the last war, and the new round of Landers rebooted them.
OK。然后第二个方面，我想讲，除开硬核的部分，我喜欢做它的反面，就是柔软的、美的，甚至更深一层，就是加一点点浪漫的感觉。我对浪漫的理解就是，在美的视觉的基础上，然后增加。
And then the second aspect that I want to talk about, apart from the hardcore part, I think I like to do the opposite side of it, which is the softness, the beauty, and even deeper, which is to add a little bit of romantic feeling.
它叫瑶，它也是王者荣耀的一款角色，一个女性皮肤。然后当时他跟 Burberry 进行联名，他想推出一个游戏和服装相互结合的一个皮肤。然后最终他就穿上了这个衣服。当时的 Burberry 的设计理念是，当年是以自然为本，所以它两个的联名的主题就是自然之灵。然后基于此，我当时的创意形式比较简单，就是我想说，瑶以化身为一个小鹿，然后在沙漠中奔跑，在奔跑的过程中，它逐渐把沙漠变成了绿洲，变成了森林，等于说它自己本身就是一个自然之灵。然后给大家看一下。
The design concept of Burberry at that time was that it was based on nature, so the theme of the co-branding was the spirit of nature, and based on that, my creative form at that time was quite simple, that is, I wanted to say that the rocking chair was transformed into a deer, and then it ran in the desert, and in the process of running, it gradually turned the desert into an oasis, into a forest, which is equivalent to saying that it was a spirit of nature in and of itself, and then we can see that. And then we all take a look. Okay.
然后，美这个概念不仅可以在游戏 CG 中使用，在产品中，宣传片中经常会出现。比如说，这是一个荣耀的手机，新款手机，它当时的，有一个新款的，贝壳配色，它是一个钻石质感的。然后在当时的需求上，他想做一个，虚拟人物和这个手机相融合，然后整体的环境，它想是一个自然环境。整体的调性需要是一个类似像，香水广告一样的调性。然后，基于此，我当时想说，设计这个角色要和他手机的材质有相关联，所以我想在人物的面部妆容上和它做契合。就比如说上面有一些散粉、碎钻等等。最后人物呈现是这个样子，就是在他的脸上，在他的手上，尽可能多一些这种闪亮的这种元素。然后 整体环境我想设计在一个非常纯净、非常干净的一种感觉。我设计在一个白沙漠上，然后在白沙漠上有很多平静的湖面、纯洁的湖面，还有一些一丛一丛的这种晶体。
And then the overall environment, I wanted to design it in a very pure, very clean feeling, and I designed it on a white desert, and then on the white desert there are a lot of calm lakes, pure lakes, and some clusters of these crystals. Get lost in the net, I like kiss, all down. There you go. And there's a pen? Understand well, thank you. There must be. I'm sorry. Ahem. Well, is there a certainty? Okay.
然后这几天我来到现场之后，经常有朋友跟我说 BLACKPINK 我做的 BLACKPINK 的项目，然后这里跟大家分享一下，他当时是 BLACKPINK 他想做一个纯虚拟人的一个 MV， 然后他当时这首歌叫Ready for Love， 然后他当时是跟 PUBG 一款手游进行了合作。他想推出一款新的歌，然后当时我负责的是在这个项目中制作他每个人 solo 部分的主美术，就他每个人是不一样的背景、不一样的场景氛围，但是这种场景氛围需要跟他游戏相关联，所以这4个等于说是他4种地图，所以这款是Okay.
Well, then in these few days, after I came to the scene, often friends said to me, originally I did not do too much work on the project, and then I here to share with everyone at that time was originally he wanted to do a pure virtual person MV, and then he was then this song called Radio for Love, and then he was then with PUBG a hand game for cooperation. He wanted to release a new song, and then at that time I was responsible for the production of his each person solo part of the main, the art, that is, each person is different, the background is not the same, the background is not the same, and the background is not the same. At that time, I was responsible for producing the main art for each of his solo parts in this project, that is, each of them is different backgrounds, different scenes, different atmospheres, but this kind of scenes and atmospheres need to be associated with his game, so these 4 are equivalent to 4 kinds of maps for him, so this one is, okay, and then did 4 very different styles, very different designs, which can be
네 심장의 색깔을 보여줘 정말 내 세상에 네가 필요해 저 너를 따라 네 앞에 Here I am I'm ready for love
OK 然后谢谢然后
Yi ju la mai pang xie bian checking puye deng do zai qian mian la mangi bu ting de ji mo lai sendai ge ji la chu ji gu dangon ban sui jie shi ta men yi ke ju I shi yi hold I shi di de duo de mian zhang ni gon yi jian yi de guo duo de kong wo I ni shin zhang yi shi gai dang yu jie sen mai na xie kai yin ni gai pai lei shang nuola ni pei chi I la okay thank you then
它的音乐像一个有旋律的城市白噪音，像一个古代机器的抽泣。然后后面我有一个片子也使用了这个背景音乐，所以美的视觉加一点点故事感。我一直想追求这个事情，所以我之前的项目我尽可能的想在美的同时增加一点点那种让人能够心里有触动的感觉。就比如说这种温馨的画室。一些儿时的这种回忆，甚至是一些战斗之后的平静，甚至是宇宙，甚至是月球。然后我制作了这个项目，它是一个实际上本身是一个很热闹的，是一个很欢快的一个氛围。然后 他当时的这个动画实际上是主角在这个城市中滑着滑板到处飞，然后一边飞一边涂鸦，实际上是一个狂欢的氛围。然后做完这个项目之后，我想做一个相反的氛围，我想做一个他狂欢之后的平静，所以我就像一个摄像师一样，就是想捕捉这个城市中在平静、在安静的时候，在周一的时候是什么样子的。所以可能里面只有风，里面只有一些空镜头，一些小鸟，一些窗外的景色等等。
And then after I finished the project, I thought, I want to do the opposite atmosphere. I want to do the calmness after the carnival. So I'm like a videographer. I just want to capture the calmness, the quietness of the city, on a Monday, what it looks like. So maybe there's just the wind, there's just some empty shots, some birds, some scenery outside the window, and so on. There are even some pedestrians, even it is walking along the road. And then at the end, I used that soundtrack, Mingaraha, and I named the movie Minggutta. And then finally I used that soundtrack, Minggaraha.
OK。
Okay?
然后最后是一些我自己的体会，因为时间关系，追求创造力而非追求工具，然后粗糙的开始就是最好的开始，相信直觉，重复迭代，迭代你最开始的开始。
And then finally some of my own experiences, because of the time relationship, pursuing creativity, not pursuing tools, and then a rough start is the best start.
谢谢大家。
Trust the intuition, repeat, iterate,
Thank you,
iterate.
Mr. Li, for showing us the fascinating world of
You're better off
CG.
starting at the very beginning, making it over and over again,
For those
and then
that
making
are
one version
joining
better
us,
than the
or
last,
those that
and then
haven't-
keeping the enthusiasm up.
Remind you that you can catch the engaging discussions of today and from the week by tuning in on Saturday, January 18th to 25th of the upcoming year for the Cantonese broadcast on View TV 99 from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. And don't forget to check out BODW Plus for on-demand content. Next up, we have an engaging panel discussion to welcome familiar faces. The title will be The Future of Motion Design, Innovation, Challenges, and Creative Directions. This panel discussion will be featuring Ms. Karen Fong, Mr. Ruben Wu, and Mr. Kook Iwu. These pioneering artists will share insights on how emerging technologies and cross-disciplinary approaches are reshaping visual storytelling. They will also discuss how motion design continues to push creative boundaries while addressing contemporary challenges in visual communication. As you've seen before, there were a lot of visual captivities that saw us. I was really personally captivated by the Venom one with all these different animal interactions. I thought the elephant was most captivating for myself. In this panel discussion, there's a possibility that our audience would be able to share their questions and concerns. But if not, you can always catch them at the end of our discussion on day 3, so you can catch our speakers in person. And now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Karen Fong, Ruben Wu, and Kook Iwu.
Thank you. Hi. So I'm supposed to moderate this, and this is quite new for me. First question that I have in mind is that there's a woman into this audience that just fell in love with you two guys. So can you explain that? She just looked at your conferences, and she said, "I'm in love with these two people." How can you explain that? All right. Okay. So maybe first, Karin. Well, you're a title sequence designer, but also you're doing commercials and so on. One of my questions is about the directors you're working with, the film directors. I'm wondering what's the process? How can you manage to have a good relationship with the directors?
I think as in any relationship, working relationship, the process always goes better when there's an amount of trust. I have to say that it's one of the most enjoyable parts of the job is that back and forth and collaboration. I always joke when I meet a director that it's talking about the film or talking about the show is a bit like therapy. You're trying to, pull out all the themes, find the emotional arc of where they want to go. And, a lot of times you're starting the project fairly late into the film process, right? Maybe they've already shot, and maybe they're in post-production, and so they're thinking now, as the film or show is nearing completion, about how the themes are manifesting, right? And there's discoveries along the way. Anybody who is a filmmaker knows that it's pretty much wet clay through the whole process, right? Things get discarded. Things shift, and now when the titles are done, are coming to life, you start to really think of what the show means.
And how is it? Because the film director is working on this film since many years. I mean, usually, and so I'm just wondering how can you build this trust? Because you are basically coming on his movie or her movie, and you are working on the opening title sequence, which means that you are in front of his work, of her work. So how can you? Not vex our work and make a good trust with the film director?
I think you have to always honor the story. We were, talking before that this is a form, like many of us do, right? When you're attached to a brand or a story or a larger history, you have to think about what is right for that film. It's not a standalone piece when you're doing a title sequence, and you have to keep that in mind, that it has to serve whatever the emotional need is of that story. If that has to be a funny moment at that time, if it has to be uplifting, if it has to, be suspenseful, these are all things you have to consider. And as long as I think you take it at the forefront, you will start to have that collaboration and trust. The times I've kind of stumbled along the way is when I'm so excited about doing something new and, and eye-catching that, perhaps I've forgotten some of the core themes of the film and have to be reeled back, and that, that doesn't make for a successful project.
Yeah. Okay, you, Ruben, so we just had your conference and we see that you are moving all around the world. One of my questions is, how do you deal with these environments? Because it's not like easy environments each time.
I think it comes down to practice and doing it a lot.
Yeah.
And as I do more and more of those kinds of experiences, I get better at figuring out how to make a kind of, it feels like a discomfort zone, but I'm making it into my comfort zone. So I'm teaching myself to figure out how to use my camera without thinking about it in really cold conditions or really hot conditions. And focus completely on making the art. And I think it's, I definitely feel that when I'm out there doing what I'm doing, I'm in this flow state where I'm able to forget about everything else around me and just completely focus on what I'm doing. So I think that really helps me stay creative and also stay open to a lot of different happy accidents that can happen along the way.
There is also in your work some kind of extraterrestrial way. I mean the place that you are using when you took a picture of them. It looks like it's not from this world. So how can you explain that?
A lot of people. They say that my work is, feels alien, and it feels not of this world, and that's not my main intention. My main intention is to show something that is familiar under an unfamiliar light, which I feel is more general. And so, what I'm trying to remind people that this is actually our own planet, and this is, I want people to change their perspectives of where we live, and you only have one planet.
I thought it was so poetic when you said there might be a different time. You had like a time lapse, but like you had imagined maybe other beings or another timeline that you were tapping into.
Yeah.
I thought that was really interesting, almost like infrared or these other ways of seeing that it's all here on Earth, but you had somehow invented a way that it captured that. It wasn't from somewhere else. It was there. It was here.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm in these places, I'm always confronted by how long does it take to create these landscapes? And it's like millions and millions and millions of years, and it's way more than I can possibly comprehend. So I feel that rather than my photography being like a decisive moment, it's more like many multiple decisive moments that come together to create something. So again, playing with this aspect of time.
And so you, Karin, also when you work on these movies, the opening title sequence is always some kind of a contraction of the film, the essence of the film. And so how can you work on this idea to contract the film each time? How do you manage to summarize a whole film abstractly into one sequence?
It's always a process of distilling, an idea or a tone. And it's not necessarily, it depends again what the film needs. Some films, I don't know, one of my favorite sequences, I did not work on it, is Catch Me If You Can. And if you watch it, it's a wonderful animation. And it basically tells you the whole story of the film, but in the beginning, and if of course you haven't watched it yet, and so you don't realize that you're seeing actually a summary of the whole film. But a lot of the time, it's really about identifying what the emotion and tone that is needed at that part of the film. So, for instance, if you're working on a comedy, it's really important in the beginning to let the audience know they have permission to laugh. So that is something that is very much on the forefront when I'm working on that kind of film. Or sometimes some films need what we call like a misdirect, or something suspenseful. And so it really does depend on what we're foreshadowing, how much foreshadowing we want to do. Obviously, when you have a sequence in the beginning of the film, you never want to give anything away. But you look at the themes, and again, it's entering into that relationship with the filmmaker and seeing what that story needs at that particular moment.
And so, what's also the big difference between the opening and the ending title sequence for you?
Yeah, it is a very different experience, the opening titles and the end, but they both function as bridges. Right? I like to think that title sequence design is a bit like a bridge. The beginning, and it always bridges our real world, of all our preoccupations, and tells us to leave it behind. So the opening titles will be a portal and an entrance into this world. And almost like an amuse-bouche, right? Like it gives you a little taste and gets you more interested and draws you in. Whereas the end titles, like I had mentioned, you don't have there are no more secrets to give away. So you can play with Easter eggs. You can kind of joke or recap things and things that were revealed in the entire film. And a lot of the time, it depends. If it ends on a sad note, sometimes the director wants a more celebratory, uplifting theme to bring people out. Sometimes they want you to contemplate whatever emotion is at the end. So again, it is all about what emotion you want as it finishes, but then it delivers you back into the real world.
And so you also talked about some live action that you had for shooting the title sequences. How do you define which, is it technical to choose between live action and CG, or is it something that you just choose every time you have a new title?
Yeah, there's so many factors in how production happens. And what I like to do is have the concept drive what the production will be. So I always kind of get myself in a mess when I'm always thinking about how to do it before what I want to accomplish artistically or visually or emotionally. There are budget constraints with things, obviously, and schedule, all those sort of things that we all have to deal with. So I think it's like, first, I love that period of concepting early in a job where it feels like anything goes. And I like to think that I'm style agnostic, that I don't bring a house style or a certain way of doing things. But instead, every project is a bespoke approach. And that includes deciding if it makes sense to have live action. Yeah. When you have access to a set, like I did in Counterpart, absolutely I want to go to the set and shoot, or if we have a contained idea like tabletop puppets. Yeah. But there are other instances where I did this project where it was all these very big statues, and I wanted to make the statues and shoot them, but ultimately when we researched how to do it, it would be much more controllable and actually a better result if we did it in CG.
And it also leads to some mistakes, I guess, which is also something I would like to ask you, Ruben. So in most of the artists I know, they're always talking about the happy accidents of their work. So how about you? I mean, I guess that you have a lot because you're also dealing with the nature. So can you tell me about this?
Yeah, so because I'm outdoors doing what I do, it's pretty much happy accidents all the time. And some of them are happy, some of them are very sad. But I think even sad accidents can steer you in a different direction that you hadn't anticipated and lead you down a potentially richer path. So I think being in these situations where you're completely open to these elements, whether it starts raining or something, or you don't have as many days on location or things like that. You have to kind of figure things out and change your plan of action. And many times, the end result feels bigger than how it originally was. So I really enjoy that.
And do you think that from this example that you have with the guys having a car for your first picture with the light moving, do you really think that if you didn't have this moment in your life, you wouldn't have invented the drone light? What do you think?
I don't know. It's funny because when it was happening, I thought that the pickup truck driving around was completely ruining my time lapse, because it was shining its light everywhere, and I was thinking, oh no. And it was really until later when I realized that this had done something. But I think I was very much prepared for these things to happen, and I think these moments of luck happen when you're prepared for those opportunities. So, I think I was out there at 2 a.m. doing what I do because I was completely obsessed with what I was doing. And if I wasn't so obsessed, then this wouldn't have happened. So I think a lot of my work is based on luck and serendipity.
I think the idea that you shoot on location, too, opens, as we always joke, when you shoot on location, you get so much for free. Like the light you need to pump in to simulate sunlight, and it's never the same, right? I remember doing a shoot where the days I scouted it was, dead still, and the day that I shot, it was so windy and cold. But it was beautiful. When we looked at the film later, I could have never afforded to make the fans to make that kind of wind, but the kind of fields, the way they swayed, and the trees, I couldn't have planned that, but it made it so much better. At the time, we were like, oh my goodness, the actors will be cold, this is terrible, but then we embraced it, and it made it a richer picture.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're working with music, right, also, Karen? So how does it work for you? Does the film composer send you the soundtrack already? Or are you building some kind of inspiring soundtrack?
That's a great question. I could do a whole talk about how we music. I always joke, it's not really a joke, that music is 80% of what we do. It's what makes something stick in your brain. It's strangely like this emotional passageway to us that, and a great mnemonic. And so the way we approach music, usually, when you're working on a show or a film, there is the film's composer who is sometimes commissioned to do a theme. There are other times, like in the case of the Marvel films, you'll have a music supervisor who is looking. I don't know if you noticed in the Spider-Man one, it was a De La Soul's cover of 3 is a Magic Number, which was great because it was the 3 Spider-Men. But in the beginning, often these decisions haven't been nailed down, so we're often in that mix. Luckily, we have work with great editors. Our editor Alexi is fantastic at pulling music, and we're just trying things against it all the time. We put on a click track, and it's sometimes hard, like when you edit to something that you don't fall in love with it and it gets swapped out. But often it's for the better. We were really lucky. When we worked on Venom, we actually started editing it before the actual track was given to us, and then it turned out that it was great for our edit. Sometimes it doesn't always work like that.
And at what stage of the movie are you working on? I mean, is it always in post-production, or is it sometimes you have like directors that ask you to work before the shoot even, or?
Yeah, well, in general, titles can be a bit of an afterthought, like, whoops, we've got to tell the names, but I enjoy it when a director or showrunner thinks about these things before a shoot. For the instance of Counterpart, for instance, getting involved as they were shooting and being able to be invited onto set and be able to shoot. There's other times when I've been able, for Boardwalk Empire, have access to the actors and be able, to think of ideas that might incorporate the talent differently, when you have access. But most of the time, production is finished before we start. So it's something that happens in the post process.
And we are just talking about music, so you have already a life of music, with your band and everything. Now you are syncing your work somehow. Quick question is, when we see the drones light moving on the different sets, is it, are you composing the music before or after? How do you manage that?
It's always different for each piece. Normally, when I'm on location doing what I do, I don't really have a fully formed idea of how it's going to look in the end. It's only really when I'm back in the comfort of my studio where I'm figuring out all of these different pieces of the puzzle where the story starts to crystallize. And as it does that, I'm kind of working in parallel. I'm working on the visual side, and then I'm working on the audio side too. And usually, I start with some kind of an audio track that I'm editing to. So I feel that I think as a musician, I need music to edit to. And I feel that everything makes sense if the music is there and it makes sense to the listener. And then the visuals can slot into that, and as a result, it feels richer and more immersive as a whole.
And right now, are you working also with teams? When you are on set, most of them you are alone, but are you also working with people now?
Yeah, I think Karen, what you were talking about, working with people who are better than you, I feel completely the same, because I like working alone a lot. But in the end, there's only so much that you can do. And, the old adage of, if you want to go alone, you can go fast. But if you want to go farther, and then go with people.
I'm going to have to steal that one.
Yeah.
I think the nicest thing about working with other people is that I'm not limited by my own imagination. There's no better feeling than to have an idea and then have somebody run with it with you, and it turn out better than what you imagined, and you just realize the limitations of your own brain.
Yeah. The thing is, you're also working with creatives. You were part of the team before, I guess. So how do you deal with these people who want to have ideas and are very creative? It's something to have your own point of view and your goal, but still have. How do you proceed to to gain the best of each of your collaborators?
Of the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I'm working on that, and I hope it's important that everybody bring their A game to a team. And I like, as a director or creative director, I like to think of myself a bit like salt, right? Salt makes everything taste more like itself, right? Yeah. It doesn't all make it taste just, if you're not using it right, it just tastes salty. But like, and if it's used right, everything is more of its own flavor. And so when I'm creative directing, I really hope that the people on my team that I'm working in a way that they can use their best talents and, hopefully work with them at what what they feel they are at best at, that they can bring something to it. That's my goal.
That's cool. And about this, I mean, you are working in title sequence design. How much percentage is in your life? Maybe it's not a good question, but I know that you also have to work on many commercials, and so what's the part of what's the proportion?
Well, I'm glad to be asked about that, because as a motion designer, I do, I showed you some of my most prominent work, but I also have a lot of fun working on commercials, directing those, brand films, films for events. And I love to say to anybody who's in this field that a lot of the things that I was thinking about for the title sequences apply to those projects as well. It's like making something ownable. What makes something distinctive? What makes it memorable? Like you were saying, how do you pull out the themes of something? These are things that, whether it's the Batman logo or the Target logo, these are, you're trying to make icons, you're trying to be part of the cultural landscape. And so it's really all the same thing. It's a little bit more glamorous, shall we say, to be working on Hollywood films, but it's an incredibly fun too. Like when you're directing other projects. Obviously, I'm working as a designer to a director when I'm working on the films and TV projects. But to have a directorial voice as a commercial or sequence director, that's also really fun as well.
And you, Ruben, so about this, the commercial aspects. Is it so different for you to work on your personal project? And because it looks that you're really using all the research you're doing yourself to implement that to your commercials, is it?
Yeah, I think I'm really lucky because usually when people work on commercial, when artists work on commercial work, it looks like it looks different from their personal work, but I think I'm in this very special position where I'm commissioned to make something which looks exactly like my personal work, and so it feels like I'm making my own art, which I really, really love, and I just really love collaboration as well, especially when the teams I'm working with they understand what I do, and and for me as well, sometimes when I'm just working by myself, I'm kind of trapped in my own mind and like, I just want to make this thing. But working with team, it's like, there are, other ideas that come in and it becomes more like a conversation. And in the end, it just feels really rewarding to see the end result for these kinds of projects.
All right, we have 4 minutes left now, so I would like to talk about AI because you are supposed to talk much more about that. Anyway, so I'd like to have your both visions about that, like present and future. But let's start with present. How do you see that? Do you see that as tools, as something major? Please, maybe Karen.
Yeah, at Imaginary Forces and personally, we're very excited about the possibilities of AI. We're all playing with it. You saw in Venom already, I was doing very early sketches to just get some concepting done. We don't do it, we don't use it for any final elements, final art, but it's just to get warmed up, see. I had to do a project where we had to envision something that took the form of a big mural like the one Diego Rivera might have painted. And it was interesting to just take some of those elements and generate some ideas with that. So there's that. We do have some clients that have specifically asked that we use AI, which was really interesting. And then I'm just really interested too about how AI as a tool could free up the time of our human artists, right? There's a lot of work in animation that's a bit rote, and if we can use the process to duplicate things or generate different variations of, say, paint strokes or textures or what have you, wire removal, in the pipeline, that frees up our artists to do the more conceptual and artistic work. So that's all very exciting.
And how about you?
I think on the one side, I think AI art is art, and I think there is art made by AI which I really, really love, and usually it's work which it feels singular, and you can sense that there's a human behind it, wielding it as a tool in a special way, and it's also art where you can see the things that make the AI unique. So it's the flaws, it's those kinds of things. It's like it becomes something which can't be created by a human because there's this essential kind of non-human, non-emotional aspect to it. In terms of my work, a lot of people, I've had comments on my work saying, why don't you just make this image with AI?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, well, because I'm in love with the experience, and for me, it's all about. It's not just about the outcome. It's about the journey as well, and about what the experience is and the learning process of getting to that point. And for me as an artist, if I was able to just create the outcome, I wouldn't do it. I would just be out in the middle of nowhere doing what I do, even if I wasn't making art, because I just, I'm in love with that process.
It seems also that when you work with AI, you have a lot of iterations. So I'm just wondering if those iterations might be the future of the happy accidents or mistakes.
There's definitely accidents with AI, and some of them happy, right? Some of them I was just thinking, it's like almost early days of internet search where you would type a prompt in into Google or Yahoo or any of these engines, and some weird web page would come up because it didn't really understand what you were asking, and a little bit of that is happening with AI right now. But the idea of that iterating so fast and being able to have that level of finish so fast is both fascinating, fun, and terrifying.
Yeah, that was my question.
That's my 3 words for AI.
So how do you see the future of AI? I mean, we have, now it's already finished now, but I don't know if
let's ask AI.
Extend a bit. Just quickly, so what about the future of AI? What do you think?
Absolutely part of the process. I think finding ways to have it be part of a process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I think we should go, but thank you so much for this interview.
Thanks, good.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fong, Mr. Wu, and Yi Wu as well. Thank you very much for your sharing. Please be rested off stage as we continue with the rest of our Day 3 of Business of Design Week. We are moving on to near the end of Day 3 of Business of Design Week, and we'd love to hear from your feedback. On the back of your badge, the second QR code, if you have any ideas or comments or questions about our program and how we have done this year compared to previous years, and what you're looking forward to for the upcoming years, please do scan the QR codes on either side or from your badge to give us some feedback. That will help us as Design Week constantly improve. Upcoming is a recap of French Paris Olympics 2024. Besides brand identity, we'll be focusing on the very memorable aspect of Paris 2024, which is the opening and closing ceremonies. We're excited to present the upcoming keynote, A Symphony of French Spirit, Paris 2024 Olympic Narrative, featuring Thomas Joly. The visionary artistic director behind Paris 2024 ceremonies will discuss his innovative approach to redefining event experiences by emphasizing cultural fusion to create a tapestry of French heritage and global diversity. Thomas will also share how he transformed traditional ceremonies, providing a fresh perspective and cultivating a dynamic and cultivating an atmosphere through unconventional methods. Please join me in welcoming Thomas Joly.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here with you in Hong Kong to share an experience that goes beyond art, a project that became, for my team and me, a true laboratory of intersections, the creation of the ceremonies for the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Today, I will walk you through the creation of this unique project, our inspiration and our intentions to bring together different facets of France. But first, it seems important to introduce myself because my background also explains my artistic direction for this project. I am a theater actor and director working in classical and contemporary plays, opera, and more recently, musical theater. I believe live performance is an essential tool to serve the broadest audience. It allows people to put words and images to complex emotions and situations. I began my career by founding my theater company in Normandy, in the north of France, where I alternated between creating performances and conducting workshops, residencies, and cultural activities. My work has always aimed to celebrate life through the ephemeral community formed at each performance with the audience, always at the heart of my creative process. Among my creations, I can mention Henri VI by William Shakespeare, an 18-hour production created in 2014. Later, I added Richard III to the series, which we performed near here in Taiwan. Since the stories of Henri VI and Richard III follow one another, I merged the two productions to offer spectators a 24-hour theater experience. Other notable works include Tieste by Seneca, staged in the Cour d'Honneur at the Avignon Festival in France, and, for example, The Raft of the Medusa by Georg Kaiser, which we performed in Beijing, Harbin, and Tianjin in 2017. My interest in combining art forms has led me to create 4 operas, including 2 at the Paris Opera. My most recent creation is the new version of Starmania, a cornerstone of French musical theater. In June 2022, I received a call I will never forget from Thierry Reboul, director of the ceremonies, who wanted to meet with me. At the time, I thought it was an informal discussion about joining a consulting group for the ceremonies. Then, after a meeting with Tony Estanguet and Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, I was offered the role of artistic director for the Olympic and Paralympic ceremonies for Paris 2024. Oh, wow. At the time, I was the director of a theater in Western France. I resigned, accepted the role, and moved to Paris in December 2022 to begin this incredible journey. About intersection, the Olympic Games are, by their very nature, a major intersection, a moment every 4 years where the world converges. Athletes, culture, values, and spectators come together in a shared experience where differences fade and our common humanity shines through. These ceremonies are not just a spectacle, they are also a statement. To me, the opening ceremony is a festival where all the arts enter into dialogue to present a living portrait for the host nation. It allows a country to open its door to the world and say, welcome. This is who we are. For the Paris Games, that means showcasing France in all its diversity and complexity. When I began working on this project in December 2022, a key decision had already been made to take the ceremony out of the stadium and use Paris itself, its river and its monuments, as the stage. This had never been done before. There was no model to follow. I had to completely reinvent the structure. Traditionally, an Olympic ceremony is divided into 3 parts: the athletes' parade, official protocols, and the artistic spectacle. I chose to break these compartments and create a continuous narrative, interweaving these elements so that each part enriched the others. Paris wasn't just a backdrop, it was a symbol. Its landmarks, from the Louvre to the Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame to the Pont Neuf, each carry a history, a memory. They represent eras, architectural styles, and universal values. Our task was to draw from each of them the material they contained. Our challenge was to integrate them into a contemporary artistic vision while respecting their iconic significance. This was the mission of the team of writers I formed from diverse artistic and intellectual backgrounds: theater, cinema, history, and literature. This team developed the main narrative lines and thematic framework. Then, I formed a second team of artists from all disciplines to translate this story. Each member contributed their expertise while embracing other disciplines. These constant intersections were the foundation of the ceremony artistic direction. We envisioned a 6-kilometer journey like a festival of reference and intersections. This journey was divided into 12 tableaux, each revealing multiple facets of France. The ceremony opened with the arrival of the flame at the Stade de France, where the ceremony would traditionally have been held. But the stadium was empty because the ceremony took place along the Seine. French football icon Zinedine Zidane carried the flame toward Paris. Later, he passed the flame to a group of children. In this prologue, our heroes go through many references to cinema, musicals, the subway, traffic jams, sewers with a crocodile, catacombs, etc. It was a concentrate of Paris. This prologue sets the tone for the ceremony, a convergence of French emblems. For the first tableau, we wanted to introduce the first delegation into an enchanted Paris. That's why we name it Enchanté. The Pont d'Austerlitz was transformed into a theatrical frame where each sports discipline was represented, a way to show that sport and culture would be intertwined throughout the ceremony. This tableau featured a postcard version of Paris, concentrating all the clichés attributed to the city over the years. A dreamlike Paris, entirely bathed in pink as an homage to Edith Piaf, La Vie en Rose. One striking example of intersection came with the reinterpretation of Mon Truc en Plume, a tribute to French cabaret and revue culture, performed by Lady Gaga on a reproduction of the Grand Palais staircase. In 1961, Zizi Jeanmaire had triumphed with this number, choreographed by Roland Petit, and featuring costume design by Yves Saint Laurent, an intersection of French avant-garde artists. The tableau concluded with an electrifying cancan by dancers from the Moulin Rouge, who, for the first time in the cabaret's history, wore pink costumes. The second tableau was Synchronicité, the sounds of the Notre Dame restoration site transformed into contemporary music, making all Parisians dance. This tableau honored French craftsmanship and artisanal traditions by highlighting two key projects, the reconstruction of Notre Dame and the creation of medals by La Monnaie de Paris. These efforts were paired with contemporary music and choreography, celebrating a unified and synchronized France coming together for the Games. The third tableau was Liberty. This tableau blended the French Revolution with the freedom of bodies and loves, embodying the universal ideal of emancipation. It featured numerous intersections, the revolutionary anthem, Ça ira, a fusion of metal music and opera, and literary and cinematic references celebrating Paris as the city of love. This tableau symbolized liberation, both historically and in a modern and inclusive sense. Fourth tableau, Equality. On the Pont des Arts, Aya Nakamura performed a medley of her hits, intertwined with a song by Charles Aznavour, accompanied by the French Republican Guard. This tableau represented the meeting between popular art and academic art. Aya Nakamura's inclusion carried deeper symbolism. Known for a playful manipulation of words and languages in her song, she metaphorically stepped out from the Académie Française, the institution safeguarding the French language. This tableau might be the most representative of our overall intention, celebrating the power of bringing together tradition and modernity, bridging generations. The performance's extraordinary success continues to resonate in France, with the track regularly played in clubs and its choreography recreated millions of times on social media. Some have even humorously suggested renaming the Pont des Arts as Le Pont d'Aya, Aya's Bridge. Fifth tableau, Fraternité. This tableau explored fraternity through the lens of the Louvre Museum, a universal model where arts from all countries and eras coexist. We inverted the usual relationship between the museum and its visitors. In this performance, the artworks stepped out of their frames to admire the athletes passing by the museum's windows. It was a poetic reversal with the arts celebrating humanity. In response to fraternity, we pay tribute to sisterhood, the sixth tableau. We observed that out of 260 statues in Paris public spaces, only 40 represent notable women. This glaring inequality became the focus on this tableau. As a symbolic correction, even if it's still insufficient, we raised 10 statues of illustrious women from the Seine. These figures came from diverse fields and eras, all significant in French history, but without existing monuments in their honor. To underscore their emergence, we stretched the French national anthem, La Marseillaise, transforming it into an artistic material rich with meaning. Its opening line, Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé, arise, children of the fatherland, the day of glory has arrived, resonated profoundly, marking this moment as a true day of glory for these women. The Intimes performer Axel Saint-Cyrel, of Guadeloupean origin, chose to sing with her natural hair loose, a powerful and symbolic decision. She delivered a message of pride and beauty for all hair types and skin tones. Of course, we needed to celebrate sport, so we called the seventh tableau Sportivity. But we approached this through a fresh perspective, combining urban sports with key figures from French history. Floating skate parks along the Seine, inspired by the geometric designs of the Versailles Gardens. Performers on BMX bikes and skateboards wore costumes inspired by historical figures such as General de Gaulle, Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette, and medieval kings. The music blended electronic sounds with harpsichord melodies. On the same checkerboard pattern as Versailles flooring, the rapper Rimka performed an original track, merging urban energy with Renaissance elegance. By the eighth tableau, Night Had Fallen, perfect for celebrating Paris' dynamic nightlife. We brought together dancers from diverse traditions, breakdance, classical ballet, voguing, regional dances, and ballroom dancing, all moving to the same rhythm. This tableau also paid homage to the European Union's motto, United in Diversity. We spotlighted emerging fashion designers who presented iconic pieces of their work. It was a celebration of creativity and cultural convergence. For the ninth tableau, Obscurité, Darkness, we used the Olympic platform to reflect on global challenges. We addressed climate crisis and ongoing human conflicts. The centerpiece was a raft, adrift on the Seine, with a singer and a burning piano performing John Lennon's iconic song, Imagine, an Olympic protocol requirement. The 10th tableau, Solidarity, provided a hopeful response to obscurity. A silver-clad rider ascended the Seine on horseback, carrying the Olympic flag to the Trocadero. Traditionally, the flag is brought in by soldiers or children, but we aimed for a more spectacular entrance. The rider symbolized both the Olympic spirit and historical figures like Joan of Arc or Sequana, the nymph who gave a name to the Seine. During the race of the galloping horse, the wings of doves unfolded on the bridges. Again, it was a reinvention of an element of the mandatory protocol. The 11th tableau featured the protocol segment magnified by the majestic setting on the Trocadero. We designed a mirrored Eiffel Tower on the site, reflecting the real one nearby. Instead of the traditional fireworks display, we opted for a grand laser show, projecting the Eiffel Tower into a futuristic vision. The last tableau was Eternity. Finally, the surprise of the Olympic cauldron awaited in the Jardin des Tuileries. The cauldron's lighting and dramatic ascent into the Parisian sky referenced the Montgolfier brothers, who first demonstrated their hot air balloon in the 18th century in this very garden. The moment was accompanied by Céline Dion's performance of L'Hymne à l'amour atop the Eiffel Tower, a timeless song by Edith Piaf, originally sung in tribute to her late husband, Marcel Cerdan, who was a boxer. This intersection of two iconic singers became the ultimate anthem of love, concluding with the message displayed on the screen, "Unite those who love one another." Our ambition was clear, to portray a multifaceted France where everyone could see themselves. We wanted to share an open, inclusive vision, a republic that gives space to everyone's individuality. The ceremony inspired two dominant emotions, pride and unity. Many spectators expressed pride to be French and felt a profound sense of togetherness. These emotions arose from our commitment to representing all French people, countering divisive narratives often seen in media or politics. France was not presented through a single lens, but through all its intersections, across artistic disciplines, heritage and innovation, spectacle and reality, past and present, generations, styles, genders, origins, and more. The opening ceremony lived up to its name. It was open to the world and to everyone. It reminds us all, everywhere, that we are all alive in the same place at the same time. It urged us to care for our shared humanity and showed that the best way to unite is to see and celebrate one another in all our diversity. Thank you for allowing me to share this experience. May we each, in our own way, continue nurturing these intersections in our creations and our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joly, for sharing the design concepts and artistic considerations to create a memorable Paris 2024. Now we present our closing keynote, Curiosity in Action, Harnessing the Power of Collaboration at Moroso by Patrizia Moroso from Italy. As the creative director of acclaimed Italian furniture brand Moroso, Patrizia will share how iconic collaborations with visionary designers reflect a deep understanding of users' emotional and functional needs, ensuring each design resonates with both elegance and practicality. She will also provide insights into how curiosity drives her research, perpetually seeking beauty while remaining open to contamination and experimentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our final speaker of BODW 2024, Ms. Patrizia Moroso.
Wow. Okay, good evening to everybody. I don't see very well, but fine. And first of all, I have to ask you to forgive me for my English that is bad. Probably I will do a lot of mistakes, but I try to communicate, and I hope to be able to communicate the spirit of things. And the words maybe will be not always the perfect word, but it's not my language, English. I go, okay. So here is a sentence that I said once, I don't remember when, but is still very, very true for me. So what I ask designers are to help me to see something that is about relation, future, and I never ask to design just an object, but to imagine a new world or imagine something that could be in relation with future. I have to move because I don't see from here. Okay, sorry. And this relation with future is fundamental because it's what I am doing. I have to say I am, okay, maybe you don't know exactly who I am. I am the art director of my company. The company is a little Italian company, a family company. I enter in the company around the 80s. And I tried to change what the company in that moment was a nice little company, but not totally design-oriented. So I changed the company of my parents in a mood that is the present mood. So a totally, how to say, a design company. And to do that, of course, I needed to have a relation with the people that realize design, with designers, that sometimes are designers, sometimes architects, sometimes also artists. I love to investigate the world of creativity in a different way. So just to explain, I start showing something of my beginning. And for instance, the first collection that we have done, or that the company did with me, was designed by a friend of mine, very young. He was 22 years old at that time. He was a student of architecture, and then it became a very important architect. In that time, he was a student, but he was also a cartoonist, a comic drawer. And I was fascinated about his way of imagining a sort of very special world like this. And so from his cartoon, we tried to imagine also a collection of objects that were new kind of a sort of new futurism, or objects inspired by depth, by come si dice, velocità, fastness. And so the collection also was called Dynamic, to show the dynamicity of lines. And this was, you know, my first experience, but was done with a very young talent. And this show also to the company that design could change the soul of a company in something that was finally a new communication to the market. My second experience was with a Japanese man, Toshiyuki Kita, the year after, so the second collection was in '99, and the inspiration in this case was the beauty of nature, of rocks that are in the Japanese gardens, and like this, that is in Kyoto. And the object is this, the red thing. The name is Saruyama, that in Japanese means the monkey mountain. So to show in the same moment the beauty of nature and also the attitude that humans has since ever, like monkeys, to sit on a rock. So the object is done to sit, but also to stay, to lay, to sit in a special, different ways. And in this case, the piece is in a museum in Paris, where an artist used for his installation. And the third collection was with Ron Arad, that is a very famous designer now. In that years, he was basically an artist, making art with sort of metal objects that were designed by him, but he was like an artist that used design as a tool of art. So it's a beautiful interaction between what it was, so an artist, and design that was the way of expression for him. These three first experiences, for me, were very important because they, in a way, they show how you can do design, also starting from not the center of the main subject of design, but from in a way, from a side. So looking to design from the art side, or from, for instance, looking in other cultures, like working with a Japanese man for an Italian company was very special. So to connect and understand another culture and the meaning of the other culture. With the first collection with Massimo Iosaghini, I was experimenting, working with a young person, very young. And this is also something that in the next future, I was making many times. And going on with Ron Arad, that is one of our most important designers, there are many things that are, how to say, famous or less famous, but for us are fundamental objects of our collection. And always with a great personality, because I think that design has to stimulate the creation and, how to say, the kind of new objects that can be imagined and realized. So, Ron, why? Okay, no, sorry, yeah. This is another beautiful exhibition that we have done at MoMA with Ron, and is another fantastic piece. The name is Misfits, because every piece is a sort of square, inside the square, not inside the cube dimensions, but every piece is different. It is touching, but not fitting exactly. So it's a very free kind of using the module. Or this, that is, again, something done by Ron, and is about the name of the piece is Dolores, that is like a female name, but it's also Dolores, and is a sort of very big low-res of a landscape. And with this idea of landscape, you can build your own place, your own sofa. You can imagine the dimension, the height, the seat, and depending on the height of this parallelepiped, I don't know, of this shape, geometric shape, depending on the height, you can have a seat, a back, armrest. So you can, how to say, modulate and project your own bench wherever you want. And one day, also, this girl entered in the company. Now she's a very good friend of mine, and probably is the most famous designer in Europe as a woman, as Patricia Urquiola. And she started her career with us. And we have done thousands of fantastic things and pieces and experience together. The first one was this chair. Also, this chair is not just a new nice chair, but was inspired by an idea of her about how to break a beauty and the perfection of a Scandinavian typical armchair of the 50s, 60s. So it's just to say, it's like a beautiful swan chair, but swan chair belonging to a period that was a sort of golden era of design, and the time when she designed this was not so perfect, not so golden era. It was another kind of time. So she wanted to show that maybe in our contemporary days, a broken object is more connected with the reality, and the beauty comes not from the balance and the equilibrium of a perfect shape, but can come from a broken object. It's broken like our reality and our lives, not so perfect. With her, we have done also many other things that are very special and different from usual. Here, in this case, she was looking for a geometry and putting, how to say, a sort of collage of pieces and putting together pieces, sewing the pieces with a triangular shape. In the end, you have a flower. It was not the intention to create a flower, but the flower comes up when you have a circle and a triangle inside to sew together the different pieces. And this is us working together on another chair. And also in that case, the inspiration came from something else. What I wanted to say is that inspiration in design could be inside design, but also out. So like we have seen before art, comics, or another culture. In this case, with fashion. Fashion was using a kind of pattern and kind of finishing that are very specific of a dress, but it could be also a fantastic detail for a chair, giving a sort of memory to the object that is really carrying another spirit, like this. That is a sofa, but the stitchings and the details of finishing, she intended to remember a sort of big dress of a costume of the past. Or this is a catwalk of Yamamoto dress and the chair that came out from that view. Another designer, a very good friend of mine, is Tor Bontier. And with Tor, we started another beautiful relation, again, a relation with something that is out of design, but is design itself. He was a good friend of Alexander McQueen, and so we have done great collaboration with him in that years. And just to say, to show you, it was nice to put the dresses of a girl over a chair, and also using that chair to make a piece of furniture. Was very interesting, and looking how a person, an idea that comes from fashion, could be a great help to imagine something different. In this case, working with Ross Lovegrove is another great designer. He's very interested since ever to the harmony and the great lesson that nature and the algorithms that you can find in nature, in the animals, in vegetables, you can find beautiful kind of harmonies. And in this case, he analyzed a little animal that is a diatomea, diatom, I think in English, that is an invisible little animal, but has a fantastic skeleton. And that skeleton became also a chair, giving and carrying also this chair the beauty of the little animal. Yep, okay. Another Japanese man, Tokujin Yoshioka, and he was the architect working with Issei Miyake since ever. And we have done many things together. And the suggestion for him came from a sort of installation that he usually was doing for the shops of Miyake. So in this case, using many, many little pieces of paper to create a sort of wall, like a cloud. But then this thing became also a chair. And it's beautiful to see how the different things could work in a different ambience, in different ways. And it's also what design for me basically is. Design is a discipline that is able to connect all the others, and is also the fundamental discipline that create a synthesis of all the other disciplines. A great designer, good designer, has to know a lot about other disciplines like art, architecture, photography, maybe fashion, of course, and has to be able to put everything together to create something new and unpredictable. This is Nendo, is another Japanese designer. Here, he was at the beginning of his career, and we have done something also that is in between a geometry and a shape that is a natural shape, because it's a drop of water. And dew, the word and the name for this Ottoman. And the shape is exactly the shape of a drop of water. And the ability is to make by hand with little stripes exactly the shape of a drop of water that has a precise geometry. In physics exists as a relation between how is large and how is high. So the shape change depending on the diameter of this drop. And we have two of these shapes. And here, another intriguing work with the front. A design duo from Sweden, two girls. And the first thing that we have done years ago was transforming just a doodle that we were talking a lot by phone, and while we were talking, they were making doodles on a piece of paper. So it's a drawing without any effort, any importance, but because that was very interesting to use it to make a pattern for a little sofa. So the sofa has an embroidery that is just the reproduction with a sewing machine of a doodle. And it's surprising how beautiful it is when we use the doodle to make a pattern on a leather. Then, in the year 2003, I started also working not only by chance, but making every 2 years, more or less, an installation with an artist. It was important to experiment how art could help and could support ideas. In this case, Michael Ling, was a sort of pop artist, a young pop artist, and I knew him in Paris. He was having a relation with a museum that is Palais de Tokyo, that in Paris is a contemporary art museum. I knew him there, and he was doing site-specific pieces there, designing on the floor, let's say, and waiting that the art piece was destroyed by people walking on. So it's an idea of art that happens and then disappears. And when I met him, I asked him to do, he was doing flowers from the Taiwanese tradition, because he was born in Taiwan, but just born. Then he grew up in California. And his memory of his place, his place where he was born, the memory of him was the market where he went with grandmother to see the fantastic fabrics with flowers. So for many years he designed flowers on on the floors of around the world. I asked him to do something like that in our showroom. Instead, he decided to reproduce another thing. Was year 2003 was a very particular year. Some wars were arriving. Maybe the first war, bad war, 2003 in Iran and so on, and was the first of many, unfortunately. So he wanted to underline that moment with a carpet that is typical tradition of Afghan historical carpets. They are called war carpets, done in Afghanistan just for 15 years, the years of the occupation of Afghanistan by Russian army. And so these carpets that are very rare and beautiful, he decided to bring one and reproduce exactly how it was. You see the image on the wall, and they painted our showroom for 15 days with a group of people, and in the end, the carpet is a beautiful but sad object. But because the tradition in China say that flowers are harmony and a peaceful moment, he decided to cover some of our design pieces with these beautiful flower textiles and put them over the carpet, just to sign that beauty, harmony can win, we hope, over the wars, against the wars. Another artist that we were working with is Tobias Reberger, and 1 or 2 years later, he was also the winner of the Gold Lion in Venice Biennale. And for us, he did a fantastic installation, and also him gave us a sense of art and design together, making objects that were in between art and design. Like this. So, sort of crystals that came from the sky. And another art winner, this is Martino Gamper, that is both. He's an artist and a designer. So he was the first winner of an award that in that years we were doing an art award for young artists. And he was the winner, and he wanted to work with design itself. And so using design as pieces to create his art objects. So he asked me to show him all the things that we have in molded pieces, and then he decided the marriage between two different things, like that. In this case, he selected the end, the starting point and the ending point, and the body in between was done by him. So the beginning on the left is Alfredo Aberli chair, and in the end is a Patricia Urquiola chair. And he wanted to create a new object, a sort of cyborg, done with his idea of patchwork, putting together the waste of the production of leather and felt, and create a beautiful new kind of cover. And we have done many of these marriage, how to say, between things like this. This is Massimo Iosaghini plus Ron Arad. And playing with design is also showing that is a fantastic word. Design is fantastic because you can dream, you can play, you can create, you can have ideas, and be never banal. Another story with she's just an artist instead, Paola Pivi. She's a very famous artist. She was born in Italy, but she's living in the United States. And she wanted to do her sofa, because for her, a sofa is like a beautiful place where you can jump in and stay like a baby over a big, how to say, group of mattresses, like just to feel yourself like a princess and stay there to relax and to have fun. So we have done these two pieces that in this case they are exhibited in Pittsburgh in the museum that is there, very important museum of contemporary art. This is the foundation of Andy Warhol Foundation. And another good friend, and is a fantastic person, and that I'm very honored to know and to have a friendship with. And she is Marina Abramovic, very famous performer, and Daniel Libeskin is the famous architect. And so in that case, Marina organized to design a piece that she wanted to use for her performance. And so Daniel designed the piece, we realized the piece, and then we showed the piece. And this is the piece. It's like a desk with a table, and was built just for her performances for that year in the United States, and then was sold with a fantastic auction at the Bayer Museum in Basel. Okay? Another great artist that I love really a lot is Tobias Reberger. Oh, sorry, Olafur. Sorry, Olafur. Is Olafur Eliasson. He's living in Berlin, but is not German. He was born in Ireland and is living in Copenhagen and Berlin, but is working all over the world. And that year he needed to, how to say, to have a space and to realize pieces for his space in Venice Biennale, because he wanted to create a workshop. So we helped him to create the workshop. It's not, yeah, it's working. And this was the space that is the biggest room in the central pavilion in Venice Biennale. And in that place, he organized a sort of workshop that was asking to the refugees that just arrived from all over the world in Italy, trying to find a refuge. And they were, in that moment in Venice, to stay with him to learn how to build a lamp. And the lamp that you see, they are all building a lamp, and the lamp in the end was sold, and was a sort of little economy created inside the Biennale, but also to show and to demonstrate that only working together you can understand each other. That is a great lesson. When you work together, you are able to understand the other person in front of you, and to accept and to be more, how to say, open with the many problems that the people that are escaping from their countries has. So it was a very important performance and a very important result. And I'm very proud, honored to have helped him to realize the space. This is another experience that we have done and that is going on. So to produce a collection in Africa, because I was really attracted by the manuality, the skill of these people to realize with metal and yarns, plastic yarns, that are the yarns that usually they use for the fishing nets. So are plastic yarns, but very resistant to water, to sun, to sand. So they could be also resistant for a chair, an outdoor chair. And so we try, and we have done many, many, many objects. This is the first one that was designed by Torbontia. It's shadowy, and this is a chair that has a sort of something that protects you always from the sun. You have always a shadow on your face, so shadowy. And this is just one of the many. And, yeah? And the last example of relation with that design can investigate more and more. This is one of the last projects that we have done a few years ago, 2 years ago, with the girls from Sweden again. They have done a very interesting and strong research about nature and the beauty that you can find out in the nature. When you make a walk, why are you happy when you go back home? Why are you relaxed? Yes, because you have seen harmony and beauty in the place where you are, and nature can give us a lot of sense of life. So they said, why we don't look at what animals do, what nature do, the patterns that the animals are doing on piece of wood, piece of rock, or what they create to make nests are very, very important and very special. So look at them and let's see what we can do. For instance, how beautiful is a rock? They could have, you know, all the colors of the mineral, but also the mass that is going on, or the little plants that are living on. And if we look at them, not just to be inspired, but just to copy them exactly how they are. So in this case, technology can help us because we have the possibility to scan the little pieces selected in the forest and to reproduce them exactly how they are in another scale. And we can also copy the surface and make with that a piece of fabric. Why not? Like this. This is a rock, but it's also, you see, an upholstery piece of rock. So it's an ottoman done as the rock, exactly copying the surface, the shape, but you can see the two buttons that are the distinguished little points that you can see that is a piece of furniture and not a piece of nature. But you can do it, and you can have, if you like, the beauty of nature in your house. And when we have done the first prototypes that were very poetic and very, how to say, also impossible to reproduce, but as usual, when we do prototypes, we have no limits. We try to go very deep in the idea of the designer to investigate all the possibilities. Then in the end, we have to synthesize from that many ideas, we have to synthesize something that can be also a reproducible piece. But in that moment was also COVID, in that moment, so everything was closed, everything was stopped. And so we used the time to make something interesting and to go deep in this project with fantastic prototypes and to see how then the collection could go on. So this is exactly a piece of rock, but you see is a fabric, is a piece of jacquard. And reproducing with a digital machine from a photograph, you can reproduce very, very not similar, exactly the picture, exactly the photograph in a fabric. And jacquard has a depth that is not possible just printing, because it's the depth of the yarns that are coming from inside. So it's very real, it's very emotional. And okay. And so we have done little pieces, big pieces, but in any case, the intention was to reproduce more truly possible a piece of nature, and that to show that these things could be interacting with design, why not? And what happens later? And here also we were embroidering, me too, on the piece of rock to, how to say, to see also the roots of the little plants that were living there. Okay, and Peta, where are you? Okay, and then to go fast because we are in the end. This is what in the end we have done. So an industrial version of that beautiful poetic stuff of incredible pieces, but in the end we have done, we decided to go with the pieces of rock more easy and more sanded. So we select some of the pebbles that were decided by the designers, which one, of course, and we put them together to create, how to say, we can say a sofa, we can say a design piece, but it's something that innovates the idea of a normal, regular sofa, because you can sit there, it's very comfortable, but you have also the idea to sit outside in a beautiful landscape, close to a river or whatever, and so you have a different emotion when you sit on your sofa at home. And that's the last thing. Okay, thank you. And bye.
Thank you, Ms. Moroso, for your sharing. Wonderfully concluding BODW 2024 and also leading our way into BODW 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure over these 3 days at Business of Design Week 2024 to be in the company of such impressive lineups of creative leaders and entrepreneurs who are making a positive impact through design, artistry, and innovation. As we stand here today on the brink of a momentous transition, filled with excitement and anticipation, please join me in welcoming our esteemed guest of honor to host and officiate our closing ceremony. Please join me in welcoming Professor Eric Yim, Chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center. Next, joining Professor Yim, we'd like to invite Mrs. Christine Drulle on stage as well. Mrs. Christine, please. The Consul General of France in Hong Kong and Macau. Thank you both, our esteemed guests. At this moment, Professor Yim would like to say a few words.
On behalf of Hong Kong Design Center, a big thank you to France for being our incredible partner this past year. This partnership is particularly meaningful and significant as we celebrated the 60th anniversary of China-France diplomatic relations. And you and your team has been particularly helpful, so we are really happy that we have this partnership. And your contribution has actually enriched BODW 2024, not only inspired us, but really excited us to really learn from the French designs. Thank you very much.
And now Mrs. Drulle.
Thank you very much, Eric. It has been an honor for France to be the partner country for BODW this year. This collaboration has provided a unique platform for our designers to showcase their creativity and excellence and to connect with Hong Kong's vibrant design community. I'm particularly grateful to our large delegation who came all the way from France to share their passion and their expertise. Thank you so much also to the Hong Kong Design Center for organizing such a fantastic event. You can count on us to build on this momentum to further enhance France-Hong Kong exchanges and partnerships on design in the next few years. And now I cannot be happier to pass the flag to our Italian colleagues for next year.
Thank you, Mrs. Drula. And that is the perfect segue. We'd like to invite Professor Yim and Mrs. Drula to help me invite Mr. Carmelo Ficara on stage, the Consul General of Italy in Hong Kong and Macau. Thank you for joining us. At this moment, Professor Yim would like to say a few words.
We are really happy and excited to have Italy as our partner country for 2025. Italy's rich history in design, from fashion to architecture, brings a wealth of experience that we would love to explore together. The last time we worked together was in 2017, and we're really looking forward to working with you and your delegation for next year. Thank you.
And Mr. Ficara now.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Eric, and merci beaucoup, Christine. I'm very honored. Actually, I was thinking today, and I think that the honor is triple today. First, because we are going to have next year the opportunity of working together with you, Eric, with the team Hong Kong Design Center and all the design community in Hong Kong. As Patrizia Moroso was mentioning before, working together is very important because you learn, you understand, we understand each other, and and is a way to enhance relations. And that's, after all, the main purpose of a diplomat in a foreign country. And the second reason is because we received the relay and the flag from France, and of course we have been working with Christine. We arrived almost together in Hong Kong, so 2 years ago, and we have been doing already many things together. And we hope that France can still be a significant part of the organization next year. And the third, of course, is because I'm very honored to represent my country here. Italy has a lot to say in this specific sector, a lot of things to share, and I really hope we already start working together. We did a very fruitful study trip in Milan and Turin last October, and everything is there in order to start and to think about concrete contents for next year. So thank you very much for accepting Italy for the third time, and I hope that we can, I'm sure that we can work together again very fruitfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ficara. We're all looking forward to BODW 2025. Now it's come for the symbolic passing of the BODW flag. With great honor and appreciation, we bid farewell to France, BODW's exceptional partner for the past year, whose unwavering passion for aesthetics, creativity, and innovation has left an indelible mark on BODW. Mrs. Christine Drula, representing France, will now relinquish the prestigious flag to none other than Professor Yim, signifying the French's passion for innovation and creativity to reach all across the globe. At this moment, let's capture this momentous occasion with our cameras. Looking great. I see a lot of cameras. Thank you for your applause. And of course, the excitement does not end there. Professor Yim, as the bearer of this emblem of excellence, we will now pass the BODW flag to the capable hands of Mr. Carmelo Ficara, officially marking the beginning of an exciting collaboration. And now we have it, our exciting and distinguishing partner country, Italy, for the upcoming year. This symbolizes the seamless continuity of success and inspiration that runs through BODW. We eagerly await the exciting endeavors to come. At this moment, we'd like to ask all three to join together for a lovely group picture. If you'd like to get cozy and comfortable. Looking great. Photographers in the front, and anyone with your cameras available, feel free to capture this momentous occasion. We have 3 distinguished guests on stage. Looking great. I'm just going to help a little bit with the flag. Please don't capture me. That will look even better. Smiles for the cameras, for the French, Hong Kong, and of course Italy. Okay, we got it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Miss Drula, Professor Yim, and of course Mr. Vicara. We'd like to invite 2 additional guests on stage to join us to celebrate this momentous occasion. Miss Jillian Li, Director, Innovation and Design Knowledge, Hong Kong Design Center, and Mr. Benjamin Calvo, Council for Culture, Education and Science, Consulate General of France in Hong Kong and Macau, on stage for a group photo to thank them and their team for all their work and success for a successful BODW 2024. Looking great. Cameras are right at the front. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. And I see those cameras. Feel free to turn on the flash if you need. Looking great. Now with our 5 guests, let's give them all a big round of applause. That sounds amazing. And to conclude, we'd like to ask the Board of Directors of Hong Kong Design Center, all our speakers, all our moderators, and the French delegation to join them on stage for our large group photo to commemorate this occasion. Come on up, bring your friends safely around the corner of both sides. Oh, very careful. Yes, on the left and on the right. Come join in, get cozy for a lovely large group photo. And if you'd like, you could also hand off your phones to myself or any of the crew below to get this on camera. Looking great. Oh, make sure you can see each other. Maybe step forward a little bit. Yeah, a nice U shape. Yeah, that's great. Great, great, great. How are we on the other side? Maybe if we could ask our guests to shift over ever so slightly on the left. Yeah, Dr. Li Lengong. Professor Lee, looking great. Now, to get a good group picture, you need to make sure your head sees the light. Perfect. There we go. I'm gonna step off stage so we can have a great large photo. Anyone in the back without lighting? Okay, looks good. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, we have more guests. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. More pictures. How about a thumbs up, a like, a heart, whatever you like. I think that B is a great way because B is the first letter of B's Business of Design Week, so a thumbs up will be very appropriate at this situation. Great, let's hold those thumbs up. I think they want their pictures. Oh, do we need to be a little closer? Oh, we're good? Oh, waving. Oh, yes, we also have a camera. This will be live on BODW Plus and as well as ViewTV, so that would be great video capture. Waving to the cameras, to the front. On this high note, BODW 2024 has officially come to an end. To catch this engaging discussion of today and of the week, make sure to tune in on Saturday, January 18th to 25th for the upcoming year for the Cantonese broadcast on ViewTV 99 from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. And don't forget to check out BODW Plus for an ample on-demand content. Congratulations all our speakers. Feel free to shake your hands as we conclude this evening. If you have any comments about this program, please make sure to share your QR code to share your feedback with us. We hope you had an inspired week. We look forward to hearing you and about your endeavors and success. Until next year, see you and thank you. Thank you very much. Feel free to shake hands with each other. The stage is yours for a picture. And everyone, you're free. The stage is open for all our guests to join as well. Great. Our photographers will be here to capture this moment. They'll be on stage with you. So if you'd like, we can always guide them towards you. any of the French delegation, our guest speakers, anyone, please join them on stage. There is a lovely backdrop that showcases Paris 2024 and as well as BODW. These excerpts are for you to take pictures to commemorate this moment. Please join us. Of course, friends from Italy, we'd love to see you on stage as well if you are here. Let's have a nice group picture in the front. Looking great. Right in the center. Right here. Oh, can we ask to scooch over a little? Perfect. Oh, no extra gaps. Yeah, there we go. Then that picture looks great. There we go. We feature everybody. Looking great. Yeah. Yo, thumbs up. Perfect. BODW. Lovely, lovely. Looking great. Looking great. Yeah, perfect. Let's do a picture with the French delegation. If you could please join us in the very front with the team from Hong Kong Design Center, the French delegation, to join us at the very front of our stage to take a picture with everybody. So, Mr. Benjamin Calvo, everyone on stage from the French delegation. A great way to remember the continuous partnership between Hong Kong and France. Perfect. I love that jump. Super catchy. Looking great. Looking great. Beautiful. Could we have a... clapping is good too. Clapping is good too. Bravo, bravo everybody. And how about a picture for our upcoming Italian delegates that are here? Yeah. Can we invite our Italy delegates to join in the picture for the front with the Hong Kong Design Center? We'd love to see you as we foretell Business of Design Week 2025. Come on in, Mr. Ficara, Ms. Moroso, and any of the guests that are from the Italian delegation. We could do a picture to commemorate and foretell 2025. Ms. Yvonne Nguyen has a gift for Professor Yim. I think that also deserves a picture right at the front. A lovely gesture from Institut Français.